Good in the fair. Blessings of the evening, everyone. Uh, for those of you who are watching me for the first time, my name is Shakka-Ahmose, and uh, I would like to welcome you to uh, another Facts Over Feelings presentation. We're going to be here for a little while. Normally by now I would have had some comments just to let me know that that people are watching, that someone is watching. I don't see any comments as of yet. Normally there are comments on here before I even show up. So I'm going to wait a few minutes to get started. Okay, we've got 2. All right, wonderful. Okay, get in the fur, Lauren. Get in the fur, Kadir. Good evening to you both. Blessings of the evening, blessings of the day. Should not ever let your audience know what time of day it is, because when they're watching this, you want them to kind of be right there with you. So it's actually morning, depending where you are. It's also actually afternoon, depending on where you are. It's also actually evening, depending on where you are. So, Mama Isis, welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in and get comfortable, as the old folks used to say. Come on in and get comfortable cheering. Going to be here for a minute. As I just find one last minute detail that, there it is, the 11th. Okay, wow. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, wow, 4. Okay, a month ago. Okay, because it was on the 11th and on the 7th. Okay, almost a month ago. All right, 3 weeks. All right, 3 weeks ago. Okay, so Uncle Jasineb Rashad, absolutely. Love you back. Love you all back, absolutely. And I'm so grateful that whoever is here with me is here with me. It means a lot. For those of you who are watching for the first time, and if you're not watching for the first time, please remember to like, subscribe, share, and recommend. Those are very important, especially if you want to continue to see these things come your way, right? Like every other platform on this medium, or in this medium, popularity and numbers, they make a difference. They either keep you around or they cause you to disappear. So if you guys want to keep me around, make sure you like, subscribe, share, and recommend. Those things, right? They matter and they're very important. So there is one thing that I'm looking for right now. I just want to grab this. Here we go. Okay, wonderful. Okay, excellent. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna grab this and put this up here. Wonderful, just so everyone can have it, because I know how people get when they can't find it. Okay, there we go. It's pinned. Wonderful. Okay, so all right, I did what I needed to do there. Okay, I'm kind of glad to be back this evening, because I know that instinctively, a lot of people. Oh, Uncle Johnson, up to you too. Absolutely, absolutely. Uncle Johnson, up to you too. Kabaka, absolutely. Um, Sauce. Hey, Lauren. Sauce. Absolutely. Absolutely. So profit. Okay. All right. Lowen. Oh. Yo, let me mind my business while people in the chat shouting each other out. Absolutely, Mama Isis, peace and love to you and welcome. Thank you for being here with me today during this presentation. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Source, Hotep, Uncle Johnson to you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. You buy. Oh, okay. Shout out to Hotep Jesus. Here we go. You found me by Hotep Jesus. That's wonderful. Uncle Johnson to my brother. I actually hit him up to let him know that I'm doing this live this evening. I'd love for him to come by and keep me company. You know, I always like when I have my sins, my senu in the house. You know, my abet in the house. Hey, there he is, Uncle Johnson. All right, that's what's up. Okay, we got the Griff Report in the house. Shout out to the Griff Report. Shout out to Hotep Nation, and shout out to Hotep Jesus. Absolutely, that's my ride or die right there. You feel me? So, you know, that's what's up. Absolutely. In fact, I'm gonna put that back up there just to make me feel better. You know. Oh, my first favorite question of the evening. Are you ready, guys? My first favorite question for the evening, because a lot of times we take things for granted. We think that we know the things that we should know when in fact we don't. And not knowing the things that we should know makes it very easy to exploit us as a community, as a people, and to undermine our own interest. But you know, I was thinking about something the other day. So let's start with the question of the night. And they won the prize for the question of the night. Let me give this to him. Let me put it up. Hold on. Absolutely. Mr. M has won the question of the night. Mother's Day has racist origins? No. Well, what else would you expect in a racist society? Everything in a racist society is going to have racist origins because it's born in a racist society. It emerged from within the confines of a racist society. So, as a thinking people, we should automatically presume, I mean, who better than us than perhaps our brothers and sisters in places like South Africa and Namibia? Who better than us, or even our brothers and sisters in the UK, who better than us to presume racism at the origin of everything emerging from within a racist society, right? So, such as the ones I just named, amongst many others, for sure. So, I just want to get a few more minutes for a few more people to come on in, right? You know, these days I'm kind of envious with a lot of the podcasters. You know, I have to say this. Well, I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong. I don't want to give credit where credit's not due, but these days, I get a little bit of I get view envy, you know, because I watch a lot of YouTube as well in my spare time. And well, I don't have spare time, but just in my times for a pleasant distraction as I'm working, I'll watch YouTube. And you know, I see these people come on their podcasts, especially to talk about Trump or Elon or whatever else is going on crazy in this racist society. And they've got like 5,000 people watching within like 10 minutes. And I'm just like, okay, well, Right now, I've been on for a few minutes and I've got almost 40 people watching. Well, this is the way I'm choosing to look at it. I can envy their 25,000 because it usually goes up to 25,000 within like 30 minutes. They'll have like 25,000, 30,000, 50,000 people watching, sometimes almost 1 million. So the way I look at it is my 35 people who are watching right now, or my 42 people who are watching right now, they have far greater value to me and to my platform than the millions, not only the millions who are not watching, but the millions who wouldn't watch even if they knew that I was on talking about this subject. Because most people, yeah, that's the best question of the night. It's at the top of the chat in the YouTube chat, right? So for those of you who would like to show your appreciation, your gratitude, and just support the platform, it's at the top of the I am a Cash App warrior, and that is always it's what makes it possible for me to come back and do this. That's what allows me to spend my time studying so that I can teach effectively when I come back. The fact that that people are generous and show their gratitude through this means and through this particular medium, and so I'm grateful for it. I always tell people we don't see. I mean, unless you really do great volume, you don't really see the resources from the I forgot what they call them, the YouTube shout outs, when people submit financial resources to YouTube. I forgot what they're called, but shows you how important they are to me, or not actually. But again, that's what it is. It's $sign Shakka-Ahmose. That was the most important question of the night. I can tell you that right now. Absolutely. I hope it's Hotepistan. I'm telling you, these people, man. You people. I don't know what I'm gonna do with you people. Hotepistan. Have more respect for your culture and your language than to be making funny quips about it. Okay? Or if you are gonna do it, when I test you on a term like Hotep, you better have a damn good answer than to be caricaturizing and downplaying our terms. Our terms are sacred. A term like Hotep, we've been taught to laugh at it and make fun of it through pop media, and through those interests that would want to undermine the emergence of Kemetic society within our own midst. And so they've taught us to laugh at our terms, like they taught us to laugh at our gods, to laugh at our holidays, right? Or better yet, to laugh at our holy days and celebrate their holidays, right? They taught us to make fun of these terms like Hotep or Ma'at or whatever, And I'm the kind of person, I have a sense of humor. I can laugh along with everyone else. However, my respect for the culture far outweighs any requirement of mine to be quote unquote in on the joke when it comes to caricaturizing our own terminology, our own cultures. Why? You don't find Christians making fun of their religion. They defend their religion at your expense, even at their own. You don't find Muslims making fun of the term salam. I have yet to see a Jewish person or a Hebrew Israelite or whatever they call themselves. I have yet to see them make fun of the term shalom. Right? Muslims don't make fun of the term salam. Assalamu alaikum. Jews don't make fun of the term shalom. Christians don't make. How do Christians greet each other? Do they even have a greeting? Christians don't even have a greeting. But if they did, they wouldn't make fun of it. I guarantee it. Don't you think that's interesting? In fact, let's do some research. I don't like to not have answers. So here we go. Okay. I would share my screen, but I just want to do this quick and get it out of the way. But I'll let you know what I'm doing. I'm on ChatGPT and I'm asking a question, right? In what historical phrase did early Christians greet one another? See, I'm not hiding anything for you. I'm just letting you know what I'm doing. Okay, I have to type it. Sometimes I go too fast machine. All right. Okay. Okay. What religious phrase did early Christians greet? Probably he is risen. Greet one another. Here we go. So we could find out if they make fun of it. Okay, this thing is being stupid. Okay. Oh, probably because I didn't log on. Okay, I'll let you guys watch so you could see. At least let me let you in on it, right? It's what's fair. So I'm going to move this here. Here we go. I'm going to move that there, right? We're going to close this. We're going to close that. I'm going to close that. And now I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay. I'm going to close that. All right. And everything, I'm just utilizing this as a teaching lesson. So I'm not beating you up, Lauren. Okay. Beat you up for not calling me, but I'm just joking. That's how I got your number. That's how I'm called. That's why I was able to let you know that I was live tonight. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Entire. Okay. So I'm sharing my entire screen. Okay. I'll come back to that later. And I'm going to let you see what I am typing in. Okay. What religious phrase did early Christians or whatever use to greet one another? Here we go. Early Christians often greeted one another with the phrase "Pavobiscum," which means peace be with you in Latin. Now, most of you have never heard that and didn't know that, but now you know. The same way that Muslims would greet one another with, okay, I just wanted to see where I am in my, here we go. All right, that's fine. So, in fact, I can do better than that. I can come here, all right? And then I'm going to leave her comment on there because that's the subject matter right now that we're working with, right? So, early Christians often greeted one another with the phrase "Pavobiscum," which means, now most of you, I could guarantee you, none of you ever heard that term. Nobody in this chat ever heard the term "Pavobiscum," right? You know it. I know it. I've never heard it. So why would I presume that you did, right? Yeah, let's put it on the screen. Here we go. Right? Pavobiscum. Here we go. Right? Where we at? Where's my Pavobiscum? Here we go. Okay? Pavobiscum. So that's how early Christians greeted one another. The same way Muslims would say Assalamu alaikum and Jews say Shalom, they would greet each other with Pavobiscum. But you've never been told that. Why? Why didn't all these black Christians in church on Sunday teach you that? Why don't your black pastor teach you that? Which means peace be with you. It means pretty well. It's similar to the other ones, not the same though. The phrase was a way to wish peace and goodwill upon fellow believers, reflecting the peace that comes from Christ. Okay, right? Another common greeting used by early Christians was, I told you, the Lord, I said he is risen. They would say the Lord is risen, right? To celebrate the resurrection of Jesus. Okay. The response to this greeting was often, I told you he is risen indeed. See, I didn't even look at it, and truly he is risen. I didn't even look at it, and I knew that was going to be their salutation, right? These greetings were more than just formalities. They reflected the central aspects of Christian faith, peace, resurrection, and fellowship in Christ. Well, Here's the problem with that. Okay, let's ask ChatGPT another question. Okay, what are the terms? Watch how we're going to do this. So we're going to type in. We're going to take the terms that were given us. Right. The Lord is risen. Right. Come on. Okay. Watch me work, people. You're watching me cook. Okay. The Lord is risen. Okay. He is risen indeed. Right. Okay. And lastly, boom. Right. Truly he is risen. Right. That's what was given. Okay. So we're going to ask, were the phrases, or rather, in what language? See, they didn't answer that. In what language? You got to ask the right questions. Were the salutations and greetings spoken in most commonly? If you ask the right questions, you'll catch people in lies. Here we go. That's what I figured. The Lord is risen, he is risen. I knew it was going to say Koine Greek. Were most commonly spoken in Greek in the early Christian church, Eastern Christian communities. This is because Koine Greek was the lingua franca Eastern Mediterranean. The phrase in Greek would have been, Hokidios anesti. But you never hear no Christians that you know of use these terms. Hokidios anesti, right? Aletos anesti. He is risen indeed. Truly he is risen. If they're such Christians, why don't they greet each other in their term, the way Muslims greet each other with Assalamu alaikum, or Jews greet each other with shalom? Christians say nothing. Go to your church in your black community, especially, I don't speak about churches in white communities. I don't consider any of them Christians, to be quite honest, or very few of them. I don't want to say none of them, but very few of them. When I'm usually speaking in general about our community. That's primarily going to be my audience, though I'm aware of the fact that other ethnic groups and races of persons and people do watch, which is for other communities outside of the black community, do watch my presentations. But I want you to know in general that I'm speaking about our experience, the experience throughout black communities, really worldwide, because Africa is overran with Christian churches, just like black communities throughout the West are. But you never hear them step into their Christianity in any authentic way. So you can I usually go by the authenticity outside of action, which is of course a relevant detail. But how do you greet each other? You're making this claim, right? Christ is my Lord, he is risen, blah, 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 blah. But when you greet each other, none of that is present. And you can often tell a lot about people and what they believe, what their worldview is, by the way they greet one another. It's very important if you're paying attention to details. Most people don't pay attention to details. But I have never heard a black Christian greet another Christian with the term Hokidios anesti or Aletos anesti. Never heard it. In the Western Christian tradition, particularly in Latin-speaking regions, the phrase would be rendered as Dominus resurrexit, right? The Lord is risen, right? Resurrect, right? He is risen, right? Resurrexit, right? He is risen. Resurrexit, Dominus resurrexit, right? So while Greek was widely used in the Christian world, Latin took over. So it's either from Greek to Latin. That is the official language of your religion. If you are a Christian, Greek, Latin, some people will probably throw in Aramaic, right? Was it communicated this way in Aramaic? I don't normally let people watch this part of what I do, but it's kind of fun. Yes, it's like that early. Yes, it's likely that early Christians. So it's likely. So they're guessing. particularly those who were part of the Aramaic-speaking communities, including Jesus and his disciples, would have communicated greetings like the Lord is risen in Aramaic as well. While the exact phrase in Aramaic from the time of the early church aren't preserved in the same way as those in Greek or Latin, so they're not even preserved. They would have said, Maidakima, the Lord is risen, the Lord is alive, right? So my thing is, Okima Akin, right? These Christians who are so fake and so phony, they don't even greet each other with their official terminology, neither in Greek, in Greek, Aramaic, or Latin, right? Which communicates to me that you don't even believe what you're saying yourself, right? That you don't, in other words, you don't believe in earnest. Because if you believed in earnest, there would be some telltale sign by the way you preserve certain things, right? You wouldn't have any gospels if they weren't preserved. You wouldn't have a Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John if these treaties of pseudepigraph, if these pseudepigraphic treaties were not preserved for you, you wouldn't have them. So if they were preserved, then preservation would obviously be a part of Christian tradition. So where's the preservation of the language with which you greet each other? Tomorrow's Sunday. Well, today is Sunday. Many of you will be going to church later today. And you will practice the same fallacies. My question is, why don't you greet one another in your traditional language? Right? In your traditional terms. But the point I'm making, really, to get back to of course he got you in trouble. That fool, that's my dude. I love him with a passion. Right? I even step outside of official capacity for him. But don't listen to that, fool. He's going to get you in trouble. Don't follow him. He's going to get you in trouble. Right? He's the valuable student in the classroom who you got to tell him, be quiet. Right? He's the valuable student in the classroom, but be quiet. You're going to get people in trouble. Right? But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. And to be quite honest, I wasn't even thinking about that, but it was what Lauren said earlier about Hotepistan, which of course she got from Hotep Jesus, which I thought was hilarious the first time that I heard it. But you have to be careful even with things like that, because people will teach you to lampoon. People will teach you to lampoon and disrespect what should be sacred in your culture without you even realizing it. It's little things like that. There's a saying in the Kemetic Sebayets, don't let the little things pass, because eventually they will lead to big things. Don't let the little things pass, because eventually they will lead to big things. And so in knowing what I know, even though I know Lauren didn't mean any harm, I know that the source from which she retrieved this jargon didn't mean any harm, but it doesn't mean it should not be pulled front and center and called out for what it is. It's a caricaturization and a lampooning of something that should be sacred to us. I would ask all who have participated in generating this kind of humor, if we were in a classroom, I'd say, okay, it's funny. I use it, and I will probably use it in carefully chosen moments where it might be permissible, where we could all, everybody's in on the joke and we can all appreciate the humor, and we're not undermining ourselves in the presence of foreigners and outsiders. But you have to remember, we have foreigners and outsiders watching us when we communicate like this, right? If this platform doesn't command respect for the culture, then what platform will? So here today, this evening, we are rejecting Hotepistan. R.I.P. Hotepistan. We don't debase our sacred terms. We're not going to do it. We're just not going to do it. Just say no. Just say no. It's that simple. Just say no. I'm not going to do it. Because what happens if we were in a classroom and I pull all who are participating in this in front of the class, and I say, now teach the class what Hotep actually means. What function and role did it play in the economy, in the temple ecosystem? What role did this term Hotep play in the eschatology of your ancestors? That you should respect it with every fiber of your being. What role did it play? If you can't answer the question, then you're out of pocket using this kind of language. And you are basically an emissary of communities that already look at us in a condescending way. So we separate the imposters from those who pursue this in earnest. R.I.P. Hotepistan. Until you can break it down. When you can break it down, what Hotep actually means, the role that it played in the temple ecosystem, and what it meant, its central role in our ancestral eschatology. When you can break it down, and you can Hotepistan from morning, noon to night, because I know that you know what you're talking about. But until you can do that, it's just a poor stand-in to obfuscate the fact that you don't know. So when we revisit it, we will revisit it appropriately. Okay, class is in, and you know no one is spared in class. I'm not even spared in class. Once class is in session, I'm not even spared. So beware all who comment. If I see you comment something that requires my attention, I'm going to address it, pull it front and center, and I'm going to pull you front and center with love and most likely with respect. Well, I'll make every effort to do so. Okay. I will make it available. It'll be available on my website for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that, you know, most of you, if any of you, don't really know anything about. Oh, this is a really good question. Thank you for reminding me. What happened with 𝓈𝓁𝓏? Why? Did something happen with 𝓈𝓁𝓏 that I'm unaware of? We just spoke earlier this week, and I'm going to tell you about that conversation because it was really good. It's nothing against 𝓈𝓁𝓏. In fact, 𝓈𝓁𝓏 was even shocked and surprised. We had a three-way conversation by phone. 𝓈𝓁𝓏, my brother 𝓈𝓁𝓏, myself, and someone who's been wanting to debate me for a long time, even though they lost their first debate to me. And so Hotep Jesus, I'm putting you on timeout. Dumbass. I see what you wrote in the chat, and I'm not putting it on the screen either. Now I'm a really fucking yeah, you know, watch my language. That's another thing. I am not trying to. I'm improving it with respect to my language. Because I want much of what's to be said to also be consumed by younger people in our communities. And if younger peoples are watching me and watching this, I don't want their parents to be guilty of exposing them to a platform where quite disrespectful language is being used. So I'm just making every effort to yeah. But you know what? This is why Hotep Jesus gets a pass. He might say Hotepistan, but he's not trying to lead you to Hotepistan. He's leading you to Shakka-Ahmose. So because of that, that nut gets a pass. Okay. All right. Yeah. Hotep Jesus, boy. Yeah. I have a soft spot in my heart for people who can make me laugh. Everyone cannot make me laugh. If someone else would have said it, or if it would have came from another source, it would have gotten very ugly in here. Okay? All right. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Uncle Johnson, Majay, always Hotep. Absolutely. Absolutely, without question. That's why we're here. So if anything should happen to the broadcast, we get cut off, power failure, whatever. It's, it's the age of the internet. Don't fret. I'll just come back on. Like, it's no big deal. So by this time, we should be used to these kind of things by this time. So I'm just looking through some of the so where's the Pavo Vobiscum? I live right across the street from 81 churches. There are like 81 churches right in my area. I don't ever hear black people out front greeting each other with Pavo Biscum or any of the other Christian terminology. So why do the Arabs preserve their greeting? Jewish people, be they Arab or otherwise, because people forget that Arabs can also be Jews. They forget that, right? Jewish is not a ethnicity or even a race, right? It's a religion. So it really is not even really that. But what Judaism actually is, whether you know it or not, it's a political party. That's what it is. They don't tell you that, but that's what it is. Judaism is a political party. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay. The answer to that question is no, they're not. Are the Christians, Muslims actually worshiping the same God? No, they are not. Okay. Okay, now we got a bunch of religious questions that are irrelevant. Okay. These two, I'm going to put these two in the corner. Both of you are going to sit in the corner, and you're going to think about what you said and what you did. Darn it. You'll have to go back and watch the presentation. Does it make sense for me to repeat what's documented by me recording it? Of course not. It's a waste of time. My position, if you weren't paying attention the first time, you won't pay attention the second time. And yes, someone answered your question because he actually paid attention. Okay. Look at this jerk. Look at this. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Hope he chokes on that cigar. That's what needs to happen. Okay. All right. Yeah, for those of you who have never watched before, this is kind of also a family affair. We have what I consider to be extended family members in here. And so there are some jokes that are relatively inside, but okay. So yeah, see, this is what's going on, people. I bring you here to teach you and open up your mind, and this is what we have going on. Oof. You're so lucky we're not in a physical classroom. I'd have a ruler this big. Whack, whack. Just like the old school, just like back in Kemetville. Whack, right across the back. Okay. So let's get started. We've got almost 100 people in here. At least what I consider to be almost 100, right? Here we go. So we're going to start with a proper opening of the platform. My name is Shakka-Ahmose. This is Facts Over Feelings, and I am your host.
Yeah, we went from the bottom. Now you hear shouts of my people because we were in the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀢. Whoa, wow, this is a hero.
welcome. Who that's in there? Welcome to all of you. Get in the fair. Get on in here. So let's start with here we go. Okay. Now, because of the title of this evening's presentation, Mother's Day and its racist origins, choose another date and inspiration. Pardon. What I'm listening to currently is just a reminder of why I'm here and why I'm doing this. So I'm currently listening. No, let's just start with this. 3 weeks ago, America and other parts of the world celebrated an occasion. I wouldn't call it a holiday, but I guess it is a holiday. Not a holiday where you take off of work, but 3 weeks ago, the holiday of, or the observance of Mother's Day took place on May 11th. And I'm always a bit uncomfortable on Mother's Day because, well, before I tell you why I'm uncomfortable with it, what I would like to do is tell you who this presentation is dedicated to first. That matters. So let's see. I'm going to open it up first, right? I'll put that one there and that one there. Okay. And then I'll open up this one here. Okay. So I'm going to show you my screen. The first person I'm going to show you as to who this presentation is dedicated to is my mother, my mut, my own mut. In the language of 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀢, or what you would call ancient Egyptian language, the term for mother is mut. So that is the term I use to refer to my mother. Mut, to my mut. I don't, or rarely do I use the term mother to refer to my mut. I prefer the our term, our classical term, which is mut. Okay? This is my mut when she was younger. This is my mut on her farm on the continent of Africa, on one of her farms on the continent of Africa. This presentation is dedicated to her. And the other person, the other esteemed person whom I hold in very high esteem, it's also dedicated to this wonderful star that will forever shine in the sky for us. This is Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, the author of the ISIS paper, The Keys to the Colors. Why did I make it a point to bring her front and center? I made it a point to bring her front and center because white people, the white establishment, popular media, has told you more about Megan Thee Stallion than they've told you about Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. They've told you more about Beyonce and Rihanna than they've told you about Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. They will tell you more about everything that makes no true difference in your life than they will tell you about those who are the greatest amongst you. And it's an embarrassment that we ourselves do not hold up and hold out the greatest amongst us for one another and for our children to know. If your children do not know who Dr. Frances Cress Welsing is, from my perspective as a Black parent, you are thus far failing, and you will continue to fail because it's what you've been programmed to do best. So moving forward, if you don't have the book, The ISIS Paper, The Keys to the Colors, I strongly suggest you acquire it, because one day it will be impossible to acquire, and it may even be, and particularly in the current climate, it may be considered to be illegal. Or they'll do what they normally do when they don't want you to buy books. They'll raise the price of the book to $5,000, knowing that you wouldn't spend $1,000 on a book, whereas persons like myself have spent $2,000 to $3,000 on one book. So these are the two women, these are the two queens to whom I'm dedicating tonight's or today's or this afternoon's presentation to. Two queens, two women, two goddesses that I know to be worthy of being extolled and esteemed. And I know many more. They're not the only ones. They're the two that stand out the most to me because of what they have represented in their lives, what they've committed their lives to. And so it's only fitting that a presentation such as this should be dedicated to them. So I've done that. So let me look and see, because I have no idea what's being said. I always like to know what's going on in the chat, like who's paying attention. And there are some rules for the chat. The main rule for the chat is don't be a distraction in the chat. If you want to really get deep involved in a personal conversation with someone else in the chat, give them a call. Go DM them. Don't be a distraction in the chat. The discussion should be on what we're talking about here tonight. It's no different than if you were in a classroom, because when I'm teaching, it is a classroom. For the next hour, 2 hours, or however long it is that I'm on here, people know that I can go. This is class. You're either going to be an asset to the ecosystem, or you're going to be a deficit and take away by distracting, by raising unrelated issues and concerns in the chat. And once I see you become disruptive, I will ban you from the chat. Doesn't matter who you are. Remember, I said that. So you can't say earlier, but it was me. It doesn't matter. What matters is the success of the message, because people have no idea what I go through before I present messages like this. There's a kind of psychological and spiritual workup that has to take place before I can come give a message like this. That's almost every presentation. My presentations are not like other people's presentations for a reason. It's because of where it comes from. The preparation is not just putting a PowerPoint together. A lot of it is psycho, spiritual, whatever you want to call it. But it takes great effort, great centering, a lot of blocking out of other things so that I'm able to focus. And it literally is like walking on a tightrope until I'm done. Will I have covered what needed to be covered? Did I address it in a way that it needed to be addressed so that it hit home to those persons who this should matter to? Was I successful? And it requires a lot, more so than you can begin to possibly imagine. So it's a special occasion every time that I represent or that I present, because representation is a large part of why I'm here. It's why my appearance is the way that it is, because representation means a lot. Yes, I notice. A mishap. Okay. Shakka-Ahmose great books, but he never addressed Mother's Day. His books of European holidays, Eurocentric holidays, I have both of them, volume 1 and volume 2. It's a great book. They're great books, both of them. But Shakka-Ahmose, he did not address Mother's Day. And the reason why Mother's Day is kind of a stickler for me is once you begin to become historically and culturally literate and you begin to separate what is yours as a people versus what is foreign to you as a people, you begin to put some distance between what is foreign and yourself, because your value system begins to recognize the value of your own worldview. And that particularly includes your history and the culture that comes with that history. And so one of the things that I personally do not believe is healthy is celebrating the holidays and observing the holidays of the very same people who have wholesale sought to bring about your destruction, not just your physical destruction, your psychological destruction, your spiritual destruction, and your economic destruction, culminating eventually in your physical destruction. I do not see the benefit and the value of extolling and upholding their observances. And so, as I begin to grow in my own understanding of our ancestral lineage by way of our classical civilizations, particularly centering as the model, as the apex model from a continental perspective, Nile Valley civilization, or as we would call it, Happy Valley civilization, because that is what they called the river, the Happy River, or the Happy Iteru, the Happy River. That's what they called the Nile River, the Happy River. And that river did not just produce Kemet, Egypt, or Tameri, Tawi, Sais, whatever you want to call it. That river did not just produce Kemet. Kemet did not exist as this shining star in the desert separated from everything south to it. Kemet was a much later stage of everything that preceded it in Africa further up the Nile. And so when I talk about Nile Valley civilization and representation, I might end with Kemet, but I won't start with Kemet. You have to go further up the Nile to talk about where Nile Valley culture began and came from. That includes the usage of the kat, such as I have on my head, such as my head is adorned with. And Hudson, I have not forgotten you. I will be procuring a kat for you shortly. I've just been very, very, very busy with these things. Oh, and by the way, prior to this moment, most of you, if not all of you, you had no idea of how Christians were supposed to greet each other. Think about that. People talk all of this Christian, and my whole point for bringing that up was we are quick to deride and make fun of our own customs. That's part of the colonization process. But as I mentioned, you won't ever find amongst other people them ridiculing their customs. That's something that we as Black people on the plantation were taught to do. So in the Christian term of pavobiskam, which none of you have ever heard, we've never heard Christians greet each other like that. You didn't know that before.
Bet you didn't know that.
Let me give that to you one more time.
Bet you didn't know that.
Okay?
If you didn't know before, now you know.
Okay?
If you didn't know before, now you know.
Bravo Biscum. This is how they greeted each other. I'm gathering my mind because I'm determining where I want the discourse to go from here. Do I just want to jump into the presentation? Is there something that someone has said that in fact, let me see how to do that, because I don't even know how. Let's see. I'm really just kind of letting my mind catch up. Okay. So how do I end this? How do I take these comments off the screen? Let's see. I hope that's not me that I'm removing from the stage. But if I am, I'll add myself back. Okay. Trying to figure out how to get these comments off of... oh, here we go. Cool. Oh, that's not it. Okay, see? Now I'm going to have to figure out how to get these comments off the screen so that they're not interfering. Oh, here it goes. Cool. All right. Wonderful. Okay. So I'm listening to, just to remind me of why I'm here and what this is about, I'm listening to Boys to Men, A Song for Mama. And I'm also listening to Tupac's Dear Mama. Those are my two favorite mother songs. And my mother loves Dear Mama. She loves that song. So absolutely. Thank you, Rashad. I appreciate you very much. So, yeah, absolutely. I have not forgotten you. I don't forget. Okay. No, even before Tassetti, right? So I may not have thousands of people watching right now. We're at what, 79 people? That's okay. The loss is not ours. The loss will be, hopefully it won't be a permanent loss, but for the time being, the loss is for those who will not be exposed to what I'm going to show you this evening. But I think eventually this presentation today, this morning, this afternoon, is going to be for whatever eyes are meant to see it, whatever ears are meant to hear it. Perhaps what it is that I have to say and that I have to teach is not always for everyone. And that's fine, right? I always did like the idea of speaking to a select crowd. So consider that yourselves, a select crowd. Okay, now that we have above 80 people watching. So, very quickly, let me share with you. I want you to hear this. Sanetta called me up this week because he wanted to establish a debate between myself and someone else who wanted to revisit a subject with me and to debate it. They didn't do well in their first debate against me concerning the subject. I agreed. I said, okay, sure. So we had a preliminary discussion in a 3-way phone call, which was recorded. Sanetta made it very clear to both of us that he was going to record the discussion in order to promote the debate. I said, sure. Once Sanetta hit record, he did his usual thing, which is leave the discussion to go work on something else, which of course pissed me off. How are you designing this thing to come about and you're not even, you're not hands-on throughout the process? But that's Sanetta, that's what he does. Like I said, this is not about Sanetta. He didn't do anything wrong. As the discussion evolved, this person mentioned that he felt confident to debate me because he had presented some of his religious concerns to members of the community that he belonged to, which is a Hebrew Israelite community. And I said to the person that, well, the fact that you challenged them does not mean much to me because they're not scholars. There's no scholarship in that community. And he took offense to that. Long story short, once he realized that I was not going to change my position on that, and I also told him, if that community that you come from is so scholarly, and there's so much scholarship there, you should be able to speak on behalf of them as scholars when you debate me. So it'll be like me debating you and all of your scholars in your community all at the same time, which for me would be fun, to walk in the park. And he took offense to that. And, and shortly thereafter, he literally said these words to me, and it's recorded. He said, Shakka, you know what? You won the debate already. He did. And I'm not saying, I would like to think that I'm not saying this out of ego. I was just so taken aback that the person forfeited the debate before we even got it off the ground. I was disappointed because I realized that they were using their emotions and their defensive posture as a rationale to back out of the debate. And I understood that that's what it was. I've been doing this long enough to know when someone's really about that life and they really want to sink their teeth in. I know when I come in, I come in with fangs fully sharpened and talons fully sharpened, right? Beak impeccable. And I was just shocked that the person was conceding the debate in our initial discussions. And it was just really wild. And I said to Sanetta, I said, dude, you got to play that on. You have to play that discussion because that's why you recorded it, to play it on air for the public. And I told him, you have to play that on air for the public so they can see that this person backed out and conceded defeat based on some fake emotional issue that they were making up because they felt that I would not concede that their community had scholars in it. What does it matter? What difference does it make what I think? I was just sharing my personal perspective. That's not what we're here to debate. We're not here to debate whether or not your community has scholarship. We're here to debate this question that you're so dying to debate. The question of Kemet and Sumer. Right? Although I was questioning the reasons behind his recent conversion to Christianity from Hebrew Israelitism. Seems like he's gone from Hebrew Israelitism to Kemeticism to Christianity. People are searching for themselves. They're looking. I have no problem with that. I don't judge people like that. Right? I really don't. I genuinely don't judge people for growing and learning and exploring. I judge scholarship or lack thereof. And there's nothing that you can do to change that. Nothing at all. Right? So I just wanted to share that. It was very oh, you're very welcome. Absolutely. Very welcome. Yeah, absolutely, Kayam. Well, hey, look, I didn't say it, Immortal Dragon. I didn't say it. I'm not putting anybody on blast. I was just absolutely shocked that the person backed out of the debate before we even got it off the ground. And you knew that we were being recorded. He knew that we were being recorded. Like, there's no way under the sun I would have done something like that. It's like we go all the way, and I see you in the arena. That's it. I would just tell you, don't even waste your time with first aid. It's not going to help. Not in terms of scholarship. It's not going to help. Right? So, I'm not saying who it was. Immortal Dragon, you said it. I didn't. Okay? I am remaining discreet about that. No, Vocab had the balls to show up. He took the, and for those of you who want to see the discussion between Vocab Malone, the Christian apologist, and myself, it's on Senator's channel. Since I mentioned it, I may put the link in the description for this particular presentation so you can go watch it. I've been kind of busy as of late. I also recently did a presentation on Hotep Jesus' platform, the Griff Report, concerning Kanye West and his new song, Hail Hitler. And I basically just did a breakdown of his racial psychosis. I highly recommend watching it. I may touch of a bit in pieces. I may touch on it in a piecemeal way here on my platform so that I can just revisit some of the things that stood out to me. But if you want to watch the whole thing, where I really just it was really just me getting things off of my chest. Because sometimes Kanye could be insufferable with respect to the psychological damage that he exposes other people to. And, I don't particularly care for people fronting and putting on airs when it comes to history. It's like I didn't care for Cat Williams talking at length about ancient Egypt and ancient Kemet when he's never studied it. Like, I take offense to that because it's offensive to us who do study it. Right? I take offense to when Joe Rogan speaks about ancient Egypt and ancient Kemet and the pyramids and all these conspiracy theories without consulting with us, because we do put in the time, energy, work, and effort, right? If you are an MMA fighter and you fight, how would you feel about somebody who's never been in the ring, never trained, never took a hit or gave a hit, never drew blood or had their blood drawn? How would you feel about them speaking authoritatively about the MMA? You will be offended. Or somebody who's never thrown a football or kicked a football or caught a football or took a hit on the field and then want to sit behind a desk and try to speak authoritatively about football. As a player in the field, you will be offended. It's no different for those of us who labor hardcore in the historical record. But because Black people have no genuine respect for history, in fact, they have more respect for boxing, MMA, and football than they do for history. Whereas history is the greater arena than all of those combined. If you go to military.com and you go to the second paragraph of their introduction, the first thing they tell you is that all soldiers, all true soldiers, are well versed in history. All military officers are well versed in history. It's part of the requirement. So being well versed in history is a requirement of warfare. What makes you think that MMA, football, basketball, or boxing is that much more pugilistic than the ultimate battlefield, which is the mind? Because Black people have been taught to have low standards. So you take things that are low and you elevate them. You take things that are high and you demote them. Because your programming by the racist people who programmed you made you a backwards people. So you don't understand why I would be offended by a Cat Williams speaking authoritatively about ancient Egypt and what took place in Egypt when he knows nothing about it. Or Joe Rogan speaking about, that would be like me speaking about the ins and the outs and the details of what goes on in comedy. When I've never told a joke, I've never been on a stage, I don't know anything about what it takes to design a joke or anything like that. He should be dismissive of me, and I would expect him to be, The same way I'm dismissive of him and any other person, black or white, or anything in between, that is going to speak on a subject matter that many of us, or maybe a few select of us, have devoted our lives to understanding so that we could furnish people with the requisite knowledge and information that they need to understand and embrace this, and to be embraced by this subject matter. People don't understand why I couch my language that way. To embrace a subject matter and be embraced by it. You don't know anything about that. Not when it comes to Kemet or ancient Egypt. You don't know anything about that. That's why you're stuck in these stupid conspiracy theories about the gods and the this. You're a bunch of idiots. Or everyone I name, a bunch of idiots when it comes to that subject matter. I don't like posers. Stay out of the conversation and stay in your lane. You know the old say, stay in your lane. I feel very strongly about that. Stay in your lane. It's not just Joe Rogan. It's black celebrities too who want to speak about ancient Egypt and ancient Kemet that don't know anything about ancient Egypt or Kemet. They want to sit there and go, oh, but we built the pyramids, but you don't know nothing about the pyramids. Why they were built, when they were built, who paid for them, who underwrote it, what the spiritual significance of it is. Know nothing about it. But they all want to be authorities because of the color of their skin. It's disrespectful. As if there's no such thing as a black fool. Our ranks are replete with them. They permeate. Unapologetically, and I'm not swallowing my tongue and rewording my phrases. I'm saying what I'm saying. Or as we say in our community, I said what I said. Right? If we were in person, I'd say it gladly, with generosity, because it's disrespectful to those of us who have paid the requisite dues to speak authoritatively on these things. But you know what I've learned, like I always tell you, right? I look at it like this. In certain respects, I don't look at a Cat Williams any different than I look at a Kanye, because both of them think that what black people think really don't matter. The only people who they pay attention to is what the establishment thinks. They pretend, even when they pretend to be against it. So one thing I learned about black celebrities, that's why Malcolm said what he said about black celebrities. They are not our leaders. They cannot ever be. They're the worst ones to choose to follow behind. I don't even give them my ear when it comes. The only one that stood out, that earned that right, I give you two of them. And you don't have to like my second pick, but he will always have my respect. My first pick is Muhammad Ali, and my second one is Colin Kaepernick. Men who stood for something. And our brothers at the Olympics who put that black power fist up. Men who sacrificed to make a point. Symbols matter. And if you don't understand the symbol, then shut up. If you don't understand the symbols, then shut up. Stop talking about them like you understand something. It's like people who join the Bloods just to be able to say they Bloods. Or people who join the Crips just to be able to say they Crips. But you ask them what, like, the real inner workings of those kind of ecosystems, they can't tell you anything about it. Like Richard Pryor said in the song that Tupac sampled for the song, or like Johnny J sampled for the song Hearts of Men. Right? Yeah, when I was 16, I joined the gang. Whichever side was winning, that's my gang. That's these people. Or these idiots who still run with the Nation of Islam. They know nothing about Kemet. But they tried to graft themselves on, didn't you, Wesley Muhammad, through your Ma'adik Islam? Silliness. I haven't forgotten. Went on a whole tour speaking about me. But I still think he's brilliant. I never said that publicly. I don't think so. Yeah, I think Wesley Muhammad is, let me give him his respect. Dr. Wesley Muhammad, I think is brilliant. I also think it's full of shit, but excuse my language. I also think it's full of it. But why? Because you have to understand the first priority of a religious fundamentalist is to be an apologist for the religion. So you have to put your religion before truth. So when truth is my religion, I can't rock with you. We are opposed. We don't square. We're going to be our worldviews are going to be antagonistic one toward the other because it's two opposing value systems. My value system is truth. Your value system is a religion, Islam. My value system is truth. Your value system is a religion, Christianity. My value system is truth. Your religion is, or your value, the apex of your axiology is your religion. And your religion being Judaism or Hinduism or whatever it is. I don't know. I didn't say that the apex of my axiology is religion, unless the apex of my axiology is my religion. But then again, maybe there's a reason why there was no word for religion in the language of ancient Egypt, or Eden Kemet, as it's known as. They had no word for religion. Maybe that's why. Okay. Okay. So that said, we're over 100 people watching. Everyone welcome. And we are now about to start this presentation. So let's see. Mama, I just want you to know loving you is like food to my soul. That's right. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right, come on. You have no idea of the level of focus that I have to bring to be able to do this kind of stuff. Like, you really don't know. It's very hard. It's not hard. It's very challenging. But you'll learn a lot about yourself, what you can tolerate and what you can't. Like, when this whole thing is over and I remove all of this and I take a sigh of relief, and it's just like, I made it through, you know? The key thing is for you guys to make it through with me. Okay? So your presence here is, hold on a second. Someone made an unfortunate comment about my singing. Apparently, they never heard my music to know that I actually do sing. But, and by the way, I don't have a day job. So I don't quit my day job. I don't have a day job. Okay. Yeah, that's perhaps you most likely do. Okay. So, boom. Okay. That's it. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. So, what's that? Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. I appreciate it. Oh, you saw that? Someone saw the debate, the conversation between myself and I presume the debate between myself and the other person I was mentioning. So let's get started. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to change this because Boys and Men have me in a different vibe. I need to be someplace else right now. Here we go. I'm going to go here. I need a whole different kind of vibe for this. So let's come down here. Okay. Give me inspiration. Here we go. And I'm going to go here. Come on, show me. Here we go. All right, this is it. Okay. Let's do this, people. Why did I choose this subject matter? I chose this subject matter because every year when Mother's Day comes around, My family members already know me. They know that I'm not going to say Happy Mother's Day. But it's when I see other mothers in the neighborhood and I see how much Mother's Day means to the black woman, particularly black women throughout our community, and all the men step out. Happy Mother's Day, right? In church. Happy Mother's Day. Wear the big bonnets. They get all dressed up because, black Christians like to follow Western white traditions, right? White man told you it was Mother's Day. You didn't ask any questions. Well, Massa said it, so it must be true. Why? Because Massa said it was Mother's Day, right? It ain't even got to be Massa. These white people over here said it's Mother's Day. So since we their Negroes, we their Negras, as they used to call us, since we are their Negras, when they say it's Mother's Day, for us, it is Mother's Day. We didn't ask where the object of inspiration came from. Who was the paramount mother who was the paramount and relevant mother that inspired this holiday, so that we could determine for ourselves if we want to join with you in this observation and celebration, or perhaps we may seek our own path to something more deserving of our mothers. Part of the problem with assimilation is that it entreats people to take, it's like when black people say they want to be equal to white people. And I've often felt, I sometimes agree with white people when they say black people are not equal to white people. Sometimes I agree. Sometimes I agree when they say black people are not equal to white people. Sometimes I agree. That doesn't mean that I agree with their ultimate conclusion of why we are not equal. Sometimes I don't think we are equal. More often than not, I don't believe that we are equal to white people. And I think you know what the other half of that sentence is. Okay? I think they know what it is, which is why they work so hard to undermine us. They work overnight to undermine us. 25 hours, 8 days a week to undermine us. I don't think they work that hard to undermine us because they think we are equal to them. And I don't think they work that hard to undermine us because they think we are less than equal to them. I have another suspicion of why I believe they do this. And it's neither of those two. But when you find people, particularly in black churches, where you find the atypical assimilated American Negro and his negress, when you find them, they want to outwhite the white people. They want to dress in the same manner. They want to worship the same deities. They want to share their unevolved values, unquestionably, because they suffer from the worst kind of impoverishment, no worldview of their own as it relates to God, family, mothers, fathers, anything of that nature. White people said, this is what we are doing. We do it. It's unacceptable when we've had decades of black historians who have unearthed, or to use my favorite, unearthed the details of our history, particularly the highlights and most penetrating parts of it. At great sacrifice to themselves, people like Chancellor Williams, Dr. Chancellor Williams, people like Dr. William Leo Hansberry, people like Dr. Mercer Cook, people like Drusilla Junji Houston, people like Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, Dr. John Henrik Clark, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Professor James Small, Edward Scobie, Chauncey McIntyre, James McIntosh, Dr. Turner out of Cornell, Dr. Pat Newton, Sekhmet, Sister Nzinga from ASCAC. All of these wonderful. Oh, and the newer ones that have emerged in power. Solange Ashby, Dr. Solange Ashby, doing the work. Dr. Anthony Browder. We wait for white people to tell us that he should be addressed as Dr. Anthony Browder. We don't decide for ourselves that our brother Anthony Browder should be addressed as Dr. Anthony Browder because he's put in the work. I care about the work that you put in to understand your subject matter. It's like a black belt fighting somebody with no belt. Your belt doesn't determine if you win or lose that fight. It's how good you are at what you do. How well do you know your subject matter? That's what determines whether you win or lose. So I'm often found to be uncomfortable. I mean, you would think that at this time of my life that I would be comfortable being an outsider within the black community, which I am. And in most parts, I'm quite comfortable with it. Sometimes I wouldn't have it any other way. Although what I do envy is when you are a part of that community, how you can be together with people. I envy that. I miss being around people. I'm not often around people. It's very rare that I'm around people. That's what I miss when I see what I call RBF, regular black folk. When I see RBF, regular black folk, just all hanging out with each other, whether they're at a party or in a place having dinner, or like I walk by restaurants and I see people sitting together. I envy that. I don't have that for myself because most of my time is spent studying and building the things that I'm building so that our people, our children our communities, not just the children, but the old ones too, those who are present, right? That we can all have what we are supposed to have. And overall, that is an ongoing restoration project. It's restoring ourselves. It's not waiting for white people to come and restore you through either reparations or any other means that you feel old or that we may in fact be old. But it's doing the work of restoring ourselves for ourselves by ourselves. A real FUBU. Okay. So I know every year I say to myself, before Mother's Day, I'm going to give this presentation. And as usual, I'm busy doing something. I was working on not just this presentation, but I had to finish 2 or 3 other ones, which I did. And so I did not present on Mother's Day. And I also told you that I have to go through a psychological process, a spiritual process to come into this place of myself where I can deliver a message like this effectively, if in fact I'm able to do so. I hope that I am. By the time this is over, we will know if I was successful or not. But I decided to give it anyway, even though Mother's Day was roughly 3 weeks ago. Why not give it today? Because it's going to be coming around again. And the next time it comes around, you niggers watching will do the exact same thing you do every year. You will follow behind white people without question of why they do what they do. And you will say, well, I want to be a part of that. And I will do the same thing. You celebrate your mother on this day, then I'm going to celebrate my mother on the same day. You celebrate your God on this day, I'm going to celebrate your God on the same day. That's a poor excuse for people. And that's what most of Black America is. Without apology, I'll say it, a poor excuse for people. At some point, it was acceptable because they had no choice. But we've had a choice for a long time now. And in that aspect, Ye is correct. He may not have been correct about the first slavery being a choice, but he would absolutely be 100% correct had he claimed that the second one, the current one, is a choice. And if you want to know what keeps the second choice in place, I will say it for you, because you won't say it. It's your black pastors. They're the number one enemy of the black community. Whether they're male or female, it does not matter. Because they keep the Christian lie, the Bible lie, in place every Sunday institutionally throughout our communities. Instead of turning their worship institutions into places of truth, they continue with their Hellenistic miseducation. And it's an offense. It's an offense to God. How can telling a lie be approved by God if it's in fact God whose approval you seek? The Bible is a lie from Genesis to Revelation. It is a lie, all capital letters. And we are no less convicted by it today as we were in the 20th century. In the age of AI, we are just as incarcerated psychologically by the Bible as were our ancestors on the plantations. But you think you've evolved. How can you have evolved when you have the same religious belief of an oppressed people, of a people not in charge of their own education, of a people not in charge of even their own history or understanding of their past? Yet you share the same beliefs with them. You've done nothing but keep their servitude in place, and you will do it tomorrow or later today because it's Sunday, and you will do it next Sunday and the following Sunday. And your excuse is that's what you know, that's what you were taught. That's not an excuse. It's an explanation, but it's not an acceptable excuse. Not in the age of AI, when all you got to do is type in a button and get the answers to the questions that you really want. But you don't want to know the answer to the questions because your comfort zone might be disturbed. And your fear of hell will consume you. A place whose existence you have no validation for, other than you were told. You read it with no knowledge of the place where that literature came from. It's embarrassing. It's like belonging to a race of kindergartners that refuse to leave kindergarten, spiritually, psychologically, historically. So I'm going to lessen the embarrassment a little bit tonight by helping us arrive at a more generous understanding of where Mother's Day came from. Why I personally, the original title was going to be The Racist Origins of Mother's Day, Why I Don't Celebrate It. I had a change of heart this evening when I was writing the title. And my change of heart is that it's not that we should not celebrate Mother's Day. Our mothers are worthy of being celebrated. But the problem is that when you assimilate, you take on the little small ideas of the people who you are going up under. And you throw in the garbage and in the trash can and you leave the great definitions for why you would do the same thing. In other words, you sacrifice your meaning for theirs. And if white people understand one thing that black people fail, that Negroes fail to understand, is that all of the power lies in the definition. Power is the ability to define reality for others and have others accept your definition as if it were their own. Vis-a-vis Dr. Wade Noble out of San Francisco State University. Excuse me, out of Stanford University. Right. Dr. Wade Noble, clinical psychologist. He was the one who coined that phrase or introduced us to that phrase decades ago, to that notion, to that truth, to that axiom. Power is the ability to define reality and have others accept your definition as if it were their own. It could be sunny outside. A powerful person can look at you and say, it's not sunny, it's raining. And in the middle of all that sunshine, you will open up an umbrella and hide under it as if it were raining. That's power. That's what happens to you when you celebrate other people's holidays in the framework of their definition and meaning. So this evening, this morning, this afternoon, I'm going to try to undo some of that, so that if we are going to do that, we can do it on our own terms. Negroes in America are so lazy, they don't even make any effort to put forth their own terms. What kind of impoverished person can you be to not even have your own terms? Every contract that you sign, including the contract of assimilation, has terms on it. What terms did we sign when we chose to assimilate in this culture? You remember what Martin Luther King said? I fear that I have integrated our people into a burning house. Well, what were the terms in that contract that you agreed to by being a part of that burning house? Don't complain when your children suffer in the context of it, when your marriages suffer and your families suffer and you produce broken homes. Don't complain because you didn't read the terms of the contract. You make a deal with the devil for convenience and then think because you scream and shout Jesus on Sunday that you didn't make a deal with the devil? How dare you? Because you insult your own intelligence with comfort and ease doesn't mean you have the right to insult mine. That's what you chose. You choose to do that. Scream and shout Jesus on Sunday, at prayer meeting on Wednesday, and every other chance you get, especially when something good happens. Jesus, thank you. You will shout and scream that name all the while having signed the contract without reading the terms. And no, you did not sign a contract with Jesus. It's with someone else that you signed that contract with. Okay. You know me. Let's get started. Okay. I'm going to put myself in a proper position and I'm going to share. Okay. Okay, you're not going to move? No problem. Okay. Oh. Duh. No? Okay. All right. All right, anytime you're dealing with me, you're going to want to learn new phrases to help you understand where I'm coming from. This phrase, ALO, remember it, ALO syndrome. This is what niggers, assimilated niggers in America, this is what they suffer from. The reason I use the term niggers is because anytime black people try to make moves on their behalf in the South of the United States, white people would say, don't come down here messing with our niggers. We don't have any problems with our Negroes, and our Negroes have no problem with us. So we were their Negroes. The problem with you assimilated Negroes in America is that you fail to understand that you are still their Negroes. You think that because you are on TikTok complaining or because you are on YouTube complaining that you are no longer their Negroes. You are still their Negroes. If you're screaming praise Jesus, and if you're still looking at the Bible as some kind of authority, if you're still following white holidays, if you're still giving your children names of white people, names that do not reflect their ancestral origin and greatness, if this is what you are doing, you are still their Negroes, and you should be addressed and treated as such. Okay? Just so we're clear on that. ALO, it stands for acute lack of education syndrome. This is what Negroes suffer from. Even the one with PhDs and the one with MSs and, or, master's degrees or bachelors, and you still suffer from acute lack of education syndrome, or as I like to call it, acute lack of educationitis, because it exists in a state of inflammation in your freaking brain. I said freaking. I said freaking. I can say freaking. Friggin'. Frozen. Acute lack of educationitis. This is what you suffer from. I'm just going to make a quick check to make sure you can see everything you're supposed to see. Yes, you are. Wonderful. I'm going back to it. Okay. Okay. I'm going to ignore the comments for a while. I don't see anything important in there anyway. Okay. Here we go. Back on. Wonderful. Okay. So this is what we're dealing with. Well, let me make sure my camera's still in the right place. Sorry, folks. Is my camera? Nope. See, it wasn't. Okay. Got to pay attention to these things. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, I have to do it this way because I have to update my browser. In order to update my browser, I have to get a new computer. And, well, here we go. I have a lot invested in this particular brain of a computer, so I'm reluctant to get a new one, although I know I have to. So anyway, this is the white truth about Mother's Day and why I don't celebrate it. This is a mother, and this is a daughter. This is Anna Maria Reeves Jarvis. She was the mother of Anna Marie Jarvis. She was born when slavery in America was in full-blown activity. It was still underway. Her daughter was born 1 year before the Emancipation Proclamation, which means technically she was born during slavery as well. Both of these women were mother and daughter. Anna Maria Reeves Jarvis and Anna Marie Jarvis. This is Anne Maria Reeves Jarvis, Anna Marie Jarvis. They both lived during this period. You see the slave. You see the master. The other title for this presentation is called The Original Mother's Day Soundtrack. People might ask, well, Shakka, why do you call it the original Mother's Day soundtrack? Because there's a particular history behind the music that was played at the very first Mother's Day celebration. And it was not music that celebrated us. Look at them. Closely at them. Who is Anne Maria Reeves Jarvis? This is the mother. September 30th, 1832 to May 9th, 1905. She was a social activist and community organizer during the American Civil War era. She is recognized as the mother who inspired Mother's Day and as a founder of Mother's Day movements. And her daughter, Anna Marie Jarvis, is recognized as the founder of the Mother's Day holiday in the United States. So as the inspiration for the Mother's Day observation in America, the focus of that inspiration is this white woman, Anne Maria Reeves Jarvis. During the American Civil War, 1861 to 1865, the 19th century, sentiment in Western Virginia, where I spent my summer as a teenager, which I loved, sentiment in Western Virginia was sharply divided between North and South. In 1863, this culminated when the western part of the state broke away from Virginia and formed the new state of West Virginia, which is where I spent my summers as a teenager, which was loyal to the Union. Western Virginia became the location of some of the first conflicts in the Civil War. Jarvis' Mother's Day work clubs altered their mission to meet the changing demands brought about by the war. Anne Jarvis, featured right here, urged the clubs to declare neutrality. Don't forget that part. She urged the Mother's Day clubs in her area, and you'll see why there was a Mother's Day work club in her area even before the observation of Mother's Day, because, well, I'll show you at the end. She was not the first, but she's credited with being the first any inspiration for the Mother's Day observation that we know. But she was not the first to start Mother's Day activities. There was someone else, and I'll tell you about her at the end. But you need to focus on Anne Jarvis, because Anne, you know, they say, hey, Miss Anne, yes, Miss Anne, right? Anne, she is the focus and the inspiration for the holiday that you celebrate and observe every year under the guise of Mother's Day. Her, she is at the foundation of that, not your mother. Not my mother, certainly not. Anne Jarvis urged the clubs to declare neutrality and to provide aid to both Confederate and Union soldiers. So let's think about that for a second. Here we go. Shout out to my people in New Zealand. Yim Hotep, for sure. Uncle Josh, send that to you. Think about that. I want you to think about that. Anne Marie Jarvis decided that she was going to provide medical assistance to both the North, who was freeing the slaves, and the South, who were fighting to keep slavery intact. So she was fighting to preserve those who would free us and those who would enslave us. For perpetuity. That means enslave us forever. Hold on. I just did something wrong here. Here we go. Got to remember to put myself where I'm supposed to be. Here we go. I want you to keep that in mind, that she fought for neutrality. It's very important. You're going to see why momentarily. Here we go. Ann Jarvis urged the clubs to declare neutrality and to provide aid to both Confederate and Union soldiers. Jarvis illustrated her resolve to remain neutral and aid both sides by refusing to support a proposed division of the Methodist Church into a northern and southern branch. So she wanted to keep the church together, the white-only church, and she wanted to keep together the Union of whites. Additionally, she reportedly offered a lone prayer for Thornsby Bailey Brown, the first Union soldier killed by the Confederate in the area when others refused. Under her guidance, the clubs fed and clothed soldiers from both sides who were stationed in the area. So from her perspective, these white men who were fighting each other, as far as she was concerned, these are our boys, be they from the north or from the south. They are ours, and we have an obligation to take care of them. When typhoid fever and measles broke out in the military camps, Jarvis and her club members nursed the suffering soldiers from both sides at the request of a commander. Jarvis' efforts to keep the community together, you heard that? Her efforts to keep the community together continued after the Civil War ended. After the fighting concluded, public officials seeking ways to eliminate post-war strife called on her to help. They called on Jarvis to help. How do we bring our white communities back together? She and her club members planned a Mother's Friendship Day for soldiers from both sides and their families at the Taylor County Courthouse in Prunty Town to help the healing process. So this was about white mothers mending their relationships, white mothers from the north and white mothers from the south, mending their relationship. This had nothing to do with black people being free or enslaved. It had to do with white unity. This is what the original Mother's Day observation was steeped in. White unity, the North and the South. Despite threats of violence, Jarvis successfully staged the event in 1868. So there were people opposed to this union between the North and the South, or this healing. She shared with the veterans a message of unity, there you go, and reconciliation. Now look at the songs that they played. The bands played Dixie and the Star-Spangled Banners. This was the soundtrack for this first major Mother's Day or Mother's Friendship observation. And the event ended with everyone, North and South, joining to sing the German song, Auld Lang Syne. This effective and emotional event reduced many to tears. It showed the community that old animosities were destructive and must end. So this was white people coming back together after their war. Let's look at the first song, Dixie, that they played at this observation, because I want you to understand I want you to understand the soundtrack, because you got black people that will want to celebrate with them. Dixie, also known as Dixie's Land, I Wish I Was in Dixie, and other titles, is a song about the Southern United States, first made in 1859. It is one of the most distinctively Southern musical products of the 19th century. It was not a folk song at its creation, but it has since entered the American folk vernacular. The song likely rooted the word Dixie in the American vocabulary as a nickname for the southern U.S. Dixie originated in what? In the minstrel shows of the 1850s. Did you hear this? The song Dixie originated in the minstrel show. You know, blackface. It originated in the minstrel shows. Here they're playing it a decade later at this coming together of white people. But what is the song that they're playing? A song that originated in a minstrel show, a blackface show, where white people got together to lampoon and make fun of black people the way we were earlier making fun of the term Hotep, but using Hotepistan and things of that nature. Had to throw that in there. During the American Civil War, it was adopted as a de facto national anthem of the Confederacy, along with the Bonnie Blue Flag and God Save the South. So this song, Dixie, was part of the soundtrack of the first Mother's Day celebration, the Mother's Friendship celebration. And she was the one that chose the soundtrack. Anna Maria Reeves Jarvis. She chose a song that originated in the minstrel shows, the blackface shows. New versions appeared at this time that more explicitly tied the song to the events of the Civil War. So this was the song that the South was singing to inspire them to keep us enslaved. Now, people who know me, they know I don't take slavery personal. I know that black people have enslaved people in the past, and we enslaved white people in our distant past, as well as others. People know that. I stand on that square. So I don't take slavery personal. What I take personal is us celebrating holidays and observances that are created by those who celebrated the culture that celebrated our debasement. Unless you think blackface and Dixie is cool. The song was a favorite of Kentucky native President Abraham Lincoln. So he loved that song. Lincoln, who freed the slaves, loved that song. The blackface song. They don't tell you that part. He had it played at some of his political rallies and at the announcement of General Robert E. Lee's surrender as a homage to Robert E. Lee and the South, to let them know I'm still one of y'all. What did Lincoln say? I am not, nor ever have been in favor of bringing about in any way the social and political equality of the white and black races. This is the man who purportedly freed the slaves. I am not, nor ever have been in favor of making voters or jurors of Negroes, nor of qualifying them to hold office, said Lincoln. There is a physical difference between the white and black races, which I believe will forever forbid the two races living together on terms of social and political equality. That's Abraham Lincoln, the same man who enjoyed that song, Dixie, the blackface song, who played it at his political rallies and played it at the end of the Civil War. If he was for black people, he would not have played that song at the end of the Civil War as a homage to the South and General Robert E. Lee, to show his respect to them. That would be the equivalent of America playing a Japanese song for the Japanese as a sign of respect when they surrendered after World War II, after those bombs were dropped. Did America do any such thing? No, it did not. Because victors don't do that. Yet Americans would still sing 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀢📫, a German song, even after World War II, Nazi Germany. But I don't blame the Nazis. I don't blame Germany for Nazism. Because the Nazis were always prone to remind us they got their inspiration from white Americans. And white Americans need to stop hiding behind Germany as the source of Nazism. It was not. It was white America. And until you embrace that, you've made no progress as a people attempting to remedy itself of racism, if that's what you should choose to do. This is what Abraham Lincoln said to black people. You and we are different races. This is Abraham Lincoln. This is from Lincoln's Evolving Racial View by Edna Medford, PhD, presented at the Rutherford B. Hayes Presidential Library, February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2010. This is what Lincoln said to black people. And I don't believe so much in this evolving racial views. I don't believe that racial views this entrenched and institutionalized, I don't believe that they evolve all that much. They may recede to the background in deference to a more nuanced view. But do they completely disappear? I don't think so. And I'm not blaming Lincoln because he was a man of his time and a man with his own particular ambitions and allegiances and commitments. So who am I to judge him? I'm not. I'm just letting the historical record speak for itself. He said, you and we are different races. We have between us a broader difference than exists between almost any other races. This physical difference is a great disadvantage to us both, as I think your race suffer very greatly by living amongst us, while ours, now listen to what he said, ours suffer from your presence. You see, white people never talk about that. They never tell you what DEI is really all about, or their hatred for DEI, or their hatred for critical race theory, or their hatred for Black history, period. None of white people's hatred for Black people have nothing to do with any of that. Abraham Lincoln admitted in that discourse what their real offense is when it comes to Black people. It's your very presence. He didn't blame the discomfort that white people feel from the presence of Black people on anything else. He didn't say it was something cultural. He didn't say it was something spiritual. He didn't say it was something religious. He didn't say it was something sexual. He said, white people, we as a white people in America, what offends us the most is your very presence. If your presence offends them the most, then why would you even talk about things like DEI and critical race theory and all of this other silly stuff? This is an existential problem. Your very existence is a problem for them. This is what Lincoln was saying. This is what he was saying. It's documented. I didn't make it up. For some of you, in fact, for many of you, I will have to repeat it and show it to you because you're saying, Shaka, you're making this up. This is part of the historical record. He said he said, we suffer greatly under them. He was talking about for obvious reasons. We were enslaved, racism, all that other stuff. But he said, they suffer. Imagine, white people are the masters, Black people are subjugated and oppressed, but they see themselves as victims in that context. By what? He said, we suffer greatly by your presence. Think about that. If you want to know how white people truly feel about you, in truth, I'm saying this full well knowing that I have white people in my life who I know love me and respect me as I do them. This does not mitigate this truth. We have our personal realities, and then we have our collective realities. One is often impacted by and instructed by the other. It depends on the situation and the circumstance, which is usually relegated to convenience. Which one is it more convenient to allow to lead your thoughts? Or which one is it more convenient in which to frame a perspective? Is it your collective perspective or your individual perspective? My individual perspective is I know that they love me and I know that they respect me and would even would go out of their way to show me that love and respect because they have done it at great sacrifice to their own. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the collective perspective, which is something as a responsible people, we must always take into account. You don't get to live behind enemy lines and take advantage of all the fruit and opportunities that come with being here without considering the reality of the collective perspective of those who would seek to undermine your welfare, wealth, and well-being. He wasn't talking about you, just you. He was talking about that beautiful little black child in your house. If you have babies, go look in that crib. Go look at that little black child. If you're watching this and you have your black child laying on your body, as many of us did when we were raising our children, we lay down and watch TV, which is a common thing for all people to do. Lay down and watch TV and let your baby sleep on top of you as they rise and fall with your breathing. He was talking about that child. To all of those black children that will be in Head Start and nursery school, if Head Start even exists. To all of those black children that will be in junior high schools across America, and high school across America, and college across America. To those who are dropouts and on the employment lines. To those of you who work in the White House. Oh, there are no black people in the White House currently. Right? Or in the administration at all. To those of you throughout the churches. To those of you married to white people. Especially you guys. They had a special hatred for you. He said, your very presence offends us. You can't walk back something like that by saying, oh, I've changed my views. No, an offense like that doesn't disappear because of new information. It just doesn't. At least I don't think it does. If you understand human nature, you would know that it doesn't. You and we are different races. We have between us a broader difference than exists between almost any other races. This physical difference is a great disadvantage to us both, as I think your race suffer very greatly by living among us, while ours suffer from your presence. That's what Abraham Lincoln said. And when you read the rest of the quote, it does not change the context at all. And his favorite song, Dixie, the song from the minstrel shows, the blackface shows, which means he was true to his word. According to musicologist Hans Nathan, Dixie resembles other material that Dan Emmett wrote for Bryant's Minstrels. Here you go. L. Peirce, a Christy minstrel star, performed his feature turn, Whoop, They Do Them Do, is an English print made in 1858. So that was supposed to be us singing Whoop, They Do Them Do. I'm surprised they didn't have one called Hotepistan. According to musicologist Hans Nathan, Dixie resembles other material that Dan Emmett wrote for Bryant's minstrels. And in writing it, the composer drew on a number of earlier works. The first part of the song is anticipated by other Emmett compositions, including The Wild Goose Nation, 1844, when we were still enslaved and they were making fun of us and singing these songs as if it was supposed to be us. Itself a derivative of Gumbo Chaff, 1830s. So the further back you go into slavery in this country, these songs are deeply rooted in that time. And ultimately an 18th century English song called Bow Wow Wow. The second part is possibly related to other material, most likely Scottish folk songs. The chorus follows portions of Johnny Roach, an Emmett piece from earlier in 1859. The chorus of Dixie, oh, I wish I was in Dixie, hooray, hooray, right? As with other blackface material, you know this stuff. As with other blackface material, performances of Dixie were accompanied by dancing. The song is a walk-around, which originally began with a few minstrels acting out the lyrics, only to be joined by the rest of the company, a dozen or so individuals for the Bryants. So that means that there were many white folks that got in on the act during these minstrel shows, right? They didn't just, it wasn't just one or two individuals, right? It wasn't just one or two individuals. So during these performances, they would be joined by many. I'm showing you the climate in which Mother's Day was born so that you can understand why, to someone like myself, it's unacceptable for a responsible, evolved people to celebrate something that came into being, that emerged in an environment of our subjugation, our destruction. Because to celebrate that is to continue the perpetuation of that destruction, of that celebration. I mean, of that, not that celebration, but the occasion of our destruction, of that particular celebration. Yes, I used the correct word the first time. That particular celebration that they were having, in which they played Dixie and the Star-Spangled Banner to celebrate this occasion of white unity after the Civil War. There we go. Thought I forgot, huh? Tried to get me. Okay. Okay. As shown by the original sheet music, see below, the dance tune used with Dixie by Bryant's minstrels, who introduced the song on the stage, on the New York stage. Where do you think I am? I'm in New York. You know, living in New York brings a lot of the things that I'm talking about very close to home. As you're going to see as I progress through this presentation, because of where I was born and raised, I'm not shy about it. I was born in Brooklyn, the county of Kings. Kings County. County of Kings, as we call it. I was born in Brooklyn. Right on a river. Like the Nile River. I was born on the East River. Little place called Cobble Hill. It's one of my favorite places in the world. I love Cobble Hill. It's a very scenic, unassuming place. Kind of place you can just go lose yourself in, which I do once a year. You can still see the horse stables from the colonial period in this community. You can see it in a few feature films as well, in this community in Brooklyn that I was born in. But it talks about this song being premiered on a New York stage, this song Dixie, in the minstrel shows. So you see these minstrel shows, but they never tell you, well, where did these minstrel shows take place? We had them right here in my city, the city I was born and raised in. So knowing that, I am observant of certain things. Okay? Okay. Let us continue. Let's progress. We're going to make it through this. Okay. But I forgot. That thing always changes every time I come off a camera. Okay. Every time I stop sharing my screen. As shown by the original sheet music below, the dance tune used with Dixie by Brian's Minstrels, who introduced the song on the New York stage, was Albany Beef, named after Albany, New York, right? Okay, well, no, an Irish steel wheel later introduced by Dan Emmett, an instructional book he co-authored in 1862. Doesn't mean that it doesn't have anything to do with the name Albany, New York. They could be related. Most likely are, actually. Although not that, but 1862, no, it would not have been an Irish community yet. And we had to do that research to find out. Dancers probably performed between verses, and a single dancer used the fiddle solo at the end of the song to strut, twirl his cane or mustache, and perhaps slyly wink at a girl on the front row. So they did this with blackface on. Countless lyrical variants of Dixie exist, but the version attributed to Dan Emerson and its variations are the most popular. Emmett's lyrics, as they were originally intended, reflect the hostile mood of many white Americans in the late 1850s towards increasing abolitionist sentiment in the United States. So here's a song that they're playing at this Mother's Day, Mother's Friendship celebration day between the mothers of the North and the mothers of the South, and the song that they're using to inaugurate it was a song that white people who were resentful towards abolitionism, the white people who wanted to keep blacks enslaved, this was their theme song. You have to understand the relevance of this. No, you're expecting some white person to come along and teach it to you. And if a black person comes along and teach it to you, it can't have any value or any real relevance to it, right? This particular song, Dixie, that inaugurated this event, this song was steeped with the sentiment of the oppression of your black mother, the enslavement and rape of your black mother, your black sister, and your black daughter. And it's from this tradition that you receive your Mother's Day. This is the woman who inspired Mother's Day. I showed you the documentation. Her daughter is the woman credited with establishing our current Mother's Day holiday. And this is the day and the occasion that you think is permissible and acceptable to celebrate your black mother, your black wife, and your black daughter, and your black sister, and your black neighbor, and your black auntie. Because the white people who gave you this tradition told you what day it was and what time it was. They said it's Mother's Day. Isn't that what happens in a master-slave relationship? The master tells the slave what time of day it is. In fact, on the day that they celebrate Mother's Day, I would have no problems with wishing a white woman Happy Mother's Day. It's her holiday. The holiday wasn't created for you. It wasn't created for my mother. It wasn't created for my grandmother or my wife or my ex-wife or my sisters, my daughters or my nieces. The holiday was not created for them. Something would have to be culturally backwards in me or dead in me to look at a black woman and wish her a happy Mother's Day on the day that celebrated inadvertently and indirectly otherwise her suppression, her enslavement, her rape. Because that was part of the package. This is what Dixie celebrated. There are going to be people watching this and saying, what is he talking about? This presentation is not for you. Any presentation that I give is always for those people who get it and for no one else. I can assure you. I'm okay. One of my, I always wanted to make that joke. Okay. Come. All right. Okay. Let me make sure my window is in the correct place. Yes, it is. Cool. Oops. All right. My bad. Well, let me look at some comments while I'm here. Okay. Anybody that's discussing anything in my chat that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, I'm exiting you out, or certainly putting you on a timeout. You're asking about Nubians existing, you're timeout. Yes. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Vlad would never invite me. One thing I've come to accept about myself, I have no intentions on enjoying commercial success of any kind, because I understand that what I represent is so far from what any of these people can process or understand. They don't see people like me. I could stand right in front of them. They still wouldn't be able to see me because that's how far gone they are. A Vlad would not invite someone like myself on his platform. Would I go? Any opportunity to teach people, I'm probably going to take. Most likely, yes, I would. Because if it meant that what I had to say could reach more people and that what I had to impart could help restore Black people, anyone willing to participate in that process with me, I don't care what color they are, I'm going to embrace what it is that allows the platform of the message to be extended. Power is power. Power doesn't recognize color. Power only recognizes power. That's the way it works. So sure, my name was mentioned by Hotep Jesus, my wayward student, whom I love and respect and appreciate. My name was mentioned by Hotep Jesus, which was a distinctive honor that he gave me and will always be respected by me for. He took a golden opportunity when he was on Joe Rogan's platform to mention my name. That was an honor and a distinction honor that my brother gave me. There are celebrities out there who you know of, who know me and they know of my existence, but would never mention my name and would certainly never invite me to their platform. which is why I have great respect for those people who have. Look, you have a sellout, a Sambo, like Jesse Lee Peterson, who invited me, had his producers contact me to appear on his platform. And I did it. Killer Priest, formerly of the Sons of Man Wu-Tang subsidiary, had me on his platform to address his audience. I went, I did it. Tasha K, the well-known celebrity sleuth who gets all the dirt on the celebrities, had me on her platform. And it's still, and she just reposted it not too long ago on Instagram. Right? So it's not that there haven't been people who have not extended their program to me or their platform. But I can certainly assure you there's certain black names I could throw out to you right now would never have me on there. They'll have 100 white people on their podcast before they ask Shakka-Ahmose. Not knowing, realizing, or appreciating the views that they would get by having me on. Some people don't want to be shown up. Some people need to appear that they have all of the answers already. And in my presence, that's going to become very apparent very quickly that they don't. And some people feel threatened by that rather than celebrate the opportunity to extend that opportunity to their audience. How many of these black platforms even have on a Dr. Tyson DeGrasse? Tyson DeGrasse. Neil Tyson DeGrasse. How many black platforms have him on? This brilliant, beautiful black man. Or the other black physicists who keep his company. Black media is a poor excuse for anything related to self-respect, anything related to self-integrity. The people who they should celebrate, they don't. And when they do it on a quiet. I don't think I've ever heard John Henry Clark's name mentioned on Joe Budden's podcast or a Monique podcast or whoever. In fact, I'm going to tell you something. A lot of people like to talk smack about Oprah. Oprah did more with her platform to give black issues and concerns a voice at a time when white media did not embrace black people at all, and she gets no credit for it, which is why she eventually moved to say, you know what, I'm just going to buy white women cars and open book clubs, because black people are famous for one thing, and we are more famous for this than we are for basketball, football, and boxing put together. We are famous for not showing gratitude to those people who speak for us. We are famous for not upholding and giving a special pride of place to those people who use their platforms for us and who speak for. We are famous for it. Why? Because we backbite. We're jealous of each other. We're envious of each other. We're threatened by one another. Crabs in a barrel. We are all cancers. You know the sign, the astrological sign Cancer? Crab, the crab. It wasn't originally a crab, but originally I think it was a scorpion, but some other animal. I'm pretty sure it was a scorpion, even though it went to Scorpio eventually. But yeah, we don't uplift. I'm going to give you a perfect example. I'm going to get back to the presentation. I watched an episode with Joe Rogan, and I want you to hear this. I want you to follow me. And this is why Hotep Jesus will always have pride of place with me. Always. He broke a rule. What's the rule? The rule is, as a black person, never big up another black person when you have the opportunity to big up yourself. That's a rule in the black community. It's a rule. And it's observed by all of them. When Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson was on Joe Rogan, and I want you to go back and watch it. I wish I had a clip to show you, but it's on YouTube so you can see it. When Dr. Neil, in fact, someone else highlighted it. Another white person highlighted what I'm about to tell you. For almost 15 minutes during that interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson, And Joe Rogan, when Joe Rogan was interviewing Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson, he kept trying to convince him to go on, I forgot the other young man's name, the young white man, somebody's gonna, Friedman, the something Friedman show, Lex Friedman. You know who Lex Friedman is? He has a podcast. He's supposed to be this MIT genius, which is questionable and suspect. The claim is it's a claim that's been challenged. A lot of people misrepresent themselves. They all want to be the next Elon. They want to be considered this, this high IQ persona. Most of it's a persona. But when they're pressed, you can really get to see their little idiosyncrasies. Joe Rogan kept bringing up Lex Friedman during that interview, trying to convince Neil deGrasse Tyson to go on Lex Friedman's show. He kept saying, hey, have you heard of Lex Friedman? You should really go on his podcast. You should really go on his podcast. You should really go on his show. And Neil deGrasse Tyson was just ignoring him. He was like, one in one ear and out the other. But what stood out to me was the way this white man, Joe Rogan, who had his successful podcast, he wasn't just trying to benefit for himself. He was looking out for his brother, trying to get this black celebrity to go on his brother's platform. Niggers don't do that. Let me look at the camera. Niggers don't do that. So that when Hotep Jesus went on the Joe Rogan show, this is the #1 podcast in the world, even to this day. When Hotep Jesus went on that platform and he started calling out names because Joe Rogan asked him, who should we look out for? Who should we read? Who should we expose ourselves to understand, to learn? And Hotep Jesus made it a point to say, amongst other names, he said distinctively, loudly, and clearly, Shakka-Ahmose. That's what he said, Shakka-Ahmose. And I'm going to put the clip on this program in one of my upcoming presentations because I want to make a point. So when somebody asks me, would I go on Vlad TV? No, not because I wouldn't go, but because to black people, I'm not important enough to be on a Vlad TV. I'm not talking about the stupid stuff that doesn't mean anything that they're interested in. People who watch Vlad TV, what are they interested in? What do they really talk about? What kind of information do they consume that I would be something special on Vlad TV? They would look at me like, who? What? Huh? But sure, if, I was to hear from a Vlad or a producer, I would certainly entertain the discussion, understanding that I wouldn't. In fact, I won't even name who he had on there. He had on his program somebody who used to appear on another program with myself who I won't name. Someone who is currently away. He had that person on his platform. He did get on. In fact, I think he even had my brother Umar Johnson on there. What I've learned about those kind of programs only have people who market themselves on their program. I don't really market myself. It's maybe to my own chagrin, I'm not a marketing expert. That's not, and if you want your message to fly and grow wings, you should market. But I have other things that matter more to me that I'm working on that do have to be marketed to you, and that will require expert marketing powers. But myself, I'm here to teach you. I'm not here to be a personality. If I am a personality, it's because I have one, right? I would say that my persona matters more than my personality. My persona matters more because of representation. And in that aspect, it would be great if I was the marketing genius that my brother Dr. Umar Johnson is. He's an expert marketing genius. He used being in hidden color and he flipped that authority that occasion gave him into a career, a podcast career. Why waste an opportunity? But who did he bring with him? Who did Umar Johnson bring with him? No one. So when he calls himself the Prince of Pan-Africanism, I have to question. I don't see any Pan-Africanism with you extending the opportunities that you receive on platforms to other brothers and sisters with messages who have as great a value as your own or greater than. When you saw Dr. Ben, you saw Dr. Clark. When you saw Dr. Clark, you saw Dr. Ben. When you saw Dr. Ben, you saw Dr. Jeffries. When you saw Dr. Jeffries, they created a platform for Van Sertima. Van Sertima doesn't do that. I mean, excuse me, Umar Johnson doesn't do that. Umar Johnson doesn't do that. In the Pan-African community, you saw Pan-African behavior. What Pan-African behavior do you see from Umar Johnson when it comes to extending those marketing opportunities to other brothers and sisters who have a message, a black message, as great as his or greater than? I don't see that Pan-African behavior. I don't see it. I just don't see it. Part of networking success is sometimes just bridging people together. It doesn't have to be on screen. You don't have to have all these other brothers and sisters on your platform to engage in that Pan-African behavior. You could just make a connection. You could do a 3-way phone call and say, hey, look, hey, Shakka, this is so-and-so. Let me introduce you up at the Breakfast Club. Hey, Shakka, or even whoever else, right? It could be Smash, right? Our brother Owen, right? Jonathan Owens. It could be him. Or it could be Brother Son Jetty or Infudishi, somebody who reads and writes, 𝓈𝓿��📿. It could be 𝓈𝓿��📿🏿. You really about that life, Umar Johnson, and you are Pan-Africanist and the Prince of Pan-Africanism? Why don't you make a phone call to the Breakfast Club so they can have 𝓈𝓿𝓏𝓏📿 on there? Or so that they can have our brother from the New Jack Scholars. I haven't said his name in so long, it actually escapes my tongue for a moment. Oh gosh, forgetting his name. That's okay. There's a legitimate reason why I've forgotten his name. We had an exchange, this particular professor and myself, and I was kind of disappointed in the stance that he took. But I understood he had to protect his reputation because he works in the university system. But wow, all of a sudden I can't remember his name. Jeez. Hold on, I'm gonna remember his name right now. Give me 1 second. Let me see. Beatty. Mario Beatty. That's his name. Mario H. Beatty. I couldn't remember his name. Oh my God, I'm embarrassed. I've actually remembered it before it came up on screen. Dr. Mario Beatty. Umar Johnson, why don't you use your Pan-African connections? Contact Vlad. Forget me. Take me out of the picture. Contact any one of these media platforms that you constantly appear on. Why don't you open up the door for other brothers who could influence, or for Anthony Browder? Why don't you do it for Anthony Browder? You fake Pan-Africanism? Fake Pan-Africanist? To me, you're a poser. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be disrespectful about it, but I got to judge you by what I see. The community that I came out of, I saw Pan-African behavior. I saw Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark open up the stage for Dr. Asa Hilliard and for Dr. Wade Nobles. I saw them open up the stage for Baba Jacob Carruthers. I saw these Pan-Africanists open up the stage for other scholars they did not even agree with, like a Professor Walter Williams, who was still invited to speak at the UAM, over which Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, along with, of course, primarily Attorney Alton Maddox, may he live forever, over which they presided. All of these scholars did not agree with one another. In fact, some of them came to fisticuffs. I won't name any. Some of the most prominent ones came to fisticuffs with each other, but they shared the stage together and they opened up the stage together so that black people could receive what was designed for them from a place of ma'at, from a place of truth. I don't see that from Umar Johnson. So when you ask me a question like this, that is what came to my mind, and I spoke truthfully, because when I present, I'm usually in the spirit of ma'at. My ka is immersed in ma'at. It's on behalf of ma'at. Speak ma'at, do ma'at. So, but I don't anticipate on hearing from Vlad. I don't anticipate on hearing from my brother Godfrey. I don't anticipate on hearing from Joe Budden. I don't anticipate on hearing from Kai Sinat. I don't anticipate from hearing from any black people of any substance with respect to media reach, because I don't fit that mold. And the one thing about myself is that I have always stood on the most outside. People stop me in the street because they know me from YouTube, they know me from Sun Edit TV, winning debates and teaching multitudes of people. They know me from that. And I'm appreciative and grateful to their generosity in showing me their appreciation. I would just like to see a day come when I see black men doing for black men what I see white men doing for white men. When I see a Joe Rogan trying to bless a Lex Friedman by him trying to strong arm and convince and manipulate Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson to go on his white homie's show. And then when I look at black media personalities who just want to suck up the limelight for their own egos, which side should I have more respect for? Real simple question. So that's the answer to your question of would I go on a Vlad TV? Okay. Duao. That was a good question. Would I go on Vlad TV? Okay. But that's what they are. That's what they're more interested in. Look, Omar started out like that. You haven't seen no school and you're not gonna see a school. Let's just come to terms with that. Okay? You'll see buildings, you'll see a lot of posturing. That's all you'll ever see. This Marcus Garvey, Thurgood Marshall School, whatever he called it out, you will never see it. I'm sorry. And if you see it, I'll be the first one to apologize and say I was incorrect. I spread I spread isfet. Let me get the proper pronunciation. I spread isfet instead of ma'at. But to speak ma'at, we have to look at what has been thus far. Umar Johnson came into the community raising money for some school and got a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Right? The clothing changed, the lifestyle changed. A lot of people saw that with their own two eyes. We don't have to, it wasn't like Christmas or Easter where we got to ask questions and wonder. We saw it. Like with other people who will remain nameless. But, you know how it is. Once you become a public personality, it's not that it's open season on you, but you're kind of subject to public discourse. So I'm just speaking objectively and honestly. I don't hate Umar Johnson. I don't wish him any unfortune or misfortune. I'm just looking at a state of affairs that sometimes leaves me with a bad taste in my mouth. Not from a place of envy, but from a place of effectiveness, where we could be so much more effective if we allowed the most effective amongst us to extend that reach. Why do I say the most effective amongst us? Because I know Umar can't teach you what I can teach you. I know Umar doesn't know because he's not from this community originally. He's not. He's very late, right? If it wasn't for the brother in California who produced Hidden Colors, if it wasn't for him, you wouldn't know who Umar Johnson was or is. So that's just the truth. But many of those other people in that film, Hidden Colors, are people who helped to raise me, who I grew up with. So, you know, Tariq Nasheed, the brother's name is. You know, Tariq doesn't know me, probably doesn't even know of me, and that's fine. I'm cool with that, you know. But that's just what came to mind when he asked that question, because no one ever asked me that question before. Would I appear on Vlad TV? You know, Vlad, the Vlad TVs of the world would not be interested in someone like myself. Neither would the Joe Rogans, apparently, which is really crazy, because if somebody mentions my name on your show, and then later on my name is circulating on Twitter, and people are saying, wow, I've checked out Shakka-Ahmose, he's great so far, you would think that Joe Rogan or somebody in his camp would have seen that and said, yo, maybe we should have Shakka-Ahmose on here. But no, who did he get? He goes and get this idiot, Zahi Hawass, to come on his show and denounce current scientific discoveries about the pyramids because they don't fall under his purview, right? And that was a wasted interview because Joe Rogan was disappointed that Zahi Hawass didn't support Joe Rogan's retarded conspiracy things about Kemet. Joe Rogan is not interested in the integrity of Kemet. He is not interested in the integrity and the truth of ancient Egypt. He's interested with sensationalizing his ignorance, because as long as he can make it appear that certain things are not known, you can sell Egypt or the interest and the intrigue of Egypt, which is what white Eurocentric platforms have made their money off of Egypt, what they use to make their money off of Egypt. Because once you answer the questions accurately, and those questions are black in skin color, it's no longer an attractive, it's no longer something white interests can benefit from. You understand? Because it's not associated with their white skin. So in that sense, Joe Rogan is as much a racist, which is not new, right? He's as much a racist. He might be a benign. You have antagonistic racist, and then you have benign racist. Joe Rogan is a benign racist. He's not racist when it's convenient for him to be not racist, but when he sees the prevailing wind with an Elon Musk and a Trump, when power presents itself and it's an opportunity for you to get to close ranks with the powerful, and if that means being along with the white racist, Joe Rogan's down with that shit. But you can't fault Joe Rogan for that. You have many black people who are down with that, like a Kanye. If me being inducted into the Hall of Power means closing ranks with white racists, then I'm down with the white racist. Kanye is a perfect example. But you have other female black celebrities that know no different. They just don't say it as explicitly, right? Like I say, I don't listen to what people say. I watch what they do. How do you present? Who are you in company with publicly? What have you woven into your brand to move us forward? Period. I don't listen to what you say. I watch what you do. So back to the presentation. That was just such a great question. I had to answer it. And that was my answer. When you're watching it, you can forward back to the presentation if that's what you wish to do. Where are we? Because I'm the one doing the heavy lifting right now. So here we go. So where was I? Somebody remind me. Oh, Emmett's lyrics. We're talking about the song Dixie. Emmett's lyrics, as they were originally intended, reflect the hostile mood of many white Americans in the late 1850s towards increasing abolitionist sentiments in the United States. So they used to sing that song Dixie in opposition to freeing the slaves. That song presented the point of view common to minstrels at that time that slavery in the United States was a positive institution overall. You hear that? This is the song that the woman who inspired Mother's Day chose to use to celebrate that Mother's Friends Day celebration between the white mothers of the North and the white mothers of the South. This is the song that they chose to celebrate this occasion. And she is the inspiration for the Mother's Day observation holiday. And this is what you want to incorporate your Black females into. And then as a race, I'm supposed to have respect for you, or other people are supposed to respect you as a race. This is what you represent as a race when you do that. This right here. Look at it. This is who you are as a race when you say Happy Mother's Day to a Black woman on this day. You represent this. Accept it. Embrace it. So it could burn. It could burn that thing, that negra inside of you. That minstrel inside of you. You all been made into this. And this is what you will die to defend. You will laugh at me and people like me and denounce people like me and defend this with your Bible in church on Sunday. The character of the pining slave had been used in minstrel tunes since the early 1850s, including Emmett's I Ain't Got Time to Tarry and Johnny Roach. So the same guy who made this song Dixie that was used to celebrate Mother's Day for the first time also made these songs that express the pining narrative of the slave. The fact that Dixie and its precursors were dance tunes only further made light of the subject. So when they did it, they made sure they were dancing with the black fakes on while they made fun of us. And this is the song that inaugurated the holiday that you celebrate every year. And you wonder why somebody like myself, who is historically literate, says no thank you. I am not wishing you Happy Mother's Day on this day, because one of us is historically in our right minds, and it ain't you. Make sure, let me see the comments to see if I'm being understood. Well, you just, hey, look, bye, Faisal, you're gone. I have a sense of humor, but you better learn what it is. Okay. Let's see. Okay. That's not the point. That Umar is not at all a scholar beyond child psychology. But I agree with that part, the second part for sure. But that may be more the reason he needs to reach out. I remember when Umar used to make fun of the Kemetic community because he thought Egypt was an Arab or white civilization. And Professor Smalls had to correct him on that in Africa, in Ghana. And I know because I know the people who were present when that occurred. But rather than reach out to the Kemetic community once you mend your ways, he doesn't do it because he's all about the spotlight. You cannot be all about the spotlight and then claim to be Pan-Africanism or Pan-African at the same time. It doesn't work like that. It just doesn't. Exactly. He's another Al Sharpton. And I said it. R. Sharpton is another one. These are all people who are professionals at grabbing the spotlight. I'm not a professional at grabbing the spotlight. Do you know how much it takes to convince me to just come up and do a live? How often do I do a live? My audience complains. My followers complain. This is probably the reason why I have 20,000 subscribers, because I'm not often on doing lives. And I always commit to doing a live every day, every other day. And I just can't do it because there are other things in my life that take priority. Working out, exercise takes priority. Making sure that I'm eating right and that the right things are in my refrigerator and in my body. That takes priority. my peace of mind and making sure that the rest of my life is in order so that it doesn't adversely impact these things, right? I can't come up here and comfortably give a live if I know that I'm going to be living in the street, or I'm going to be homeless, or some other thing is going to happen. You know, we live in a very hostile economic environment. There's a hostile takeover every day, not just in your professional life, but in your personal life. So I have to make sure that all of my borders are protected every day. That takes time and energy in this economy and in this ecology. Who do you think I have looking out for Shakka? Who do you think? Who do you think is looking out for Shakka? You know who looks out for Shakka? There are certain people who encountered me through YouTube and through learning from me, and their exposure to me changed their lives. Those are the people who look out for Shakka. Those are the people who call me and ask me, are you okay? Do you need anything? I got you. And you'll see their names at the end of the credits this evening. You will see their names at the end. That's why you did. This is the reason why I didn't make the presentation on Mother's Day, because I got tired of these people constantly looking out for me. And because I'm so busy that I don't really, and sometimes I'm self-conscious, I don't know how to say thank you verbally, because to me it's not enough. Just to say thank you because somebody sent me something. Don't say thank you. Show thank you. This is how I feel. Show thank you. So tonight's, when you see the credit, or this morning or this afternoon, when you see the credit, when this presentation is over, that is me saying thank you. When you see those names as to who sponsored this, who made this possible, it's those people that I'm talking about. Those people who discovered me on Sanetta, on my platform, or who heard about me from someone. My teaching and my instruction impacted and changed their life and their worldview. It's light in contrast to darkness. Those people who value my light, who contact me from Japan, from the UK, from Africa, sometimes from here in the state. Yes, from here in the state as well. Those people who hit me up, Seba, are you okay? Do you need anything? Because they are the people that make it possible for me to do this. When somebody puts something in my Cash App and I didn't ask for it, I might need it. But because I've been so busy studying and so busy getting the requisite information and so busy moving other projects that I'm working on forward, problem is I do everything by myself. I don't have a team. Most of the people that you watch, and I had to really discover this, most of the people that you watch with successful podcasts, they have whole teams. You think I have a team? You think I have a team? No, I'm it. I am it. The few who actually do serve on my team, those are the names that you'll see at the end of this program, at the end of this presentation. When you see their names pop up, those are the people who matter to me in my life, because I matter to them. My safety, my health, my welfare, and my well-being, it matters to them. I have blood relatives who wouldn't call me if it was the last day in the world. I mean extremely close blood relatives, siblings, exes, former best friends, I don't know, whatever. They wouldn't call me if it was the last day in the world. And I accept that. Because I learned, I think, from watching my moot when I was growing up. She forewent everything and only focused on the education of Black people. My mother. She only focused on the education of Black people, young Black people. She didn't care about anything else. She dedicated her life to that. And when I saw that that meant more to her than anything else. When I was pulled into her community as an adult, I understood why. And I understood why that was the most important thing in light of everything we've gone through, and in light of everything that we've been subjected to and will continue to be subjected to, until you draw a line in the sand and say, not across this. Why do you have to draw a line in the sand? Ideologically. You have to draw a line in the sand ideologically because you cannot defend borders that don't exist, fool. You cannot defend borders that don't exist. Most black people have no borders to defend ideologically or psychologically. Unless they are defending Jesus. You understand? Well, I didn't say it. You did. Well, I guess I did say it. I don't know. Oh, shit. Now you jumping out the window. Okay. Right. This is facts. Facts. That's facts. You know, I don't know this to be true. I don't know this to be true, but it's greatly appreciated and strongly received. Such a vote of confidence, but I know how hard it is for me to do what I'm doing right now. Do you know, I worked out yesterday, very hard. Do you know how much pain my body is in right now? I'm like one big ball of pain. I did an insane ab workout yesterday. I worked on my legs very hard. And so right now, all I want to do is crawl up and just lie down until the pain goes away. But I was determined to do this, and I wouldn't let another day go by because I was supposed to give this presentation the day before Mother's Day. And this is the first of 3 that I have to give back to back. And I wasn't going to, and every day that I came to do it, something else came up that had to be done about the presentation. And I will tell you this much. I wasn't going to tell you. When I first finished this presentation, I had it up and ready to go. I had to upload it to my Google Docs, get the download link so I could integrate it into StreamYard. I realized I was actually sitting in my attire, my teaching attire. I was actually sitting ready to do this presentation a few days ago. And I realized the presentation was incomplete. I was like, wait a minute, Shakka, something's missing. And when I realized what was missing, I had to take all of this off and just finish I had to go back in and finish the presentation. I had to add what was missing. So hopefully I will have the stamina to get through it in this presentation, in this cycle. I had to add a whole section to this to balance it out. Ma'at. There has to be balance. Ma'at. I don't know why this thing just blinked. Hopefully I'm still on. Right? So, I don't know. What do I know? Right? So, but that meant a lot to me. You know? The revolution will not be podcasted. No, it won't, because it takes place inside. No, so now that's his rationale. Hundreds of thousands ain't shit for a black school. Then you have to explain that to people like the young brother in Atlanta, young brother King, who started his school for boys and opened it up. Had school buses and everything. This is a young brother that Hotep Jesus introduced me to, and I invited him on my platform. And he got a $1,000 donation on my platform when I was broke and needed the money a few years back. Hey, Hotep Jesus, put the brother's name in the chat because I forget his name. That's if you're still watching. So don't come to me with excuses and rationales, because that's what he always says. Oh, you never built a school before, so you know that's a lie. I'm a product of a school that was built by my mother and other parents from my community. That my older sister taught at and my younger sister graduated from. And my younger sister who graduated from that school is currently a president of a charter school in New York City. Excuse me, a principal. She's the principal, the head principal. She used to be the dean, then she was the vice principal, and now she's the principal. And the students aren't even black. Right? I don't think she has black, because it's in a white area, so I don't know. Right? But, and my younger sister, who used to be Dr. John Henry Clark's personal secretary in his home, she is now the principal of a charter school in New York City, and she graduated from a school that my mother and my moot and other parents in my community got together and created. So don't tell me, and I'm going to use this kind of language. Where's it at? Don't tell me some bullshit like this. 100,000 ain't for a black independent school. That is a lie. That's a lie and a rationale that somebody told themselves that they sold to you and you bought it. Because the parents that made the school that I graduated from and that my younger sister graduated from, they didn't have 100,000. I don't think they had 10,000. That's why I know the man is a liar and a thief. Period. And if he had a problem with it, he could see me live and in person, my favorite kind of introductions. And I love them big. When it comes to those kind of introductions, I don't like small dudes. You don't get any points for impressing yourself upon a small dude. Bring them to me big, burly, and football size. That's when you get points. I'm not swallowing what I said. What I said is what I said. I graduated from a school with parents who came together who didn't want their young black children going to public school in the 1970s and 80s because they knew what was going to happen to our brains. They got together and they created their own school. Schools, plural. The whole history is online. You can read about the black private school I graduated from that produced a Shakka-Ahmose at 13. At 13 years old. Because from 12 to 13, I was in that school. That 1 year in that school. It was 2 years. It was 7th grade and 8th grade. 7th grade and 8th grade in that school by these black parents. And I can promise you there are people watching right now that know about this school. So you can't tell me this man who stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from the black community cannot produce a black school for boys. That is a lie. It's a rationale. And until he proves me wrong, he's a liar and a thief. My aunt demands that I say so. So now, do I expect a phone call from him now to establish a bridge or network on my behalf to get my... No, not at all. But it's not like one was coming to begin with. It's not like his heart or his ka was in the right place to begin with. You don't understand how many people see this community, this whole so-called black conscious community. Or today they probably call it the woke community. I don't know what they call it. Right? They see it as an opportunity, something easy to graft onto and then represent themselves as a persona in the pillar in that community. That man is not a part of our community. He never has been. He's more a part of the media. He's more a part of the pop media community than he is a part of any of us. I ain't never seen Umar Johnson at anything celebrating Dr. Clark. I've never seen him at Clark House here in Harlem. I've never seen him anywhere where we were celebrating Dr. Leonard Jeffries. These are the Pan-Africanists that went against the whole university system. What do you think one of my next presentations on that I've been working on for the past few months to bring you is? That's why you haven't seen me. I've been working on a special presentation to bring to you all so you can find out what really is going on. Umar's not going to tell you. He's not qualified to tell you. How? Because he was not a part of the community that produced Pan-Africanism in our midst today. He's a fake, fraudulent, I don't want to call him an agent, but an agent is not always somebody else sending somebody into your midst to do such a, sometimes some people are just self-appointed agents. I would define Umar Johnson as that. Yes, a self-appointed agent. Why? Because you're insincere. You are inauthentic. What I say to your face, for free. Not with animosity or hatred, but just without fear. Because when I speak my eye, it's always an absence of fear. Always. And this, again, this has nothing to do with envy or hating or nothing to do with that. If I was hating on somebody, it would be because I'm trying to do the same thing that they're trying to do. I'm not trying to do the same thing he's trying to do. If I was, I would have raised money for a fake school that never came into existence. I am in the process of raising money for something, but not for something that's not going to be delivered. I would have been currently raising money for the projects that I'm working on here on my own platform if it was not for these presentations that I felt needed to be made and conveyed and presented to you. Because I understand that if I don't present it to you, guess what? No one will. And next year when Mother's Day comes, you will be the Negro, you will be the Negra that you are. And you will celebrate Mother's Day on that day like the oppressed people that you still are and that you are in love with being. You got to remember that minstrel inside of you is programmed to respond in the spirit of a minstrel. So when you say Happy Mother's Day on the same day that they celebrate Mother's Day, that's the minstrel inside of you, singing Dixie, dancing on stage for white people to show them that you matter in their ecosystem, that you are legitimate in their ecosystem. How can you be legitimate in someone else's ecosystem when you don't even acknowledge your own ecosystem? You are a nobody in your own ecosystem, but you will bend over backwards to show others in their ecosystem that you are someone and that you matter. You have lost before you've even won. And you think you could understand someone like me? You think you can ridicule and look condescendingly down at someone like me because I appear in a way in which you don't have the understanding of understanding the value of why I wear a cot on my head, on usek around my neck, on my earned bands, the ones on my skin and the ones upon my arms? I don't expect, I've never had the comfort and the luxury of being understood by people. So it's really neither here nor there with me. Okay? And perhaps that is part of the reason why I am not as popular as some of the other people who are. You would think a 𝓈𝓔𓏭𓀢𓀁 would have had me on his podcast at some point in time. Why would he? People like these people that, oh, I know as much as he does. This is what they tell themselves. What can he teach that I can't? This is what they tell themselves. Jamal from Brand Nubians, he has a podcast, I'm sure. He has not invited me to come on his podcast, right? Now, with all fairness, my podcast, so-called, is not really set up for guests, right? Usually because I have to get in and get out. I don't really do this. Y'all know, those of you who follow me, you know, you can say Shakka's telling the truth. He does not do podcasts often. He does not podcast often. He does not do present. But when I do, I try to make it count. And that's what matters for me, because I'm not here to waste your time. I'm not here to showboat. I'm not here to I'm unfortunately, my business manager gets mad about this. I'm really not even here to sell you anything. I should be. So, oh, by the way, look at my description so you can see if you want to have a one-on-one with me and purchase a 30-minute one-on-one package, which most people love, everybody actually loves it because they constantly come back. It will change your life. You will absolutely grow. And there are people in the chat right now who can attest to that your own perspective will grow. You will thrive. You will, Oh my God. All right. You know what, bro? You're about to get banned from our platform. We don't do this here, right? We don't plead the case of people who have proved themselves to be disingenuous. We don't do that. I understand your need to believe in the brother. Look, I want to believe in the brother, but as somebody who is a product of, I owe the people who did what they say they were going to do a deference of respect. And that deference of respect will not allow me to co-sign his BS. You don't have that obligation that I have. So you can feel free to continue to believe in his machinations, his posturing, his things that don't require primary evidence. And showing me a video and taking a walk around, none of that means anything. Until I see the children lining up outside and in class teaching and learning, this is what you're doing. Period. That's period. I don't make excuses. I'm going to use a word. It's one of my favorite words. It's profanity, so cover your children's ear. I don't make excuses for fuckery. Black people have enough of having their jerk chained around by people who don't like us, who are offended by our very presence, to be jerked around by those claiming to represent us. You notice I said claiming. I was raised under people who actually represent us. Don't you think I should know the difference between the two? Aren't I qualified? What does it take for me to be qualified to make the distinction between those who represent us and those who don't? Do I need white people's approval to do that for you? My very existence should be enough. There is THEIR. Everything is racist when you have a victim mentality? No, everything is racist when you understand power. Racism has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with power. Prejudiceness and bigotry have to do with race. Racism has nothing to do with prejudice and bigotry. It has to do with power. But I don't expect small brains to make such distinctions. This person earned a timeout. I don't like incorrect assertions in my timeline or in my chat. If you speak in my chat, be correct. I have standards in my chat. I'm not a standardless person. Know where you are. Or it may be better for you to be someplace else and not in my chat or in my classroom. The fact that Dixie and its precursors were dance tunes only further made light of the subject. In short, Dixie made the case more strongly than any previous minstrel tune had that African Americans ought to be enslaved. This is not Shakka-Ahmose. This is from Wikipedia. It's telling you that that song that was used in the celebration of Ann Jarvis's Mother's Friendship Day, which celebrated white unity between the Northerners and the Southerners. That song that she chose as the soundtrack for that occasion. And remember, she is the inspiration for Mother's Day. Let's go back and check. She is recognized as the mother who inspired Mother's Day as a founder of Mother's Day movement and as a founder of Mother's Day movement. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. Stupid people can't tell me anything. I don't even listen to stupid people. And they exist, so I use the word. And the first thing you can tell about a stupid person is that they don't think that they're stupid, which is why they are. I know that I'm smart enough to know that I'm stupid in many respects, which is why I'm paranoid as I am, because I know of my own stupidity. And so therefore my guard is always up. I'm always looking, watching, anticipating. Where is the attack going to come from? Okay? And sometimes I have to be aware that it may come from myself. This song, Dixie, made the case more strongly than any previous minstrel tune that African Americans ought to be enslaved. This was accomplished through the song's protagonist, who, speaking in an exaggerated black dialect, implies that despite his freedom, he is homesick for the slave plantation he was born on. That is the music to which they celebrated the first Mother's Day celebration of importance in this country as it relates to Ann Jarvis, the inspiration for Mother's Day in this country. The song that they used as the cornerstone for that celebration was Dixie, a song that communicated to them that we as African people were homesick for the slave plantation. And here's the sad part. The sad part is that they were probably right. Like many of you who are watching me now, you're homesick to be identified with your white American counterparts. That's why you marry them. That's why you make children with them. That's why you go to church with them. That's why you want to go to school with them. That's why you want to be a part of them. You want to be recognized by them. You must have their Oscar. When Jada Pinkett tried to tell you that their Oscar is not as important as us celebrating us, you laughed at her, and the Sambo Chris Rock made jokes about her before he made the G.I. joke. He tried to ridicule her and her husband before the white establishment of Hollywood when they paid him to MC the Oscars when there was an effort to black boycott it. It would have undermined his own interest. So Chris Rock put his interest, his own personal interest, before the interest of the black community. But why would you expect less when his own brother said that Chris Rock refused to look out for him in the film industry? If you're not Adam Sandler, Chris Rock is not going to perform fellatio on you. If you are not, who else runs with that crew? The lesser famous people who made it from Saturday Night Live. If you are not one of that white in crowd, Chris Rock is not going to perform fellatio on you. But when Jada Pinkett said, enough is enough. We must do for ourselves and celebrate ourselves, assert our own standard. No, the easier thing to do was to revert that into a personal attack on her and Will Smith. I don't think Will Smith is a prize. I was his bodyguard. I've never been shy about that. It was a wonderful experience and a wonderful occasion. Just me and Will Smith in the middle of the highway, nobody else, while he was filming Men in Black 2. They shut down the whole East River Drive for that. It wasn't just myself. I had a whole team of men under me. I was the point man. So in certain situations, it was just Will and myself. It was a wonderful experience. He wasn't the only celebrity for who I was the point man for. So I'm not saying this because I'm a Will Smith fan. I love the film Legend. I wish there was a part 2, and I hope it's really good when they do it. And I hope he's in it. I still enjoy iRobot. I thought he did a great job. Probably the only 2 Will Smith films that I really like. I'm sure that the one where he played the investor with his son. I also think, I'm going to say something real fast before I get back to this Mother's Day thing. As a black father, one of the best films I ever saw as a black father was the film After Earth with him and his son, Jaden. Do you know why Jaden didn't, quote unquote, make it in Hollywood? Because people resented the fact that no black young boy should have that kind of nepotistic connection. Oh, he's only there because Will Smith is his father. Nobody said that about Michael Douglas and Kirk Douglas. Nobody said that about Charlie Sheen and his father, Martin Sheen. But when it came to Will Smith's son, Jaden, they had to poo-poo that movie, that film, which he did a great job in. Jaden Smith did an excellent job. Just like he did an excellent job in the film that he did with Keanu Reeves. Jaden Smith could be a great. In fact, he is a great. But we'll never be given that opportunity because people prefer to hate. Remember what I told you about black people earlier? We hate on each other in a way white people haven't even perfected on hating on each other. I would love to see Jaden Smith come back and show you how it's done. How could he not be great? I don't remember any of you being in Matrix Part 2 and 3. I know his mother was. And rather than celebrate their achievements as a family, we'd rather hear about some stuff we probably may have already suspected about Will. I mean, he did do 6 Degrees of Separation as an entrance fee. But like I told you, I'm not saying something to diminish his achievements. Will is great, period. Sorry, you don't like it? I didn't care for Gemini Man. A few of his films I didn't care for, but a lot of them I didn't see either. I love I Am Legend. I'm sorry. One of my favorite films of all time. And I saw the original, Omega Man, with Charlton Heston, right? Well, the first remake, which is Omega Man, because the original one is actually I Am Legend with Vincent Price, right? So, yeah, I'm a cinematic aficionado, so I know my film. But ain't nobody sitting down with me. You got to have a certain kind of courage to sit down with me. I mean, most people ain't got that. So I respect people who do, you know. Shout out to my people in the UK. I appreciate you. All right, this person is getting absolutely kicked out of my presentation. He said, I called the man a thief with no evidence. All right, that's it. Talking to you is like talking to a Christian. That's why people put the name Heru in their name. It doesn't move me at all. It's just, what do you call it? Surface. There's no substance. They say Hotep, surface, no substance. I look at your character. You're questioning me about a subject matter that speaks for itself. I remember when the man was raising money. I knew the people who were giving him money. Many of them, I have very close relationships to them. I saw the money never returned, and I saw the school never built. There's no such thing as an open time frame. I'm just going to do it when I'm damn good and ready. That's not how it works. If he died tomorrow, there was no school. And I don't wish that upon him at all. I hope he lives a long, fruitful life, long enough to make good on his rhetoric. But until now, it's rhetoric. Because if Umar Johnson was to succumb tomorrow, which I do not wish upon him at all, there would have been no school, which would have made him a liar and a thief. Took money for something he never did. Okay? So you are done here because, well, like I said, I don't deal with the effery. Okay? Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Done. Okay. Now. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, facts. 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 I just haven't, look, I think I've been hyper patient. I haven't said anything for a long time. Sometimes you reach a threshold where at some point you have to say something, or you could be guilty by omission. You have to say something. You have to let people know where you stand, right? I never spoke on Polite, stayed away from his name. I rarely, lately, sometimes I've spoken on Umar because I feel that he's misrepresenting a community that he hasn't earned the right to speak for. Those of us who have that right have the obligation to say something. You could agree or disagree, and I'll deal with the lashback as it comes. If it sets you up as you see yourself as my adversary, that's fine. You have to look at your own character and ask yourself why. Why would Shakka speak of me in this way? I've never done him any personal harm. No, you may not have done me any personal harm, but you also made claims about communities I belong to and that produced me that I represent. So you're putting yourself in the crosshairs when you do that. You understand? Professor Smalls could go on camera and let you know my pedigree. Not just me, but the family that I come from. Professor Reggie, Brother Reggie, can get on camera and tell you about my parentage, my pedigree, the community that produced me. I didn't fall out of YouTube. I didn't fall out of Hidden Colors. I was raised in this. Where were you when Shakka-Ahmose came to America in 1985? Were you around? Because I didn't see you. Were you at the ceremony in Atlanta at Morgan State? Because I didn't see you. When I was sitting in Dr. Ben's home and speaking with him and talking to him about trips my mother had taken with him when I was a little boy, I don't remember seeing you in Dr. Ben's home. When John Henry Clark's wife stops me and asks me, how's my mother? I don't remember her mentioning you. You have a community of fakers, posers, and phonies that have been using the color of our skin to get paid. That's not new. And when I dispense with my patience and decide to speak on it, don't open your mouth unless you want to get put in harm's way, ideologically speaking, or any other kind of way you choose to accept it. If you really know Shakka, you know how I move, how I get down. If I say it, I said it because I meant it. And I'm willing to, say what's up. Like, for real. I told myself I'm going to stop going in that route. I'm not issuing a challenge, but I don't back away from them. That's just who I am. That to me is like breathing, because you got to live with yourself the following day. You back down from a challenge, you got to live with yourself, right? I know and every man requires something different depending on his past or her past every person requires something different to be able to live with themselves. I know that in order for me to live with myself, that when a certain kind of challenge is issued, that, you know, I know how I need to see myself. I don't know how you need to see yourself. I know what is required of me to see myself. So, you know, but I don't also want, that's why I'm careful about speaking on people, because I don't want to put somebody in a position where they feel it's necessary to issue a challenge to me, especially if it's a personal one. Like, yo, Shaka, meet me here, see me here, and we could do this on camera kind of thing. Because it's like, if that's really what you want, then I know what I need to sleep good and feel good about myself the next day. And backing down from a challenge is probably not going to be it. So I try not to speak on people so that I don't put you in a position that makes you feel like you got to come at me a certain way. I'm trying to look out for both of us. But after a certain point in time, certain, you know, there's a time limit on everything. There's a threshold on everything. The threshold for me not saying anything at all, that is transpired. So I spoke on it. Whoever has an issue with it can resolve it however they choose to resolve it. Or they can respond to it or react to it or not at all. You know? Period. Real talk. Oh no, Joe Rogan mentioned dope. Are you kidding me? Not at all. Thank you. That's all I'm saying. Facts. Facts. I'm not seeing all of this by myself. Like, the community doesn't have perspectives and we all supposed to be stupid. Come on. Shout out 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁. Come on. We're not stupid. Come on. After a while, it's like, okay, enough is enough. You've had time, right? Yeah, you know, you've had the time. Nah, cuz, you know, after a while, it's like, nope, enough. I'm saying it is what it is. Prove me wrong. Facts. 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 And business has to be spelled appropriately. When you type comments, make sure your spelling is correct. That's not how you spell business. So I don't know what that is, and I don't stand on that. I don't stand on that. I don't know what the hell that is. Okay. Now. Yeah. This is what Mother's Day is steeped in. It's steeped in a celebration of accoutrements that celebrate and speak to and symbolize. Imagine, this is a culture, slavery first and foremost is a culture of rape. You have to remember that. Slavery is a culture of rape. You use the word slavery, but it is synonymous with the word rape. Why? Because you are raping a person of their agency. You are raping a person of their identity. You are raping a person of their self-control. You are raping a person of the very air they breathe. You are raping families, all capital letters, wholesale, and using the color of their skin, an inescapable process, an inescapable detail. You are using as the premise and the cause celebrate to do all of that. And then you try to justify it. Again, my beef is not about slavery. Sorry, it's not. Because slavery has been around since time immemorial. And all people have been enslaved. The word slave does not come from anything related to black people. It comes from Slavs, Europeans, who were enslaved by Germans and others. Right? All people have been enslaved. Greece, Rome, Greece. In fact, they learned it from the Africans. Slavery has always been there. That is not my beef. My beef was the racism that was used to justify slavery, that was the pernicious evil. The racism that was used to justify slavery for perpetuity. You have to remember, the kind of slavery that they sought to subject us to, it was never supposed to end. And you think it's a joke. And you will think it's a joke until it comes back. When they no longer need Mexicans to work those fields. When they start putting Peanut and Tyrone, who's locked up for 2 or 3 years, when they start putting them in those fields to pick your fruit, watch what happens to you when you get a parking ticket. And because you have too many unpaid parking tickets, you find yourself in a plantation in Nebraska or Idaho picking food. Or in Florida, picking oranges and strawberries or someplace, or probably somewhere in Northern California on plantations. You think it's a game and you think it's a joke. Okay. Okay. And when you think it's not going to be race related, okay. You say, well, they'll have poor white people there too. They will have poor white people there. But it won't be based on race. That's the difference. But you're probably too stupid to understand the distinction. This was accomplished through the song's protagonist, who, speaking in an exaggerated black dialect, implies that despite his freedom, he is homesick for the slave plantation he was born on, like many of you are. This is the Minstrels. This is Al G. Field, Greater Minstrels, the O'Brien Minstrels, the dance producer, W.M. O'Brien. Original vintage poster advertising Al G. Field's minstrel shows. This is from the Poster Museum. What do you notice he's wearing? You know that dress that Cat Williams likes to talk about? That Kevin Hart chose to wear? Right? That Tyler Perry has become wealthy from? You know that dress? Let me explain something to you about this dress. The emasculating part of the comedian wearing a dress, that's not something that started with minstrelsism, and it didn't start with white people. That kind of comedy goes back to ancient times. All people did it. So I take no issue when I see a black comedian doing that. You have to know the history. And if you're going to be offended by it, understand why you should be offended by it. The why part matters. When Dave Chappelle talks about the agenda had nothing to do with emasculating black men and putting them in dresses. It had to do with emasculating them by putting them in dresses and it being reminiscent of white men dressed as black women in dresses. This is the original Medea in the Western world. Tyler Perry. This is the original Big Mama in the world. Martin Lawrence. This is the original black woman in the dress from Saturday Night Live. It was portrayed by a white man, imitating the idiosyncrasies of your mother and your mothers in the context of debasement. And it was in these shows, the music from these shows were used to celebrate Mother's Day in honor of this white woman who herself chose the song. This is where the dress comes from. Look at it. The courting couple was another minstrel staple, with the girl typically played by a man, not by a black man. And here's the sad part. This is the equivalent of a rapist dressing up as his rape victim and then making fun of her at the same time. Because that's what this was. Slavery in itself was rape. The fact that physical rape was a constant and essential and central feature of slavery just added insult to injury, so that when you see this image, the lampooning of a black woman in this context and in these circumstances, because they didn't just do the black woman. Look who else they chose to lampoon: the black pastor. Yes, not even, this is a quote, not even religion was off limits to minstrel performances. Hugh Dougherty played another stock character, the elderly preacher. This was who they made the most fun of in minstrelsism. You thought this was your Christian brother. They laughed at you the most, Negro pastor. You were a stock character, the elderly preacher haranguing his enthusiastic flock and what? Mispronouncing big words and parading what? Misinformation. They laughed at you for miseducating your black congregation. It's documented, you dumb fuck. And I'm sorry for using that language, but I had to be honest. Let's talk about it. Because you think it's a joke. The white people who gave you the religion that you practice on Sunday knew that you were miseducating your black congregation on the plantation with authority they gave you, and knew that you were disseminating miseducation, misinformation from the Bible. They knew it. They knew it. And laughed at you for mispronouncing words that you couldn't pronounce. Mispronouncing big words. You know, the way Damon Wayans and them did on Living Color when they wanted to lampoon black intellectuals. You have to remember that the kind of man that they lampooned on Living Color, or on one of, the black intellectual, that's the same kind of man Malcolm was when he was coming through the prison system learning. That's what Damon Wayans and the Wayans family was making fun of. This is why Hollywood gave them a pass, why Fox gave them a pass, or the UPN gave them a pass. Minstrel, it was all minstralism. It was all minstralism. This is what undergirds Mother's Day. How do you celebrate Mother's Day when it's a holiday that was architected by people who uplifted this culture? The culture of being entertained by your rape. You are sick people, black people. You are sick. In the interstices of your organs, you are sick. And you think it's acceptable to be sick. You think it's okay. You think it's romantic to be sick. I don't, because I can see you for what you are. You are sick. Historically sick. And I simply have a mind to tell you and to show you and to document for you your sickness. How else can you fix it? You can't fix something that you think is healthy. Nobody seeks to heal something that is already healthy. Who would heal a healthy man? Who would heal a healthy woman? What is the point of healing a healthy child? What is the point of healing a healthy community? There is no point. There is a point to healing a sick person. And the black community is sick. Its women are beyond sick. Its men are just as sick because the woman raised the men. You think a sick person can raise a healthy person? then you are sick. You. If you think a sick person can raise a healthy person, then you are sick. And I just came to tell you and to show you and to put your sickness on display so that at some point you can grow up and decide to dispense with it, to return it back to your master and to say, your former master, quote, former, because still your master. Remember, he was able to impregnate the interstices of your organs with his presence. He contaminated you with his whiteness. So you say Happy Mother's Day on a day that was used to celebrate your desire return to the slave plantation because that's the music they played. It's documented. You know I don't play with documentation. And some idiot's going to say, oh, he's using Wikipedia because Wikipedia doesn't have sources. I'm working on too many presentations to run and go get the exact sources. Go to the Wikipedia article, go look down, see the sources they got it from, and there you will find the sources. If you want to dispute the sources, that's fine. Put in the work and the effort, come back with your presentation, refute everything that I'm saying, then we can have a discussion and a dialogue. But you're too lazy, too intellectually lazy to do that anyway. For someone who's too intellectually lazy to do that, who would seek to cast aspersion on me who did this much, do you honestly think that what you would say has any value to me, for me? Well, feel free to waste your breath. Please no super chats. The address for my Cash App is at the top of the chat in YouTube. It's $ Shakka-Ahmose. If you want to show your appreciation and your gratitude, please. I would rather you do that than waste a super chat that I will never see. That's all. Plain and simple. I appreciate the sentiment, but I always tell people good intentions, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So your intentions are good. The money you give in the super chat cannot benefit this platform because we don't see it. The only way I would see it is if I was getting super chats in volume. Then I would probably see it. But that's not the way people express their gratitude on my platform. I want to say I'm a Cash App warrior. Visit my Cash App. Shakka-Ahmose, thank you. Like I stopped going on certain platforms that ask me to come on. If your audience is not generous, I'm not coming on your platform. For what? They'll hit their Cash App. They hit their Cash App hard for somebody who ain't teaching them nothing. Somebody like me come along, it's like, oh, it's black talk. Shout out to Roland Martin, who had the balls to bring along the brother from the New Jack Scholars. His name escapes me right now, who's on his platform regularly. And also shout out to my brother from, these are the people I want to shout out. I think his name is Rashad Muhammad from Young Turks or Undisputed, right? I may have his name wrong, forgive me if I do. But the brother from Undisputed, which was a Young Turks platform, I don't know if it still is. I also want to shout out Roland Martin. I'm not a big fan of Roland Martin. I don't watch it all the time. Greg Carr, that's the brother on his platform. Dr. Greg Carr. I love the fact that he had the courage to do that. And I really do wish Roland the best because I think he deserves better. I'd like to see some changes on his platform. I'd like to help him improve it. Like show him what I think he's doing wrong. Because he has a lot of potential. Roland Martin is a special jewel that we don't celebrate or appreciate. Who else do I want to celebrate? Sonnet is still going strong, so I'm always shouting him out there. He could do a lot better. I could do a lot better. We can all do a lot better. But and there's some good white platforms too, right? That I think that black people need to be watching, right? I would probably mess up names right now, so I'm going to do a presentation with all of my favorite programs that I watch and people who I think should be celebrated. who are trying, even somebody who I don't like for disrespecting the women. There's a Dr. Frances Cress Welsing is one of the celebrated persons alongside Mahmoud, who we are celebrating tonight with this presentation. And while in fact, I'm not even going to mention his name because he disrespected her, but I'll mention him in a future one, not this one. This presentation is kind of sacred ground, so I'm not going to mention his brother's name. I respect this podcast. He stands up for Palestine, but I don't particularly care for what he said about Dr. Frances Cress Welsing when she passed away, because he said it on a white platform on CNN. And although he said he apologized, I don't believe it, and I just don't believe it until I see it. Oh, okay, no problem. Goodbye. I love banning the right people. I get personal joy out of banning the right people. When someone says something that's inappropriate or is disrespectful towards myself in here, it's like, yeah, here we go. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Boom. Yeah, I love doing that. I love banning people who don't belong in here. And I don't know. I do get a personal joy out of it. I shouldn't. And I don't like to think that, I guess I have as much pettiness as anyone else does. I like it from a healthy place, you know. I think, you know, some pettiness is sometimes warranted, right? Okay. No, I'm not a stronger version of Dr. Umar. Some people would probably aptly describe me perhaps as in a class by myself. No. And probably they would describe me that way only because you would have to get to know me. You would watch my older presentations. You would know that I take teaching to a level that very few Black people can. And very few people, Black or white, can. So I don't want to be downplaying my own people, you know. Not in that context, no. So let's get back to why we're here. The Mother's Day situation, right? So I can't be bringing people up to speed right now. Here we go. But hang in there, Michelle, and we'll make it worth your while as you go and as you learn. Right? Here we go. Oh, darn it. Hold on one second. Let me do this. Hold on one sec. Here we go. And hold on one second. Okay. I just wanted to clear my throat. Where are we? So I'm back here. Okay. And here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I'm determined to get through this. It's going to be hurtful and painful, but it's worth it. I don't care. Sometimes after I do a presentation, I don't get to see it again until I'm actually presenting it. So I forget what's in here, and I have to read the page as it is. But this is where this comes from. So when you see Medea, that's reminiscent of this. When you see Kevin Hart, that's reminiscent of this. Martin Lawrence, reminiscent of this. And the original one, Flip Wilson, Geraldine. Y'all forget about him. See, I didn't grow up with these three. When I was a little kid in the 70s, in the 60s and the 70s, we had Geraldine, played by Flip Wilson. What did Cat Williams say? I'm not saying that every Black man who wears a dress is a sellout. He said it. He said, but it's a pattern. It's a script. It's the agenda. See, that's the distinction he was making. He was not saying that Tyler Perry doing what Tyler Perry does is not funny. Cat Williams was not saying that. He wasn't saying that Martin Lawrence or Flip Wilson was not funny when they were doing this. What he was saying was that the agenda for having them do it was something of a distinction in and of itself, and was more or less coming from this tradition. It was not coming from our own tradition of doing it. I'm sure we have a tradition that goes way back to ancient times of, and I can document it, of Black men dressing up like women in order to make people laugh. That goes back to ancient times. Comedy did not just start in, white people didn't create comedy. They didn't create cross-dressing comedy. They did not. It's something people have always found funny. But that's not where white productions are coming from, where they have black men doing that. They're coming from this tradition. This is what Cat Williams was trying to highlight. And the fact that it's documented from AmericanHeritage.com. This is not a black site. This is from a white site. American Heritage telling you that the elderly pastor was a stock character. That means he was a regular feature in all of their minstrels. And the constant theme was his mispronunciation of big words, yelling at his enthusiastic flock, oh, Lord Jesus Christ, Lord Savior, blah, 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 and doing what? This is the most important part. Parading misinformation. That's from the Cincinnati Historical Society. Documenting for you that black pastors, as part of minstrelsism, they made fun of black pastors miseducating Negroes, which they still do today every Sunday. And you think it's a joke, and you wonder why when your children show up to school in these universities, why their stupidity is put on. Why? You have a race in America called the black race. Raised and acculturated by people who taught their parents what to think, not how to think. They taught them what to think, not how to think, so that you would be left with this. They taught them what to think, not how to think. So that when they get in that Bible, the best they could hope to do is to miseducate you and to make you think that this is a true story, that your alignment with God is through this God. You don't worship a God that teaches you how to treat your enemies appropriately. You don't worship a God that tells you to handle your business in such a way that people never think about fucking with you again, ever, in the history of this world. You don't worship that kind of God. You worship a God that teaches you to tongue kiss the very people who would kill your children before they're born. In fact, they created a culture where they don't have to do it. What they say the most dangerous place for a black person is in the womb of a black woman. But when you assimilate, remember they taught you what to think, not how to think. So if they taught you what to think, that means that your value system, your values, your ideas of do's and don'ts, when you should do something, when you shouldn't do something, all of that comes from them. In fact, most of the decisions that black people make in the Western world, black people in the world don't make decisions. Black people in the Western world have their decisions made for them by the minstrel inside of them. So that the decisions that they make, sometimes we do make decisions, but they're instinctive. Instinctive decisions can be dealt with. It creates inconvenience for our oppressors. It doesn't undermine our oppressors. Putting Target out of business Do you honestly really think that hurt white supremacy? Think about it. You think Amazon cares that you put Target out of business? Do you think Apple cares that you put Target out of business? Tesla cares, but that wasn't us. We didn't put Tesla out of business. See, white folks know how to put you out of business. We almost got Target out. And I can't lie, I'm proud of our people for doing that. I ain't gonna lie. I'm part of the community too. I like to think I'm more than part of the community, but that's another conversation. We have to talk about the difference between community and society. However, I don't like no dry lips or dry looking lips. So this is what Cat Williams was talking about. It comes from the minstrel world. Until black men can do this, divorced from this, it is a failure every time they do it. And until this is dealt with, if you don't deal with it today in church, you're a sellout, you're a failure, you're a fake and a phony. When do you begin? When do you hold the pastors in our community for miseducating our community for 2+ centuries? Why should white people be expected to be held accountable for miseducating us when you don't hold your own accountable for miseducating you? You have to explain that. I have to say that. Don't tell me about white people who fight against critical race theory, and don't tell me about white people who try to suppress black history when you don't hold Christian black pastors accountable for miseducating black people the country wide, the world over, every Sunday through a fake book called the Bible, and you allow them to get away with it with no accountability, and your children should respect you? The only thing you show is you don't respect your children. You tell them that this is normal, that this is history, that this actually happened in the world, and that this is God. Because you have a first grade education, you know nothing about theology, nothing about where this book came from, nothing about who the authorship was. You're the kind of person that would read Harry Potter and confuse the publishing information with the narrative in the book. You would think that the narrative in the book is true, but the publishing information is false. That's how sick you are as a race. You're sick. Come, Michelle, you're welcome. You're very welcome to be here. Very, very welcome. I only ask that you bring others. You are welcome to be here. I assure you. It's going to get a lot more interesting. I promise you that, Michelle. You guys have to remember, I haven't seen these images in quite a few weeks since I finished this. So they're still talking about this song, Dixie, that was used to celebrate these white mothers who were coming together in white solidarity at this Mother's Day event, this Mother Friendship Day between the mothers of the North and the mothers of the South. Let's talk about this song, because this is what they were using. This song of rape. Remember this? Huh? I want all the black females watching me to look at this image. And you think about what Ann Jarvis, as the inspiration for Mother's Day, what she was preserving. She was preserving the health and well-being of the Confederates who wanted to keep this in place. Through using songs of celebration, songs that celebrated your rape, the rape of your dignity, the rape of your historical consciousness, the rape of your identity, and the rape of your physical body. This is what they did, and this is steeped in Mother's Day. They were using the song Dixie that came from these shows, the minstrel shows, to celebrate that first Mother's Day. And remember, she is the woman who is the inspiration for Mother's Day in America. You cannot separate that. The lyrics use many common phrases found in minstrel tunes of the day. I wish I was in, dates to at least clear the kitchen, another minstrel show early in the 1830s. And Away Down South in Dixie appears in many more songs, including Emmett's I'm Going Over the Mountain. You know how they like to pretend to be us in 1843. All of this while you were doing this, black woman. How can you take a holiday that was steeped in this and then wish her that holiday? Wish her daughters that same holiday? You got to be sick. Or historically miseducated, which is the same thing as being sick. The second stanza clearly echoes Gumbo Chaff from the 1830s. Then Mrs. She did marry Big Bill DeWeaver. Soon she found out he was a gay deceiver. I'm not going to even break that down for you. That's in the lyrics. Soon she found out he was a gay deceiver. Big Bill DeWeaver. Soon she found out he was a gay deceiver. It's in the lyrics. The final stanza rewords portions of Emmett's own The Wild Goose Nation. This is them imitating black people. Day to rapping, he thought it was time for the travel. He schooled on his tail and began to scratch grabble. That was them imitating us. This is in the music and the song that this white woman used to celebrate the white solidarity between the white mothers who are enjoying the benefits and the fruits of this. Even the phrase Dixieland had been used in Emmett's Johnny Roach and I Ain't Got Time to Tarry, both first performed early in 1859. As with other minstrel material, Dixie entered common circulation among black-faced performers, and many of them added their own verses or altered the song in other ways. Emmett himself adopted the tune for what? Pseudo-African American spirituals in the 1870s and 80s. The chorus changed too. I wish I was in Dixie, hooray, hooray. In Dixieland, I'll take my stand to live and die in Dixie. Away, away, away down south in Dixie. Away, away, away down south in Dixie. Now stop. Why? Look how evil these white people were and still are. While they were raping your woman and your daughters, and this was an essential part of the culture, at the same time, they were laughing their asses off about the pastors that was miseducating you with this nonsense about Christianity and the Bible, this cult that their earlier ancestors produced and bequeathed or really inherited. Right? Because it was our bastard children that created it for them and for themselves. If we're going to be honest. Not only were they laughing and had a stock character of your pastor as a part of their constant comedy, laughing and celebrating your rape, but then they also changed the song about rape to include or to be a Negro spiritual in the context of comedy. They were laughing at you coming and laughing at you going. They were laughing at you physically and they were laughing at you spiritually. That's what they think of you. That's what Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton think of you. That's what the Bushes think of you. That's what polite white society thinks of you. They laugh at you physically and they laugh at you spiritually. Why shouldn't they? You believe in a book that they gave you that they themselves don't even believe in. And you know they don't believe in it. Just look at how they live and how they do. I just documented it for you. They laughed at you physically and they laughed at you spiritually. They took the song celebrating your rape and turned it into a comedy Negro spiritual. You're probably gonna say, well, Shaka, I didn't see that. It's because you're slow on the uptake and you don't have reading comprehension. And I read it for you and I'll read it again. So you can't say Shaka's making it up. It says right here, as with other menstrual material, this is for the slow people in the back. As with other menstrual material, Dixie entered common circulation among black-face performers, and many of them added their own verses or altered the song in other ways. Emmett himself adopted the tune for a pseudo-African-American spiritual in the 70s or the 80s, even after slavery. They was clowning you spiritually. So you go to church on Sunday and continue clowning yourself. This is what they had to be subjected to. I want you to look at them. That Mother's Day was not in honor of them. At that Mother's Day celebration, this woman, who is the inspiration and foundation for the Mother's Day holiday, was playing the rape soundtrack of these women to bring about white solidarity between white mothers between the North and the South. This is at the core of Mother's Day. And in your sick selves, I probably didn't even show it. That's okay, I'll show it again, just in case. Just in case. I'll show it again. I'm not allergic to that. As with other minstrel material, Dixie entered common circulation among blackface performers, and many of them added their own verses or altered the song in other ways. Emmett himself adopted the tune for a pseudo-African-American spiritual in the 70s and the 80s. That's after slavery, during Jim Crow. I wish I was in Dixie, and blah, 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 but you know the lyrics. These women, look at them. Look at them. And I know you love to say that they don't come from Africa. You love saying that. Let me explain to you about this whole not coming from Africa thing. The millions of slaves that ultimately ended up in this country, let me say this for the people in the back, for the stupid people who have no education, who don't care about data or look at archives and facts. The millions of slaves in this country, you're right about one thing. They did not come from Africa. There was a few 100,000 that came straight from Africa to America. The majority of the slaves, in the millions, went through the Caribbean, through the Americas, plural. But what you have to understand is that what produced the millions of slaves that ultimately ended up in America, it was not the fact that there were all these millions of black people here already. There were black people here already, but not in the numbers that you want to pretend and think. The millions of slaves that ultimately ended up here, they did not come from slave transportation. They came from slave breeding. Breeding. Something you don't know anything about because you never read a book or never saw the data on slave breeding. If what you say is true, then you will have to explain why an important part of the slave breeding had to do with taking certain African ethnic groups that had been at odds with each other and making sure that they were mated together during the breeding process. You don't know that because you don't understand that while we call ourselves African American, we don't understand that we are Sede, we are Wolof, we are Ewe, we are Fula, Fulani, we are Igbo, Yoruba, Ashanti, Akan. We don't even use those ethnic names. They figure nowhere in our persona, in our identity. You do a 23andMe. Where are the terms? You know the ethonyms for your Native American background that you love to. I'm Cherokee, right? We Seminole. When the Cherokee didn't even call themselves Cherokee. That's how I have to let you, like the Christians who think you're Christians but don't greet each other with Christian nomenclature. They don't greet each other in Christianese. At least Jews say shalom, Muslims say assalamu alaikum. What do Christians say? Pass the collection plate. That's it. Pass the potato salad and the fried chicken and the collard greens. Right? Oh, their favorite. Ooh, you're going to burn in hell. Like the children they are that never grew up. Still believing in fairy tales that they were taught by people who themselves didn't understand the fairy tales. You're taught by Europeans, the last people to become literate on planet Earth. And you, this is where you get your explanation for God. You're an embarrassment to God. God is saying to himself or herself, now I know I gave this fool a brain. That fool doesn't realize that the people who gave them this book, that this was their first book in Europe. The first book printed by the Gutenberg printing press was the Bible. It was the first school book for both Catholics and Protestants. Johannes Gutenberg. The Great Bible, you know it. It costs you about $1 million to buy it. It's called the Great Bible, the Geneva Bible or the Great Bible. That was their first book. Here you coming from an African legacy of millions of books that preceded that. Hundreds and thousands, millions of books. Bookstores, an entire book industry. And you think that the story that these fools inherited is somehow the truth. You're a special kind of stupid. And so you're a special kind of stupid. And don't blame it on tradition. Don't blame it on, oh, that's what my parents taught me. That was okay to say back in 1930s and 40s, even in the 20s. You have no right to say that in 2025. You have no right. It's a complete dereliction of your duty to yourself to know and to understand. You claim you love God, but it does not show in your efforts to understand the truth about God. So you therefore forfeit any right to speak on behalf of God. You speak on behalf of your former slave masters who gave you a book that you know nothing about. If anyone wants to show gratitude to the platform, please just go to the top of the chat in YouTube and you'll see it. It says $ Shakka-Ahmose. There'll be time for that. In fact, I'm sorry, I got so caught up that I forgot. If you value anything that I've said, or if you feel that anything that I've said has value, the Facts Over Feelings with Shakka-Ahmose platform appreciates your support and your patronage. There are 3 ways you can bless the platform. You can do so directly at Cash App, $ Shakka-Ahmose, or at Zelle, forevershakka@gmail.com, or at PayPal, forevershakka@gmail.com. If you'd like to contribute to the ongoing production of Kemetville, a series of sacred dialogues, scenes, and scripts, a project which I currently have in production, then check the link in the description marked support for Kemetville, and it will take you right to the PayPal page set up for it. And again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Okay. I forgot that was there. I don't really use that stuff too often, so I'm trying to get more in the habit of doing it. But so yeah, you have to consider the fact that most of you didn't realize that all of this stuff is in Mother's Day. When you look at a black woman and you say to her, Happy Mother's Day, you don't realize the insult that you are conferring upon her because you just don't know anything about what went into the emergence of this.
And if you didn't know before, now you know.
You heard her.
And if you didn't know before, now you know.
Let's get back to it. Okay. Share screen. Here we go. Y'all can hang in there. Let's see. Hold on one second. Okay. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Here we go. Let's rock. And you know what? A lot of these dudes that come in the chat that talk smack, I'm known for being seen in the streets. Please do that to me in person when you see me in the street. Don't do it in the chat. I like, I got another side. do it in the street. All right. When you see me. All right. U.S. flag in 1814. Famously known as the Great Garrison Flag or the Star-Spangled Banner, because this was the other song that they used. They used 3 main songs. The first one was Dixie, which we just looked at the history of that, so we can't touch that. All right? That is a part of Mother's Day. We cannot touch that. That's part of the reason we don't touch Mother's Day in America, or why we pursue after our own. Now let's see, what role did this Star-Spangled Banner play in our oppression and enslavement? This is it. 15 stripes, 15 stars. That is the Star-Spangled Banner. The lyrics made in 1814 when we were enslaved in this country. The music goes back further. It was adopted as the national anthem 94 years ago in 1931. But it's created 211 years ago. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? I'm not singing it, and I'm not even reading through that whole thing. We're going to go to the last stanza. The last stanza. No refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave. And the star-spangled banner in triumph doth wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave. This is what he wrote, Francis Scott Key, and the song that the inspiration for Mother's Day chose. And it wasn't even the national anthem then. Why did she choose it? Because it was a pro-enslavement song. How do we know? Because he was a slave owner. Not only that, why did he write the song? He wrote the song because it was in observance of the U.S. military, the colonial military, defending a port in Maryland. They never tell you what kind of port it was that they were defending. Locust Point, where Fort McHenry was located, a historic neighborhood in Baltimore, Maryland, was a site of both the slave trade and later a major center for shipbuilding and immigration. While not a plantation itself, Locust Point was involved in the domestic slave trade, with ships departing from its docks to transport enslaved people south. This is what the see, they don't tell you that part about the Star-Spangled Banner. Even when they talk about the slave controversy from the lyrics, they leave out the rest of the story. For stupid people like whoever. They want you to think, oh, the fact that those slave lyrics are in the back of the song, they don't tell you about all the other enslavement stuff. Like I said, I don't take slavery personal as a black person. What I take personal is the racism that was given birth by your slave institutions, dear white America. Other people had slavery. They did not associate it with race. That was evil. You do something like that when you come up with an unusually evil plan. That means you plan to keep this institution in place permanently for perpetuity, for forever. Why do you think black people still catch hell for the color of their skin? Because that was the greatest harm slavery did us. Because it impacted our youth, our children, our generations forever. You think AI is going to change that? AI is going to reinforce that. If you don't believe me, ask Grok. You think an AI created by a racist white South African is going to be digitally neutral? What do you know about being neutral? You think being neutral is cute? In the face of justice and injustice, you think being neutral is cute? Trying to placate both sides the way Ann Jarvis was doing? Do you think that that's cute? Because you're going to look at that. You have no idea what's in this presentation at all. The things that you are going to see. You know me, I always just prepare your mind first. That's what I do. Those of you who've been rocking with me for a long time, you know I prepare your mind first. So look, it wasn't just the lyrics of the song. They always leave this part out. This was the reason that the Star-Spangled Banner was written. because of the attack on Fort McHenry by the British. They were attacking a slave port. They were interrupting the supply lines of labor to the South. They don't tell you that. Free black labor for what you still want to be paid for. Now let's look at the man who wrote it. Key was a lawyer in Maryland and DC for 4 decades and worked on important cases, including the Bill Burr conspiracy trial. And he argued numerous times before the Supreme Court. He's a big lawyer. He was nominated for district attorney for the District of Columbia by President Andrew Jackson, Trump's favorite president, where he served from 1833 to 1841. So he was the DA. He was the head of the Justice Department. He was the Pam Bondi of 1833 to 1841, for those of you who follow the current administration. He was a devout Episcopalian. I bet you he didn't greet with their Christian greeting. Key, Francis Scott Key, owned slaves from 1800, during which time abolitionists ridiculed his words, claiming that America was more like the land of the free and home of the oppressed. So even back then, before Colin Kaepernick, his own countrymen, the abolitionists, were ridiculing his words. They were disparaging this song. As the district attorney, he suppressed abolitionists. People that were trying to fight to free the slaves, he was actively suppressing them. This is the man who wrote your national anthem. How many black singers have stood at baseball games and sang that disgusting song? Because they were historically illiterate. And he lost a case against Reuben Crandall in 1836, where he accused the defendant's abolitionist publications of instigating slaves to rebel. So he was fighting against certain white people who were trying to free the slaves and accused them of writing stuff and publishing stuff that was causing the slaves to rebel. But how could the abolitionist publications instigate slaves to rebel when the slaves are not allowed to read? And we know they weren't allowed to read unless they were reading the Bible, which did enable them to learn how to read other things, by the way. I mean, it's kind of common sense. Okay, let's see. Okay. My spine. You don't know what it's like to sit here as long as I have to sit here. But I'm down to do this all the way through to get you through it. Okay. I should have stretched before I did this. But anyway, let's continue, especially after working out as hard as I did yesterday. Okay. I'm good. That's good. I needed that. Okay. All I can think about is food right now. That's all right. Here we go. So, yeah. Now, what was she known for? She was known for practicing neutralism. She didn't want to take a side. Now, if you understand morality and if you understand Western literature, you will understand that neutralism is the greatest crime one can commit. They wrote or they preserved an entire piece of literature to highlight this. From Dante's Inferno. So you don't understand white intellectual history. And because you don't understand white intellectual history, they won't even bother explaining to you what their own crimes were. For her to commit neutralism in the face of the enslavement of other mothers, that was a crime that was enshrined in their own intellectual history. Watch. For those of you who have the intelligence enough to follow along, follow. Master, what is it that I hear? Who are those people so defeated by their pain? And he to me, the miserable way is taken by the sorry souls of those who lived without disgrace and without praise. They now commingle with the coward angels, the company of those who were not rebels nor faithful to their God, but stood apart. The heavens, that their beauty not be lessened, have cast them out, nor will deep hell receive them. Even the wicked cannot glory in them. And I, what is it, Master, that oppressed these souls, compelling them to wail so loud? He answered, I shall tell you in few words. Those who are here can place no hope in death, and their blind life is so abject that they are envious of every other fate. The world will let no fame of theirs endure. Both justice and compassion must disdain them. Let us not talk of them, but look and pass. That is from Dante Alighieri in the Inferno, Canto number 3, published in the 14th century, translated by Langdon in 1918, the year of World War I. Why this is called the Discourse Against Neutrality. Why is that important? Let me explain to you what white people won't teach you because they think you're too stupid to understand. But when a black person tries to take time to teach you, you don't value it. That discourse from Dante's Inferno is an indictment against people who stand by choosing no side. So in their own intellectual history, they knew that this woman was committing a moral crime. The woman who they put at the center of Mother's Day, she was committing a moral crime by virtue of their own intellectual history, which comes out of Dante's Inferno. Dante's Inferno is an indictment against people who, instead of choosing a side, they say, I will choose no side. This was the greatest crime. In fact, they made it even a spiritual crime by making an allusion to the angels in heaven, so that when there was a rebellion in heaven that your Christian Bible speaks of, which it took from ancient Egypt, when there was a rebellion in heaven, there were angels that had to choose sides. The ones who chose the side of Satan, at least they found a place in hell with which to serve. The ones who chose the side of God reserved a place for them to serve in heaven among the side of God. But those who chose no side were the most damned of all, because they were not received in hell by Satan, nor were they received in heaven by God. They were stuck in eternal purgatory, never to be remembered. And what was the most important sentence carried out against them? The Roman sentence of memori damnatio. But since your IQ is so high, I don't have to tell you what that is. Memori damnatio. That is what was perpetrated on people who decided to choose no side, people who remain agnostic. I choose no side. Then both sides are against you. It is the greatest crime you could ever commit to say I choose no side, according to their intellectual history. That's from the 14th century. They were taught this at Harvard. They were taught this at Oxford. They were taught this at their Renaissance universities. Well, not their Renaissance universities, but their, you're talking about 15th century. And that's public, that's 14th century. So yeah, Renaissance, during the Renaissance period. They were taught this. As part of philosophy. Because in politics, you have to determine what is the moral and ethics, part of ethics. When you are an attorney, you have to study ethics. You have to study ethics, philosophy. history, case precedent, all of that stuff. This is why Dante Inferno is invoked here. Because they knew that Ann Jarvis, who is the inspiration and focus of Mother's Day in America, she is the fount. She is the fount of Mother's Day in America. She committed the greatest moral crime. And I'll show you how well aware of this they were. Watch. And you have the nerve to look at a black woman and say Happy Mother's Day on that day? And you think something's wrong with me. Okay. Okay. All right. You hold that thought. See, I'm going to teach you the stuff that white people think you're too stupid to understand, because I got faith in you. I know how intelligent you are. Neutralism. This is what Anne Maria Reeves Jarvis was practicing. She was practicing neutralism in the face of all of this. At the same time, she was using this music to create solidarity between white mothers, while these black mother here wasn't even considered a human being. Now, I don't blame white people for that, because we did the same thing to others. Trust me, I know for a fact. I have the records. That's what I always say. My beef is not with slavery. A lot of people don't understand that. It's hard to understand when you're historically illiterate. My beef is not with slavery. My beef is in the racism that was used to justify it and perpetuate it. That's my beef. And it's a justified beef. And then my greater beef with black people is you internalized that racism against yourself and passed it on to us, your children. And to make it worse, to add a real crime, an injury to a crime, is that not only did you internalize that racism and learn to worship it and praise it and pass it on to your children, but in the same context, you then look down your nose condescendingly at those of us who have freed ourselves from it. That's deep. That's sickness on a level no books have been written about yet. Except maybe by Frantz Fanon. I think it was Frantz Fanon. Black skin, white masks. Pretty sure. Yeah, no, I don't play with you. I didn't come here to play. I could be doing something else with my time. I really could be like eating some food. Oh my God. When this is over, I don't even know where I'm going to get any food, or if I'm going to get any. Hopefully I will. All right. But I want you to see this. Hold on. Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm in the right place. I want you to see this. Okay? And I want you to think about her. She's not just a picture. That woman stood there in that field with them children from the cradle to the grave. This was her life every single day. And I want you to remember that. The slavery was not the crime. It wasn't the greatest crime. The greatest crime was the justification for it. And if you can't separate the two, stay out of intellectual discussions, because you're too stupid to be a part of it. This is what Mother's Day came out of. The Algie Field Minstrels, of which was a part of her culture. Let me show you about neutralism when she chose to not pick sides. It told you in the very beginning, she chose to not pick sides. What did JFK say about that? And you see what white people do to their own who understand this. This is from the Presidential Library and Museum. John F. Kennedy's favorite quotation, Dante's Inferno. He's quoting this. One of President Kennedy's favorite quotations was based on an interpretation of Dante's Inferno. As Robert Kennedy explained, now mind you, Robert Kennedy's son is the head of the what? The health department in DC in Trump's administration. This is his uncle. How are you going to be part of the Trump administration when your uncle was quoting this? President Kennedy's favorite quote was really from Dante. The hottest places in hell are reserved for those who, in a time of moral crisis, preserve their neutrality. That's from this. He got the quote wrong, but that's what he was trying to quote. The supposed quotation is not actually in Dante's work, but is based upon a similar one. In the Inferno, Dante and his guide Virgil, on their way to hell, pass by a group of dead souls outside the entrance to hell. These individuals, when alive, remained neutral at a time of great moral decision. Virgil explains to Dante that these souls cannot enter either heaven or hell because they did not choose one side or another. They are therefore worse than the greatest sinners in hell because they are repugnant to both God and Satan alike and have been left to mourn their fate as insignificant beings, hence memori damnatio, neither hailed nor cursed in life or death, endlessly travailing below heaven, but outside of hell. This scene occurs in the third canto of the Inferno. The following is a translation from the original written in the Italian vernacular. That is what I read to you. See, y'all don't know history. And because you don't know history, you don't know who was wrong, who was right, who is black, who is white, or why they are wrong or right, and why certain things you shouldn't fuck with. You think you just saying 3 words, Happy Mother's Day. All the while celebrating someone who chose neutralism, which by her own intellectual history committed the greatest crime against God, man, and nature, even against Satan himself. There was no other crime greater than being neutral. This is from their canto, published originally in Italian by Dante himself. You don't know how to use their own intellectual history to justify your decisions based on an objective observation of that history. Because you can't judge what you don't know, stupid. And when you laugh at the people who do know, you're really just laughing at yourself. Because I know. I'm not like you. I made it my business to know so that I could teach you. I'm not at the club. I'm not hanging out. I wish I was. I'm not going out to dinner. I wish I could. Ain't nobody inviting me to lunch. And damn sure ain't nobody making me breakfast. I'm studying from the time I wake up to the time I go to sleep. So I don't come in front of you and waste your time and try to collect money for something you never gonna get. Oh, wait a minute. So you telling me that you didn't know about neutralism and Dante's Infernos and that this is the intellectual justification for why this woman cannot be the foundation for a Mother's Day celebrated by Black women?
And if you didn't know before, now you know.
I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Bet you didn't know that.
Right? I think I know what y'all really want, though. That's what you really want. Right? This is not HOK. Okay, let me show you where you at, just so you know. Right? Just so you know. Be very clear on where you are. If I can find a damn thing. Oh, this is right in front of my face. And it's not a damn thing, so pardon that. But let me show you where you are, just so that you know. Okay? Here we go. Close that. Open that up. Be very clear. Okay? Let me show you something. That's Marcus. Okay, so where's Marcus at? Here we go. That's all I wanted. Right? So let me show you something. Just so you can see this. I'm going to share my screen. In fact, I'll stay on the screen with you. Right? Share screen. Here we go. Allow. Okay, hold on. You see this? This is not HOK. This is Bet Amos. The house of Amos. Okay? That is where you are right now. Okay? You are in the house of Amos. Okay? There you go. The house of Amos. Okay? This is not HOK. Okay? They wanted the second round, so I let them have a second round. Okay? That's what it is. So, yeah. We heard it. Thank you so much. Right? So, my ego ain't that big. I don't need 3 standing ovations. But I just wanted you to understand that, no, see this right here? No, this is not true. None of that means anything if you don't know how to think. That's black people's biggest problem. It's not lack of information about machinery or lack of information about weapon building. When you don't understand what your greatest weapon is, none of the other weapons matter. When you don't understand what your greatest weapon is, none of the other weapons matter. Understand that. None of the other weapons matter. Your greatest weapon is that real estate between your ears that you know virtually nothing about. If I ask you, where's your 𝓈𝓔𓏏🫏 stalk? You can't tell me. Where's your adeno hypothesis? You can't tell me. You don't know. I said, point to it. Point to your adeno hypothesis. Point to your 𝓈𝓔𝓏𝑏𝑙𝑎 stalk. You don't know because you don't know anything about that real estate between your ears and how it works and what it's for. So you learning about weapons and machinery, those things mean nothing if you don't know how to think. I told you, we come from a people that were taught what to think. If you don't believe me, drive around on Sunday to your churches and see who's coming out of them. See who's going in them. Taught what to think. While they made minstrels laughing at that whole process about you. Here we go. See you, Brent. Go watch Umar Johnson or somebody. I don't know. Okay. Right? Okay. Now I need moderators to get rid of these. I have my admirers in here who are beside themselves. Right? Here we go. Okay. All right. So, hello. Yeah. One thing I've always said, I don't do what I do for low IQ people. I don't. Like, I am not a drink for a low IQ person. I'm just telling you that right now. So I'm say something to offend you, right? If I say something that you don't process well, I'm just not your cup of tea. And I don't mind that at all. I'm not in this world to be the cup of tea of people who I'm not prepared for. I didn't prepare myself for you. If I'm not your cup of tea, or if you find something disdaining about me, or something about me that you don't find appealing, I'm not for you, right? I only call into question persons who would take the time to even comment. If there's something about myself that, oh, wonderful. Join us with a J. I'm not going to be known for having the most illiterate chat on YouTube. Okay, we got to, or illegible. We've got to get these spellings correct, right? Now, and I don't need people looking up stuff and then putting the answers in the chat either. All right, so let's get back to it. Here we go. Yeah, I'm not. I'll tell you in a moment. Right now, I am not for everyone. I'll tell you right now. I am not for everyone. I'm for people who really, people who value education. So, by their own intellectual tradition, because you got to remember, these men were not just Confederate soldiers. They were studying at universities that taught this stuff. They taught about Dante's Inferno because they discussed it, even at West Point. They discussed these things. Okay? So here she was in violation of their own intellectual history by being neutral. She was neutral when it came to the freedom of, how are you the founder and the focus of Mother's Day, right? When the culture you were using to celebrate it, the songs, the ideas, the concepts, all was about keeping these women powerless and enslaved, stealing their futures. So when you celebrate Mother's Day, this is the woman you're celebrating. It's not your mama. You think it's your mama. What did your mother do in May that was so special that you got to celebrate her in May? Not a damn thing. You celebrate her in May because that's when she was celebrated. Were they celebrated? Huh? And they look at you wishing a black woman Happy Mother's Day on a day that is consecrated to Ann M.R. Jarvis, who chose neutrality, not justice and not what was right. She chose neutrality. She said, my name is Jess. I ain't in this mess. All that mattered to her was white unity. That's it. Her social circles and the well-being of their sons. That's all that mattered to her. Now that that's said, this is where I stopped the presentation originally. Okay? This is where I originally stopped the presentation. And then I thought about it. I said, Shakka, I appreciate you back, Nomadic Productions. Big time. Right? I definitely appreciate you back. Let me just grab this. Oh, I already did it before. I ain't doing that again. So, not right now. So when I stopped the presentation, I told you I felt I had to go back. My mother always taught me, my moot always taught me growing up, when you take from someone, you should simultaneously give to them so that they are not without. I'm not doing this to impoverish you. I'm not trying to take Mother's Day away from you. Don't be hesitant, Mama Isis. I ain't going to leave you out there in the cold concerning that matter. We're almost there, people. Stick with me. Your energy is helping me get through this, believe it or not. It really is. I have been wanting to give this presentation for years, and I just never did. Mother's Day would come because I didn't celebrate it. I just, let it go on. And every time the holiday came or the occasion came, I was like, oh man, I need to do that Mother's Day presentation. I need to do that. For years, I've been saying I need to do this Mother's Day presentation. And so finally, I said, okay, even though I missed it this year, I don't care because it's just going to come around again next year. And those of you who are in the know, you can let people know this ain't the move. That ain't the move. Tell your mother when she says, well, you ain't get me nothing for Mother's Day, you tell her, this is not your Mother's Day. This is somebody else's Mother's Day. And I'll be damned if I celebrate you on a day that she celebrated. That's like me saying she's equal to you. I'm not doing that. Like, where we doing that at? You feel me? Where we doing that at? Can you imagine me with my education celebrating my beautiful Black African goddess of a mother on a day that is centrally observed in which that woman is the fount of? That's some weirdo shit to me. Period. I'm not doing it. You can do it. I'm not doing it. And if I had to explain to them why, I would be like, sit down and just watch this with me, mother. Okay? So let's go. We have well over 100 people here with us, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that to you earlier. And I appreciate each and every one of you that's here with me. It's your energy that's getting me through this. In fact, the higher the numbers go, the more it's like, okay, Shaka, you gotta get all the way through this. We're almost there. This part is going to mean something to those of you who really like to learn from me. I realized that I said, Shaka, you can't tell them don't celebrate Mother's Day. And that was when I changed my perspective to, it's not that I don't celebrate Mother's Day. If we're going to celebrate Mother's Day, and I think Mother's Day is a beautiful idea and a worthy concept, we just have to have enough self-respect to base it on our own meaning and give it our own focus and locus, our own fount. From where does our Mother's Day spring? Our Mother's Day can't spring from where their Mother's Day spring from. The celebration of the rape of our women, our mothers and wives and daughters and sons. The rape of a whole race. And the rape, I'm not just talking about physical rape, right? Physical rape, of course, it is what it is. It's an unforgivable crime, sin, transgression. I'm talking about rape on a completely existential level. Raping your identity, raping your historical consciousness, raping your very consciousness of self and other and father and mother. A complete rape of your humanity. This is what was brought about by racism, not by slavery. Slavery is not what brought that about. Racism brought that about. Because the central doctrine of racism is that white people are superior to black people, predicated on the premise that black people are not human beings and therefore not entitled to the rights of human beings. That's racism. And everything else is just a negotiation in that area. Everything else is a negotiation in that area. I'm sorry, sometimes I find myself sliding. This is why I stopped the camera to reposition my seating. Okay, I'm good. So I said, okay, if we're going to celebrate Mother's Day, and we are, right? We have to do it from our premise, our cultural legacy, right? We have to define it for ourselves so that the meanings cannot emanate from the. That's how you restore yourself. You don't wait from. That's the one thing we were known for in antiquity, to be able to restore. Where do you think the story of resurrection comes from? The story of resurrection is the perennial story of restoration. The entire religion is a restoration religion, but you don't understand restoration, restoring. Restoring has far greater value than reparation. Reparation is just a part of the restoration. But if you think cash can restore intellectual poverty and historical poverty and religious poverty and spiritual poverty, cash can't fix that. All the reparations in the world can't fix that. The only thing that can fix that is restoration, to be restored. So you are going to have to restore your perspective on motherhood, because the perspective on motherhood that you get from the Mother's Day that is founded on Ann Jarvis, that Mother's Day, it's black women squeezing themselves into a small space to be celebrated with white women, rather than restore themselves to a divine place from which Mother's Day should emanate. That Mother's Day is not divine. What is the opposite of divine? That which is vulgar. Vulgar. American Mother's Day is based on the vulgar. Minstrelsism, slavery, oppression, racism, white solidarity. These are vulgar things to us. Well, not white solidarity, that we can respect. But the other things, those are vulgar things. These are vulgarities. So why would you appropriate to yourself? Because appropriate or assimilation is all you know and understand. Why would you assimilate? Why do you want to be assimilated into a vulgar celebration, a vulgar observation? Why? What purpose does that serve? That's what you want to pass on to your children? That's what you want your children to bring to you every year? A vulgar celebration? Why isn't your Mother's Day? Why doesn't our Mother's Day is supposed to emanate from a divine place? But that's only if you are historically intact. If you are not historically intact, where's the divinity in that? The whole central theme of Jesus's divinity is his ultimate relationship with his ultimate Father being historically intact. That's why he had to say he was from this house, from the house of David, Judah, all this other stuff. If that pedigree didn't matter, it would have never been mentioned. It was mentioned because the historicity had to be intact. So you didn't even understand your own story or apply it to yourself. You think it only applied to him. In the narrative, he told you, don't be so impressed with me. These things and greater you will do. That's what it says in your book. But you're so busy slobbing his, you don't even bother to try to be greater than him. I hate to tell you that. I should have did that on camera. Somebody gonna snapshot that and do some dumb shit with it, but that's all right. I'm gonna catch him in traffic. You know what that happens. That's a workout. That's gonna be a 5 minute. No, that's gonna be a 2 minute workout. Nah, probably less than that. I'll make sure of it. Right? So, but this is what's going on. Of course. But the problem is that we further it. Oh, this is a beautiful statement. That was beautiful. I fell asleep during your presentation and woke up, but while I slept, I had good dreams. That was beautiful. That made my night. That alone, that one comment made this whole thing worth it. For me. As much pain as I've been in sitting here, it made it worth it for me. Now, hopefully this won't be too loud. You let me know if it's too loud and if it's too distracting in the comments, and I'll turn it down. But from this point, this music is going to get me through the rest of it. It's what I've been listening to the whole time. After I got rid of, after I moved on from Boys to Men. For me, it's the music of inspiration. And I want to be inspired by our mothers, by my mother for sure. I wouldn't be sitting here looking like this if it wasn't for my mother, talking like this if it wasn't for my mother, and certainly if it wasn't for my father for choosing such a mother. I'll always be indebted to my father for making that choice. When I think about all the myriad of women he could have had us with, and trust me, he had options, you know, more than most, certainly more than many. All right, let's get it. If it's too loud that it's interfering, let me know, and I'll just lower it down. Okay? I'm in the right place. Here we go. So now, our Mother's Day. Our Mother's Day has to come from a much more meaningful place. This is my moot. This is AI overview. I threw this together very fast, this whole section. But I felt like if I showed you what Mother's Day should not be, I owed it to you to show you what Mother's Day could be and should be for us. We have a much older history of celebrating motherhood, older than anything that white people can give us. And so if we're going to celebrate Mother's Day, our Mother's Day should be celebrated on that which is grounded in our history going thousands upon thousands of years back, before white people could read or write, before they lived in a house with a window or had a shoe to put in it, to quote loosely Dr. John Henrik Clarke, may he live forever. We had elevated motherhood to the divine level. I'll say it again. We had relegated motherhood to the divine level. This matters. Your Mother's Day cannot be predicated and grounded in that which is vulgar. And if you are historically illiterate and you don't know what Mother's Day is founded in, the best you can hope to do is engage in a vulgar holiday and observance built on your own destruction and the rape of your woman and your people and your culture, of your mind, of your spirit. That's what Mother's Day represents to someone like myself who is historically literate. We're now making you historically literate. So it's going to offend you too until you know what you should be more offended by than Mother's Day? That you didn't have the agency of your own to create your own for your own. That is what you should be more offended by. You don't even know what to be offended at. One, because you have no leaders. Your leaders are supposed to tell you what to be offended at. You don't know what to be offended at. That matters. Boom. I love that I no longer forget where to put myself. I used to forget that all the time. In Egyptian mythology, 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁, the female counterpart of the primordial god Nun, is often associated with the concept of motherhood as the creator and the source of all things. This is from AI. They always say black people have a low IQ. So AI, artificial intelligence, is created by white people with a super high IQ, right? So we're going to go to their invention to get the answers. So these are high IQ answers, not for low IQ people. So it's telling you that those Africans in the Nile Valley had a symbol. Her name was 𝓈𝓿𝓿𝓏𝓿. You don't know her name, you've never said her name. You should say her name. You love saying, say her name, right? That's a big feminist thing. Say her name. Well, say her name. 𝓈𝓿𝓿𝓏𝓿. The female counterpart of the primordial god Nun is often associated with the concept of motherhood as the creator and the source of all things. You cannot get a bigger symbol for Mother's Day than 𝓈𝓿𝓿𝓏𝓿. This is an African goddess, older than all of the Greek goddesses, all of the Roman goddesses. Before they had any god or goddesses, she was worshipped in Africa along the Nile. But she is not good enough for you as an emblem for Mother's Day. You would rather be associated, let's get it. You're lucky this thing has a delay. Damn white inventions. You'd rather be associated with her, who did this to you. That's what your Mother's Day is calibrated on. Rather than 𝓈𝓿𝓿𝓏𝓿. She's not important for you, enough for you to study and to learn about. She's part of the Agduad of Hermopolis, a group of 8 primordial deities representing the chaotic waters before creation. Why is that important? She represents the chaotic waters. She's part of the group that represents the chaotic waters before creation. Let's talk about that for a second. Because you know this is where I go in now. So pay attention. This is where those who truly study under Shakka-Ahmose, this is where they get their enjoyment, because this is where I go in. This is not for the people who are just discovering me, because most of this will probably be over your head. But I still recommend you listen anyway and learn. 𝓈𝓿𝓿𝓏𝓿, exactly. This stuff, when we talk to you about 𝓈𝓿𝓿𝓏𝓿 in the Nile Valley, the creator, God, personified as a female, the source of all creation, 𝓈𝓿𝓿𝓏𝓿, as celebrated and supplicated along the Nile Valley,
This stuff that you don't know about and don't understand is the thing that white people have spent millions of dollars mastering so that they can understand the origin of their own worldview. You know nothing about it, and you think it's okay. You think everything else is more important. Every other video you watch on YouTube is more important. Every other conversation you have is more important than understanding your own high cosmology and cosmogony, let alone your own philosophy. Do you know that one of the reasons that white people perpetuate in their own universities that black people instinctively and by nature have a lower IQ is because we've never produced a philosophy? This is what they say. We have no great philosophers of which to speak. And this is also why it's important for them to divorce black people from ancient Egypt, from ancient Kemet. It's very important in their worldview to divorce black people from Kemet, because what they hide from you, because they know you don't read, what they hide from you is that in their own literature, they admitted that it was the Africans of the Nile Valley, particularly in Egypt and Kemet, that gave philosophy to the world. White people don't want to have that discussion because you will highly offend them. They don't look at you and I as being the arbiters of philosophy, the creators of philosophy. They don't look at people of our race as being the people who gave philosophy to the world. But they admitted it in their own writing. In their own writing. You wouldn't even know where to look to find it. Why is this important? They will tell you the most important part of law is philosophy. But you knew that already. You knew that already, right? The people you call when you're in trouble, the lawyers, the attorneys, that's what they have to study: philosophy, ethics. The people who are saving your ass or condemning your ass in the Supreme Court and destroying all of our lives by giving that crazy man the office of kingship in the presidency, that came from the Supreme Court. Those people are steeped in philosophy and ethics. And it is their position that philosophy is not a black thing. That's deep. When their own intellectual history credits black people with giving the world philosophy in Egypt. But you don't know which writing to go look at. I can pull it up in front of you in 2 seconds, but I wouldn't, because you won't value it then. If you want to see it, book a session. Go and look at my description. It'll tell you how to book 30 minutes with me. I hate doing those 30 sessions, 30-minute sessions. That's not true. It's just that it pulls me away from other things that I need to be working on. I actually love doing it. I just don't like doing it on the weekends, because on the weekends I got to present. Like, I love doing private sessions, like my 30-minute sessions, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I love it because I love my students. My students are dope. They're freaking brilliant, all of them. And from my perspective, they're going to be some of the greatest minds of the future. They really are, black or white. We call her Hatora. That's who you call Nunet. Hatora. Hatora. Well, or you call Hokma. All these different names for Nunet. Call her by her proper name, Nunet, because it tells who she is the consort of. She's the consort of Nun. Why is this important? When you speak in terms of the Agdwa, you've been speaking in terms of very high African cosmology. Cosmology, studied appropriately, which is the study of the cosmos, should leave you with cosmogony, a coherent comprehensive theory emanating from the accurate and appropriate study of cosmology. Being left with a proper cosmogony then allows you to elucidate and impart a comprehensive philosophy. There's a pecking order to this that you have been taught nothing about. You have been left like infants in your brain. And I'm supposed to come and play with you. I'm supposed to play with you when you don't even know what direction things should be unfolding in. Living like cavemen, trying to figure out how to pay a bill. I don't know how to do this. I can't balance that. I'm just stupid. Get it in the hoop, son. $1 million check doesn't leave you or your offspring any more intelligent. You can get $1 billion tomorrow. What kind of knowledge you got about managing $1 billion? What kind of knowledge you got about managing $1,000? I don't know. What do I know? I can be able to manage $1. So let me stop gaslighting people. But my interest and my focus is understanding how it all works so that I can impart it to you. Let's get back to 𝓄𝓿𝓏𓏄𓀢𓀁🏫. Say her name and keep saying it over and over again. So that the next time you wishing a black woman happy Mother's Day, you can wish it to her on a divine level by invoking and supplicating 𝓄𝓿. There she is. She's on the walls. Go to Africa today. Go get on a plane. Go to Egypt. Go to southern Egypt, right? Or central to Saqqara, and just go here, and you will see her on the wall in the temple of Seti 1. You'll see her on the wall. What is the oldest known? How old is her documentation go back? The oldest known text to document the ancient Egyptian concept of Nun as part of the Agduad is speaking of her and her consort. Goes back to 2400 BCE and is from the pyramid text. The pyramid text. That's the oldest religious text in the world. There was no Jesus. There was no Abraham. There was no Moses. There was no Bible. There was no Jew or no Hebrew or no Christian. There was no Greek and no Roman. None of that existed when she was celebrated as the apex or the representative of motherhood. She's associated with the concept of motherhood as the creator and the source of all things. That's documented. After her, you can then include Tefnut, God's first daughter. They'll teach you about God's first son. Why don't they teach you about God's first daughter? Tefnut. Because the white man didn't tell you. The white man knows about her because they study her in the university. The white man studies God's first daughter in the university. Why you don't know him, black woman? Huh? Happy Mother's Day. In Egyptian mythology, Tefnut is a mother goddess associated with moisture, rain, and fertility. She is one of the first deities to be created, along with her brother Shu, by the creator god Atum. That's where you get the word Adam from in science. They took your religion and made it their science. That's how they figured out the secrets to the universe, by studying your religion, by studying your cosmology, your cosmogony. Tefnut and Shu are also depicted as twins and became husband and wife, giving birth to Geb, the earth and the sky. This is your ancestral cosmology. How do we know she is the daughter of God? Because there he is resting upon her head. This is Ray. Come on, people. Come on, people. You notice I was down there a moment ago, now I'm back up here. The phone needs some repair. Right? Come on, people. No, don't do me dirty with the super chats. Cash App. I'm a Cash App warrior. It's at the top of the what you call it. It's at the top of the YouTube chat. Don't do me dirty with the super chats. Those are resources my platform will not see. Right? I don't want to be posting my Cash App every 5 minutes to field those contributions. Those contributions matter. But they only matter if the platform receives them. I have given a commercial telling you how to make a contribution. I have it posted at the top of the YouTube chat. Come on, people. We got well over 100 people in here. Somebody's paying attention. Somebody's learning. But you have no right to celebrate a Mother's Day that is founded and premised upon a woman who chose to be neutral in the face of injustice, while at the same time celebrating white solidarity using the accoutrements or the culture that celebrated your rape. I'm sorry, but in an intelligent world, you don't have the right to do that. You owe your children more than that. You owe your progeny more. You owe yourself more than that. Or maybe you don't think you do. Sometimes there are other people who think higher of you than you think of yourself. But this culture is not designed to teach you to think high of yourself, only in worship of them. But when it comes to worshiping your own, oh no, we can't do that. That's out of the question. Every pastor in America will lie to you later today on Sunday. Every last one. Literally everyone. It doesn't matter if they're black, white, African-centered, Eurocentric. Every last one of them is going to lie to you. If they are in Ghana, South Africa, Namibia, Kenya, Ethiopia, I don't care if they are part of the whole Tawahedo church. Every last Christian pastor, monk, and priest is going to lie to you. Orthodox, Pentecostal, Jehovah's Witness, Mormon, especially them, they're all going to lie to you. And you're going to celebrate that lie. Well, I'm just going to give you something else to think about. In Egyptian mythology, Tefnut is a mother goddess associated with moisture, rain. How old? How old? The oldest known text to document the ancient Egyptian goddess Tefnut appears in the pyramid text of Unis, 2400 BC. That's the 25th century BCE. That's almost 3,000 years before anybody even heard the word Jesus or Christ or Abraham or Jew or Bible. What's the source? The pyramid text of Unis, the pyramid of Unis and Saqqara, the 5th dynasty. That's the old kingdom. It even gives you the specific text. Pyramid text 527, utterance 600. Pyramid text 600, utterance 600. It's on the walls, people. I'm sure this is the inside of the pyramid of Unis. The stuff that's carved in the walls. All you have to do is walk down this causeway and go right into that pyramid, the pyramid of Unis, and you'll see it. It talks about her. And she's a mother goddess. She gave birth. After her comes the birth of all creation, the sky and the earth. So you don't know your own cosmology because you're addicted to somebody else's fairy tale. In ancient Egyptian mythology, Nut. So now we're on number 3. I've given you 2 symbols of motherhood. Now we're going to give you 3, the third one. In ancient Egyptian mythology, Nut, the sky, the daughter of Tefnut, is indeed revered as a goddess of the sky and heavens, often depicted as a woman arching over the earth, and importantly, what? As a mother goddess. I've given you 3 mother goddesses from the Nile Valley. You want to brag about black people building the pyramids? You can't even brag about the 3 goddesses that represent motherhood, while you want to celebrate motherhood dedicated to Ann Jarvis? You have to be sick as a black person to do that. Or you have to be historically bankrupt to do that. You've got all of these black African goddess mothers celebrated, carved into the walls, inside the pyramids, inside the temples, with their documentation inside the pyramids. And you don't celebrate them? This is one of the reliefs showing the cosmogony. This is a scientific theory that later people came and turned into a religion that they called their own, that they failed to understand. This is Nut, the very one that's speaking of her here. She is even the mother of God. This is why God is coming out of her, going in her at night and coming out of her in the morning, at dawn. She is the mother of prominent deities like Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys. Her role as mother is central to her mythology, as she is seen as the one who protects and nourishes the deceased after they transition to the afterlife. You don't even know about the female role of motherhood that is supposed to take place in the hereafter, afterlife. You're so caught up in this white man's story about Jesus because he cut all the women out. Her worship was deeply embedded in ancient Egyptian culture, and her association with the sky and the cycle of life and death makes her a significant figure in the broader context of African mythology. That's AI overview. That's not Shakka-Ahmose. The oldest known text to document her appears in, the pyramid text of Unis, 2345 BCE, the 5th dynasty. They even give you her specific text. Pyramid text 366, utterance 273 to 274. Pyramid text 393, utterance 277. Pyramid text 437, utterance 313. Your black children are supposed to know this better than they know their own bedroom. So when somebody comes talking to them about some silliness about a Jesus story and Mary and all this dumb stuff that they copied and got confused later on, and you don't even know your own celebrations of motherhood and the role that it played in resurrection and the afterlife and the hereafter, that this white boy from Greece and Rome came and cut out and suppressed later on, both Theodosius and Justinian the first, when they closed down your schools. As the people, you're disgusting. I'm talking to black people. You're literally disgusting. Why? You have this great lineage, this great heritage, this great tradition, and you have no respect for it. You only respect things when white people pick it up and call it their own. Then you want to scream cultural appropriation when the entire time you left it sitting there on the ground as if it was worthless and had no value. That's disgusting behavior. I'm gonna tell you the truth. You don't have to like me. You don't have to give me a dime. I really don't care. I'm telling you the truth. Because somebody has to. Somebody has to. Facts. This is real. This is real, people. Somebody would look at me and wonder why I don't wish them happy Mother's Day. It's too deep for them. They're still in American kindergarten. They haven't even graduated from Sunday school. You haven't even graduated to American kindergarten when it comes to your own history or to cosmology, cosmogony, philosophy. And you want to start at religion, a place that is replete with stupidity. Religion is all about I don't know. Religion is all about I believe. Religion is all about, well, this is what my mom and my daddy told me. This is what Master told us. That you ignore your own science, the very thing that they study. Atom is a principle. What do you think the atom was? There's an old saying is nobody has ever seen an atom. No, they were basing it on something. They were predicated. It comes from atom, which represents the one building block of the universe. You needed one building block of the universe upon which to make everything else relevant too. For white Europeans, that was the atom, the atom, which comes from atum. God in ancient Egyptian language. I don't do this for the weak. I do this for those who understand why I do this. Period. I do this for those who understand why I do this. Let's go. I've given you 3. I've given you Nunet. I've given you Tefnut. And I've given you Nut. All in celebration of divine motherhood. So it's far above any kind of motherhood a white man could ever bestow upon you, or a white woman. So it's my job as the son of an African woman to restore to you your Mother's Day on a much higher sacred level that is documented with primary evidence in the historical record. This is my job, so I'm doing it. Nobody else has given you this presentation before because they couldn't. If they could have, they would have. That's what this represents. Nut, the mother of God, Ray. Ray is coming out of here. But if you want one of the most quintessential expressions of motherhood, you have to go to the text that came after the pyramid text. You have to go to the coffin text. In the coffin text is where you find Necheret Mut. Necheret Mut. Or as the Greeks reversed it, Mut Necheret. Or not the Greeks, the later people of Kemet. Where the title of function, the title became after the function. In the older period, in the Middle Kingdom, it would have been Necheret Mut. In the late kingdom, it would have been Mut Necheret. From Mut Necheret, you got Mother Nature, named after her. Goddess Mut, a prominent figure in ancient Egyptian religion, is indeed an African goddess. This is AI overview, not Shakka-Ahmose. For you white people who need to be convinced. This is, I don't care about convincing you. For you black people who need to be convinced. This is not Shakka-Ahmose, this is AI overview. Google's Gemini. Goddess Mut, a prominent figure in ancient Egyptian religion, is indeed an African goddess. Her name translates to mother, Mut, mother. And she was revered as a mother goddess, associated with fertility, creation, and the nurturing aspect of motherhood. How many of you black women supplicate her and celebrate her You teach your daughters nothing about her. You got the nerve to teach your daughters about a dead white man from a dead white religion and think you're disgusting. I'm sorry. That's my Mother's Day's gift to you, to show you how disgusting you've been. You hate me? Good. Maybe you'll find some sense in that hate. The nurturing aspect of motherhood. Source, coffin text, Middle Kingdom, 2055 to 1650 BCE, before the Common Era. Earliest known appearance of Mut by name is in the coffin text. These are the coffin texts. These are books, ancient books, where she is referenced in connection with what? Divine motherhood and protection. Anna Jarvis can't compete with this. This is motherhood on a divine level. While Mut is not yet part of a fixed triad at this stage, her identity as a primordial mother goddess begins to be shaped. Development. Mut's cult becomes prominent during the New Kingdom, especially at Karnak, where she is worshipped as the consort of Amen. And the mother, what does that mean? And the mother of Khonsu, forming the Theban triad. What does that mean? Because y'all don't want to talk about it. When you say Amen at the end of your prayers, well, that cocoa got my teeth down. When you say Amen at the end of your prayers, you are supplicating the ancient African deity Imun. Imun had a wife. His wife is Mut, the mother of all mothers. Amen. When you say Amen, amen, the correct pronunciation, the closest correct pronunciation in the Western language would be amen, not amen. Because amen, which is the longer vowel, is closer to the original pronunciation, which was imen, a long vowel. A is a short vowel. We don't use a short vowel to pronounce the name of the deity, the name of the nature, Imen. In the Coptic, they would have used the I, which led us to the A. This is where you get amen, and you have this fake story of why Jewish people use it. It's a fake story. Their whole structure comes out of ancient Kemet, Egypt. You don't want to deal with the original thing in its original context because you're scared of yourself. White people have made you, it's really not even made you scared, it's a question of value. You don't value your own value, to put it succinctly. The term for value in ancient Kemet, in Eden Kemet, is fahi. Fahi 𝓈𝔔�𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁. Value in exchange for value. I'm giving you value, you give me value. Cash App, $ Shakka-Ahmose. Fahi 𝓈𝔔���������𓀢𝓁. Value in exchange for value. That's how it would have been said in ancient Kemet, in Egypt, in ancient Egypt. Fahi 𝓈𝔔𝓄�������𓀢𝓁. For you experts out there. We're almost there. I'm shocked I made it this far. I really am. I knew if I hung in there, I would. Having Michelle here as a new person was inspirational. I no longer forget. I love that I no longer forget that. Goddess Mut. All of this motherhood going back thousands upon thousands of years, and Black women choose to celebrate a Mother's Day, or to be celebrated on a Mother's Day that is founded and premised on a white woman who pretty much celebrated their oppression and enslavement. But if you want the mother of all mothers to be as a symbol for Mother's Day and when it should be celebrated, AI overview. In ancient Egyptian religion, the goddess Aset known as Isis in Greek, was a powerful figure revered as a mother, particularly associated with motherhood, marital love, not 304 love, marital love and devotion. She is often depicted as what? The divine mother of the pharaoh, who is likened to Horus. Aset's role as a mother extends beyond her relationship with Horus, encompassing broader themes of nurturing, healing, and magic. You ever feel good and you're like, wow, it worked like magic? See, they teach you to devalue magic. But in our culture, magic is not something that is spooky. It means a result that you cannot explain. That's it. A result beyond your explanation. That's all magic is. And if you know that there are results beyond your explanation, then you cannot say there is no such thing as magic. Oh, it appeared like magic. That's another way of saying I don't know how it appeared. That's all. Which means that she represents that aspect of motherhood which is able to do things that you cannot explain. That's what that means. That aspect of mothers that are capable of doing things that we cannot explain. She might not even be able to explain it herself. She might attribute it to some supernatural nature, some supernatural deity. Hopefully not Jesus. What did Martin Luther King say about her? In his book, Martin Luther King, the paper of Martin Luther King Jr., Volume 1, called, this is his own words. What did it say about her? The oldest known text to document the ancient Egyptian goddess Aset, more widely known by her Greek name Isis, appears in what? The pyramid text of Unis. This same pyramid. It's in Saqqara. It's there today. Go get a visa. Go to Egypt if you need one. Go down this walkway. Go to this pyramid of Unis in Saqqara, and you will see her documented on the walls inside. Your pastor is not going to tell you that. Not going to tell you where their religion comes from. Okay? It even gives you the date. The oldest one is 2345 BCE, 5th dynasty, Old Kingdom. Key utterances. It gives you the exact text where you can document her mention. Pyramid text 219, utterance 200. Pyramid text 222, utterance 205. Pyramid text 251 to 254, utterance 258 to 261. Pyramid text 532, utterance 600. And you have the nerve to predicate your Mother's Day on this? Women? What did Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. say about her? He said the Egyptian mysteries of Isis and Osiris. And notice he put Isis first. And he said the Egyptian mysteries of Isis and Osiris exerted considerable influence upon early Christianity. That's what Dr. Martin Luther King said. Why didn't your pastor tell you that? That early Christianity was influenced by their relationship. Dr. King told you that in his writings. Shakka didn't make it up. It's in writing. It's in black and white. Here it's in green and whatever this color is. Brick red. Right? What did he say? We find that there was a festival held each year in Egypt celebrating the resurrection of Osiris. And for you Christians out there, this is before the resurrection of Jesus. The first resurrection that y'all should know about is the resurrection of Osiris. You don't know about that. This is where they got the resurrection of Jesus from. What did Martin Luther King go on to say? He said in his own words, not Shakka-Ahmose, Christians unconsciously perpetuate the worship of Osiris in modern times. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Did you hear what Dr. King just said? Yeah, absolutely, no question about it. I think we all know what that deserves, right?
Bet you didn't know that. Bet you didn't know that. Booyah!
Tell that to your pastor tomorrow. Walk in the church and go,
Booyah!
that's what you should do when you walk into church. And ask them why they didn't show you that in Dr. King's collegiate papers. Those are his university papers. In fact, those are his papers written at seminary school. So when he was studying to become a pastor, he had to learn that. Yeah. When he was studying to become a pastor at Coastal University, he had to learn that. See, I know who his professor was. I taught about it in one of my other presentations. He had one of the best of the best. So he had to write and prove that he understood the subject matter. This is Dr. King. They want to tell you about his dream. They don't want to tell you about what he knew and what he said. I documented it for you. Remember this when you're in church, worshiping your fake God, given to you by your slave master, who you cannot stop worshiping. And you worship his mother. What did he say? Dr. King said Christians unconsciously perpetuate the worship of Osiris in modern times. This is not, he also went on to say, this is not the only point at which the religion of Osiris and Isis exerted influence on Christianity. Here you go. There's a reason why he was black. He was black because the prototype was. That's why. Do you see? She's sitting there with her child. She's sitting there with her child. She's sitting there with hers. That's why this picture of my mother is my favorite, my moot. This picture. And in fact, my moot took it back. They're sitting there with the male child. My mother is sitting there with her female grandchild, my brother's daughter, who herself is now a teacher, believe it or not. A college graduate and a teacher. What did J.A. Rogers say in his publication, Nature Knows No Color Line? And he wrote this, look when Martin Luther King wrote this. In 1951, he's writing about this. A year later, look what J.A. Rogers says. Negroes were first worshipped in Greece and Rome. White masses bowed down to black deities. You want to know why Joe Rogan or Vlad don't want me on their program? Because they don't want to talk about these things. White masses bowed down to black deities. The rites of Apollo were founded by Delphos and his Negro mother, Melanis, from where you get melanin. And the worship of black Isis and Horus were popular in Rome and the Roman colonies far north as Britain. When this later evolved into the worship of the black Madonna and the black Christ, whites also bowed down to them. The black Madonna and the black Christ, which comes from this imagery. this Nile Valley image that they don't want to talk about because they don't want to tell you where their Bible came from. And you're in the age of Christian nationalism? Why aren't the Christian nationalists and the evangelicals teaching you this? Because they don't want you to know. From Johns Hopkins University Press, Queen Mary College, London University, ISIS in the Ancient World, R.E. Witt. This is what he wrote. You want something for Black motherhood, for Mother's Day? ISIS was all things to all men. This is what made her so formidable a foe to Jesus and ecumenical Paul. See, your pastors aren't going to tell you that in order to put Jesus in place, they had to destroy her worship, the worship of the Black woman. Oh, you don't know about theological sex wars. You just think God was a man because some white man on a plantation told your grandmother and your grandfather that. They don't want to talk to you about when God was a woman. Your feminism wants to be based on something white women have given you instead of your own definition for the divine motherhood of Black woman, African woman as they saw themselves. This is an African, you think, listen, Linda, listen. During the formative centuries of Christianity, this means when Christianity was first coalescing, the religion of ISIS was drawing converts to it from every corner of the Roman Empire. Her priests were dedicated missionaries like soldiers crusading on hallowed service. This is where the Christians learned it from. In Italy itself, from where you get Dante's Inferno, the Egyptian faith was a dominant force. This is an African faith in Italy, a place where they look down on you now for being African. Plutarch, when he set about writing his essay on Isis and Osiris, this is history, people, had the task of weaving a systematic theology out of the odds and ends of Egyptian mythology, which later on you'll find is not really so true. It was not as much odds and ends as a poorly understood theology that of unity that unified the whole system. This is what he says about Plutarch. Dr. Witt says, Professor Witt says that he should have used that as the basis. He used the story of Isis and Osiris as the basis for his own particular Platonic philosophy. See, they're not telling you where they're getting their philosophy from. They're taking it right out of what? An African-born faith. It witnesses to the importance of this African-born faith in the 2nd century AD. That's out of Queen Mary College, London University, and Johns Hopkins University Press. Why didn't anybody tell you? They forgot to tell you where they got their philosophy from? Or where they forgot to tell you that they've taken their philosophy out of your African-born faith, which placed motherhood of the African woman, the Black woman, on a divine level as personified by 𝓄𝅇, Tefnut, Nut, Mut, and Aset. Every finger accounted for. You have a Mother's Day absent of this? You don't have a Mother's Day. That is a Fool's Day. It's her Mother's Day for white women. For you, as a woman of African descent, for you it is a Fool's Day. Because you make a fool of yourself chasing after the accolades of this white woman. You want to be Meghan Markle married to Prince Harry so you can live the Camelot life in Windsor, Buckingham Palace, because it's something special to be married into that white racist family. Or do you worship, or are you that hypergamous? Anything, even the disenfranchisement the disenfranchisement and divestment of myself just so I can have servants and lay upon my bed, my California side. What do they call them, a California bed? Most of you probably never seen a California bed. Look it up. I've been in one or two. Right? So I want you to think about this. What I'm showing you, I want you to really think about it. So when I tell somebody I don't wish you happy Mother's Day, it's not that you're not worth being celebrated. You're just going about it the wrong way. But the worst part is that you know so much, nobody can't set you right because you're stuck in your ways. If you're stuck in your ways, stay away from your daughters so you don't corrupt them with the same Western Eurocentric poison that undermines your own. You'd rather celebrate a Mother's Day based on your enslavement and oppression than a Mother's Day predicated on your divinity and your relationship to God. As God in certain instances. Now, who's the sick one? Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. My birthday just passed June 20th. Oh no, it's not June 20th yet. That's see how far off I am. For those who don't know, this is the 7th of June, 2025. So my birthday is 13 days from now. I don't consider it my birthday. I don't celebrate it. I actually celebrate my mother on that day. That's my Mother's Day. On the day of my birthday, I celebrate that as Mother's Day because that's the day that she became a mother again for the 3rd time. So that's when I celebrate my mother. I don't follow behind white people. White people celebrate their birthday. I don't celebrate my birthday. We did things in our continent where we come from that had deep, great meaning. So on my birthday, I celebrate my mother. That's Mother's Day for me. So I think all Mother's Day should be twice a year for every mother. I'll tell you why. There should be a personal Mother's Day when you celebrate her because she's your mother. She gave birth to you. She became a mother again in that context on your birthday. That's Mother's Day for her. The second day should be a collective day that we all celebrate our mothers collectively. But since you can't be creative, you want to follow behind white women and just give your mother one Mother's Day. She's not even special enough to have 2 holidays celebrating her throughout the year because you don't see her value through the eyes of her progeny. You want to put her on the same level as every other mother, the Chinese mother, the Russian mother, the white, whatever mother. Isn't your mother special? Shouldn't she be something special? The most special thing in the world to you? Above all mothers? Personally and collectively? That's how I think when I think of my mother. When I think of your mother, I think they're entitled to 2 Mother's Days. A personal one and a collective one. On your birthday and on the day that we collectively celebrate our mothers. But you won't institute it. You'll wait for me to do it. I had to get the information to teach you. Then I had to go to, I think so. And do our own him. Yes, this is thinking. Oh, I forgot, Black people don't have think tanks. So because Black people don't have think tanks, they can't produce and create concepts on their own. Because they want the white man to do it for them. They want Elon Musk to do it for them. Who are your professional thinkers? Who's your professional thinking class, white or Black people? Where's your professional thinking class? White people have one. They have many. On the left and the right. Who do you have? Where was your thinking class? Do they have this together? Do they link up? Are they in solidarity with other members of that thinking class? I don't think so. I don't think so. Corey, I hope that answered your question. Two Mother's Days. You don't even know where, how, and when to one-up white people. You're so busy trying to be their equal instead of being what you actually are supposed to be. Yeah. If you have a pastor, show this to your pastor and his wife. They can beat themselves up when they go to church this Sunday and lie to, remember that your pastor is the minstrel. So is his wife. She's the minstrel. That's why they were stocks in the minstrel shows. Remember, documented that white people were laughing at them and laughing at you because they knew that the black pastor was miseducating you. That's documented. That's from their own historical society. And I showed it to you. Listen, Plutarch, when he set about writing his essay on Isis and Osiris, had the task of weaving a systematic theology out of the odds and ends of Egyptian mythology. That he should have used that as the basis for his own particular Platonic philosophy. So you have an Italian, you have Plutarch would have been from another one of the Greek Isles. It would have been Diodorus Siculus that would have come from the Italian peninsula. But Plutarch, most likely, I probably would have come from Turkey or one of these other Greek-dominated places. Plutarch issued his own particular version of Platonic philosophy, Plato. But in order to do that, he had to go into the cosmogony of Africa along the Nile Valley in order to make his version of Platonic philosophy authoritative in his time. Boy, the existence of a priesthood much helped to win men to the faith of Isis. She was the lady who saved. So if you wanted to be saved in the ancient world, you didn't go to Jesus. You went to Aset, the great mother. If you wanted to be saved, I'm talking about in your afterlife. She was the lady who saved. She resurrected. They don't want to tell you this part. In the Bible story, who does the resurrection? They don't even tell you. The gates of hell, besides salvation, were in her hands, which means she was responsible for both. She had authority at the gates of hell, and she had authority over salvation. They were in her hands. She did not allow room for any quarrel between science and religion or any prudery about sex. For racial discrimination and segregation according to the color, or for racial discrimination and segregation according to the color of one's skin. Now, one thing they lied to you about, and this is why you cannot let other people tell you your history, is this part they lied to you about. If you know anything about the culture that produced Aset, they did have sexual prudery or prudery. They were prudes about sex. In other words, they did not have a laissez-faire attitude about sex. In other words, they did not say anything goes. They were against that kind of sexuality. But having a white British professor give you his interpretation, I love what we hear when they tell you African-born faith. That's why she was an African deity. Personification of motherhood. She taught her followers to pursue penitence, pardon, and peace. Elsewhere, she is characterized as being the inventress of all. All things were invented by her. As having divided earth from heaven. That was done by her in this faith. As making the universe spin and as being triumphant over faith. This was all accomplished by her. She sat near the well at Byblos, from where you get the name Bible. See, they cut you off from all of this history. Lowly and tearful, the cult of Isis had its cradle in Northeast Africa, in Egypt and Ethiopia. This is not Shakka-Ahmose. This is Queen Mary College, London University, and Johns Hopkins University Press. Why you don't know this? This is cause celebrate for a true Mother's Day at a divine level, which should be celebrated every year, twice a year. But if a white man don't teach you how to do it, you can't do it. If a white woman is not being celebrated, there's no cause for celebration for you. And my crime is pointing it out to you. I prove it to you. I went from 142 people to 110. I would say about 5 of those are people I had to get rid of. $138 people. So I went from 138 people to 108. What I was saying was not engaging enough, not interesting enough for them to stick around for its conclusion. I have to have the stamina to give this. I had no breakfast today, no lunch today, no dinner today. My body's in pain from working out, but I knew I had to make it through this presentation to get it to whoever needed to hear it. They don't matter. The ones who left, they don't matter to me. Now from 108 to 107. I hope it gets down to 3. I only care about value. I've always been that way. People wonder why I have the things that I have, why I've been blessed in my life, to be blessed in my life the way I have been. It's because I never really cared about the many. I'm very selective when it comes to my food, other aspects of my life, and about who's watching. 2 other people just left. Can we get some more? This is for the select few. See, the people who leave, oh, great. We got 2 more gone. I'm watching the numbers. I want to see them plummet. Why? Vulgarity always exists in great numbers. It's called dilution. It's called dilution. When something becomes diluted, or better yet, I'll give you a better word, polluted. Something is polluted when there are things there that don't belong there. I always said, even when I was in high school, popularity is overrated. Now I'm down to 102, 108 to 102. Let's see if we can get it to 80. I'm interested in the 50 that remain. In the 10 that remain, the 2 or the 1. Everybody wants to be the 1, but they're afraid of getting down to 1. How you want to be the 1 when you're afraid of getting down to 1? Beautiful. I love it. 96. Let's go lower. Lower. You could do better than that. You could do better than that. Oh, it's going up again. Lower. But the only ones that matter are the ones that remain. That's who this is for. Back to 97. You could do better than that. They have to probably get ready for church in the morning. Oh, it is morning. Okay. Let's go. Oh, wonderful. I appreciate you, Mama Isis, very much. And I appreciate your constant presence. Very much so. Absolutely. Hotep, Uncle Dasineb. I appreciate you, Kwame. Very much so. I appreciate you. Nehem. Wow. You know, I'm almost 60 years old. And when I look at all of the same nonsense that we have to suffer through year in and year out, and you see no progress, you're sensitive to why there is no progress. You have to watch it. And sometimes you get to a point where you realize it's not that there's no process because of white people. I don't play that game. There is no process, no progress in the Black community because they refuse to confront and hold accountable those things that have kept us oppressed. And the first one is Christianity and the religion and the churches in our communities not held accountable and brought to bear. There are no consequences. We are an inconsequential people. When you deal with an inconsequential people, you don't worry about consequences. White people do what they choose to do to us with impunity. So why shouldn't the exploitative Negroes follow them and do the same thing? That's what pastors are. Male and female. Bishops, priests, all of them. Darn, back to 105. Going in the wrong direction. Okay. Yeah. The word is exclusive. Just because I give a public presentation doesn't mean that what I'm teaching is not exclusive. I'm just feeling generous. That's it. And all of my paying clients will tell you that. I'm just tired of y'all celebrating this damn holiday and not thinking because nobody will teach you to think. They will not teach you how to think by giving you all of the options with which you have to think. Now I'm giving you an option. Because I'm giving you an option, now you can make a conscious decision. Do I want to celebrate this white woman, Anne Marie Jarvis, in celebration of Mother's Day? Or would I rather look back into my own history and culture and look at the greatest expressions of Mother's celebration that has ever existed in the existence of humanity? Or do I want to throw that in the garbage of my deference of white culture? Well, now you have a choice, right? Queen Mary College, London University, and Johns Hopkins University Press continues in the voice of R.E. Witt to follow the transformation of what began as a, go ahead, read it out loud. Everybody put that in the chat. As a what? I want to see who's paying attention. I haven't done that in a while. To follow the transformation of what began as a what? Let me see who's paying attention. It began as a what? I always have at least one smart person in my class. Let's go. I'll give it a few seconds. To follow the transformation of what began as a what? Okay, I already asked it. Let me see who if I have any smart people here tonight. Let's see. This morning. I'm gonna wait. Sometimes you gotta wait a second for it to come through. Let's see. I'm gonna see who was paying attention. It's gonna come through. Boom. Exactly. See, that's the part they don't want to tell you when you're sitting in school, because it's gonna come up. And when it comes up, they're not gonna tell you this part. This is correct, but that's not what it said in the text, mama. What it said in the text was this. Ah, there you go. A purely African faith. That's the part you have to lock in on. So when people try to look at you and say, well, you're African, you have African descent. This is what you have not done. You have a low IQ. You never contributed anything to civilization, while they're going into your cosmogony to create their philosophy, and then tell you that you produce no philosophy when their own intellectual historical record credits you with introducing philosophy in the exact word of philosophy. But they won't show you the page or the book where that's said. I know, because it's in one of my upcoming presentations, and you have to watch it. Exactly. You all saw it. Let them make a minstrel out of that. They want you to think that we are, what are these TV shows now? Power and BMF and Scandal, right? This is what they want you to think black people are good for. You have nothing to offer the world in the sciences, in the world of intellectual space. There's nothing cool about that. Nothing to be celebrated about that unless there's a dollar value attached to it. Most of these, they actually have you indoctrinated in whole culture, because a whole do anything for money. If it's monetarily related, all right. I mean, nothing wrong with money. You just got to prioritize it, where it got to contextualize it in its proper context. That's it. Black people don't do that. Purely African faith that elevated motherhood to divinity. And who put a facts? Who put an end to it? Who killed that pure African faith that elevated the female to the divine level? On Mother's Day, you shouldn't let the word Mother's Day come out of your mouth. If you don't mention 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁, don't mention the word Mother's Day. You're not worthy of mentioning that name, that term. The way I feel about it, you ain't gotta like that I said it, but that's the way I feel about it. Facts. To follow the transformation of what began as a purely African faith into a world religion. Oh, you didn't know this was a world religion? You thought Christianity was the first. No. ISIS, the religion of ISIS was a world religion before there was Christianity. As ISIS became first Greek and then Greco-Roman is a complicated and yet fascinating task. How the gospel of ISIS, you didn't even know she had a gospel, because the white man didn't show it to you. How the gospel of ISIS, like that of Jesus, found its way into Europe is a question that no historian of civilization can afford to disregard. ISIS in the Greco-Roman world demands our closer attention. Not if you're a black woman, because black women don't give a damn about her history. The black woman could give less than a damn about the cosmological status that she once held on a worldwide scale. She could give less than a damn about that. She could care less. And don't be a black man talking about it, because she don't care. But at the same time, she wants you to say Happy Mother's Day. and you look at her, try to respect her, and just go, I'm not saying it. That's me. I'm like, I'll be the last holdout. I'll be like, nope, not saying it. Not saying it. No, not, yeah, facts. Yeah. Dua 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁𓫁. I don't even know if they twerk anymore. I don't know what they do now. Oh yes, well, I mean, you know, I'm not mad at her for caring about the man-made money, but my thing is that it's all about Serem, mighty Hebrew Serem. Most people don't realize the term Shalem is actually just a transposition of the original Eden Kemet term Serem, meaning peace. Serem. From Serem, they transpose it into the L, which gives you Shalom. It comes from Serem, right? In the Eden Kemet language. I can document it for you if you want to see it. But welcome to you, brother. Blessings of the day. Absolutely. So, oh, whoa. Make sure you do not contaminate them with those with that fake Bible. But blessings to you. Absolutely. Now, so I grew up on Tarzan too. They were showing Tarzan every weekend in the 60s and the 70s. I watched Johnny Weissmuller. Oh, yeah. Boy, Cheetah, Jane. I grew up on that. Lone Ranger, Buster Crab, Buck Rogers. I keep telling people I'm pushing 60. I remember things that a lot of people today just don't remember. You know? So look, I'm good. Hey, my mother visited Tanzania. That's wonderful. All right, now, back on point. Let's get back on point. This is the Mother's Day presentation. Right? So yeah, ISIS in the Greco-Roman world demands our closer attention. In my opinion, in her African context, which is her original context, that's what deserves the closest attention. Come on. Oh, really? Okay. Here we go. In this instance, as in so many others, the external form of easticism, as it was practiced in the Greco-Roman world, is a forerunner of what is later encountered in the Christian tradition. This is the university literature telling you that what you encounter in Christianity was first expressed in easticism, right? Or if you want to, let's be verbatim, Isaiahism, okay? I prefer easticism. Isaiahism. That's not an easy one. Isaiahism. That's it. But there are a few ways you could legitimately pronounce it. You could actually also go with No, it has to be with the short vowel. Yeah. The Isaiahism. It has to be Isaiahism, right? So it would have been nice to play with the vowels on it, but you can't. And you can't play with the vowels on that term and remain legitimate. So you want to stay in a legitimate pronunciation of it. It would have to be Isaiahism, right? So the external form of Isaiahism, as it was practiced in the Greco-Roman world, is a forerunner of what is later encountered in the Christian tradition. Inside so here you get a forerunner of the term museum, which is the Isium, right? The Isium at Pompeii. Inside the Isium, the temple dedicated to Isis at Pompeii, can still be seen a votive offering of Isis bearing the sign of the Ankh. Here again is a case of an Isiac symbol or an Isaic symbol. I know most people are going to pronounce it Isaic, which is incorrect because the I precedes the A, which means it should automatically be Isiac, right? So here again, in the case of an Isiac symbol, prefiguring a characteristically Christian token, the cross, the Tau cross or the cross of Saint Anthony is the descendant of the hieroglyph for life, stability, and living sustenance, born by Isis and her consort, Serapis, talking about the Ankh. He's telling you that the cross is a descendant of this symbol, which is actually incorrect. But the cross that the early Christians used was a descendant of this symbol. But the actual cross which Christians use is not a descendant of this symbol, the Ankh. I'm not going to tell you where it's from. That's for another presentation. They got to earn that one. Yeah, that one I'd probably charge $1,000 for that course, because you would never know if I didn't tell you. Right? I'm willing to bet on that. If you did, though, God bless. I wouldn't. I'd be proud of you for figuring that out on your own. Took me years of study. I don't know how long it would take you. Here we go. Okay. We on share screen? Yeah, we are. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Among these later developments are the compassion shown by Re in sending Anubis to perform on Osiris the rites of embalmment and the resurrection of the latter, when the beatings of the wings of Isis bestows on him the breath of life. Now I fixed this and it still has the I instead of the O. Well, what they're telling you is that in the original story of the resurrection, they don't tell you how he was resurrected. The oxygen for him in the afterlife could not come from the normal source. It had to be given to him. And it was given to him by the beatings of the wings of his wife in the form of a kite. This is the original cosmological explanation. The air has the oxygen, the air has to emanate from a natural source. Osiris as brother, husband, and son. Why? Because Jesus played the same role in the story because of the way they got it from, as brother, husband, and son. It says, when the beating of the wings of Isis bestows on him the breath of life, which means in the original story, the woman is the source of the resurrection. They took it out in the Christian story. They kicked her out. They kicked all of the females out of the original story. They're not going to tell you that, because there was a lot more females in it that they took out of the story. Whatever the path of development may have been, the relation between Osiris and Isis was constantly visualized as a drama of birth, death, and resurrection. And when in the 5th century BC, Herodotus dealt with Egyptian religion, he had no doubt that the whole population alike worshipped just the two, Osiris and Isis, or Isis and Cyrus. They were the only two deities during that period worshipped. The resurrection of the dead Osiris was the result of Isis breathing into his nostrils the breath of life by flapping the air with her wings. Well, you would say, well, what? Wait a minute. Why do you think angels have wings? Geniuses? This is why angels have wings. It represents the conveyance of air into the lungs, spiritual air into the lungs. He himself can be seen in the Book of the Dead, rising to life in the shape of a great falcon, having been rejuvenated as Horus. After a patient search, the sorrowing widow at last finds it. She bears it back to Egypt and hides it in the swamps at Buto. She raises Osiris from the dead and bestows upon him eternal life. What does that do to the woman? It restores her value in the cosmological cycle of life. White men or non-African interference broke that cycle. They disrupted that cycle so that you have no real legitimate reason for a divine Mother's Day. Wherever we look, this is documented in the text. Wherever we look, we find that it is the goddess who is the magic life giver. They got you worshiping some dead white man on a cross, when in the original African context, it was the woman who was the source of resurrection for the man. The Bible writers took that out to suit who? They gave you Allah and Jesus and Abraham and all the rest of these other people, male figures. A man who's truly in love with a woman, I don't think any real man would tell you this, because it's true in history. All you gotta do is read it. There is no deity worshipped more by a man than a woman. None. Any man who's truly been in love knows that. She is the greatest object of your desire. She is the reason you wake up in the morning, the reason you conquer other nations, the reason you enslave whole populations, all to please her. The reason you move heaven and earth and even hell, to please her. And the opposite is also true. The adverse is also true. For a woman who's truly been in love, she knows and understands that there's nothing greater for her than the object of her desire, her man. Everything to her. This is the reason why when you see couples who have truly been together, who have truly integrated one with the other, when one dies, the other one dies not long after, for a reason. They were actually bonded in truth. They were truly bonded, in other words. Yeah. I don't even know if that happens anymore, but it happened a lot when I was growing up. Let's see. Almost there, Shakka. Keep going. Don't let any of this intimidate you. Okay. This is from Herodotus, Histories. And I'm going to show you how backwards everything is today by black standards. Pay attention. It was Herodotus who famously remarked that many of the customs and institutions of the Egyptians were the reverse or opposite of those of other peoples. This observation appears in Book 2 of the Histories, which I have in my library, where Herodotus devotes considerable attention to Egyptian society, religion, geography, and culture. Primary source, Herodotus Histories, Book 2, 35. Here is a key quote in translation. This is what Herodotus said about life in the Nile Valley when Greeks first came in to observe the blacks. Listen to what he said. In all the matters of daily life, they reversed the ordinary practices of mankind. The women go to the market and are employed in trade. while the men stay at home and do the weaving. Did you hear that? You brag about pyramids, you need to know and understand the lifestyle. The women go to the market and are employed in trade. Why? Because it was the women who controlled the economy. It was the women who understood math and numbers beyond what the rest of the population could, but you don't know that history. They knead dough with their feet and mix clay with their hands, where the rest of the world did the opposite. The rest of the world mixed clay with their feet and kneaded dough with their hands. The people of Kemet, of Egypt, they eat their meals out of, pay attention to this one. They eat their meals out of doors in the streets, but they use the bathroom indoors in privacy. That was the Africans in the Nile. They ate in public, but they used the bathroom in private. What did the white people do? Well, the Greeks were not white, they were biracial. What did the non-African people do? They did the opposite. They what? They ate their meals in private and used the bathroom in public. But the Egyptians did the opposite. Why? They alleged that what is unseemly but necessary should be done in private, but what is not unseemly should be done openly, which means you eat together in unison. You relieve yourself in private. The non-Africans did the opposite. I will let you decide which is more civilized. Summary of customs Herodotus called opposite. This is from ChatGPT. Women engage in public commerce while men do domestic tasks. Egyptians eat outside but defecate inside. They reversed the reverse of the Greek custom. They mourn for the dead with public ceremonies but celebrate births privately. See, celebrating a birth is supposed to be intimate. Not everybody's supposed to be there. They write right to left, unlike the Greeks. Priests shave their bodies completely, which Greeks found odd. Hairy mother. Oh, now listen to this one. Sons are not necessarily obliged to care for the parents, in sharp contrast to Greek values. Why? Because it was the females who were obligated to care for the parents. Why were the female obligated to care for the parents? For the very same reason that it was the women who engaged in trade and commerce, and while the men were domesticated and stayed at home, because the woman controlled the economy. This is why the white man looks at the black man as being weak, because our traditional culture put economic power in the hands of the females. We did that from a survival perspective, understanding that the female was the focus of the family. She represented the throne by virtue of a set and her symbol on her head. The throne itself was female. The crown was female. They had a female name in nature. The female principle was deified in Africa. In Europe, outside of Africa, to this very day, it is something simply to be exploited and subjugated, something to be conquered. And the female has become so corrupted in the Western perspective that she has no respect for you unless you conquer her. Because it's your proof of your ability to conquer. Why should she believe that you could conquer the rest of the world if you can't conquer her? So it's a catch-22. She wants you to worship her and conquer her at the same time. Why? Because she has two natures, like you. One that is good, one that is evil. Her good nature, you should deify it. Her evil nature, she wants you to conquer it. So you never thought of it in that context. Hence the term, save me from myself. Or hence the term, let me make an honest woman out of you. This is course 101 in natural relations, something that you don't know nothing about. because you let these white people get in your heads and have you thinking that, oh, it's laissez-faire. Anything goes. Men with men, woman with woman, in the anus, it doesn't matter. I'm not talking about from a legislative perspective. Legislatively, in a pluralistic society, people should be able to practice however they choose and please. Your legislation does not determine my moral compass, my ethical perspective. That's something inherited that goes beyond your interference. European and his fellow accompanying Negroes who want to be like the Europeans. If you think it's hard for you to stay listening, imagine how hard it must be to continue to do this. We're almost there at the end of it. Oh, my bad. Okay. This is why the sons are not necessarily obliged to care for their parents. So let me put it to you in plain language. The sons were not obliged to care for their parents because the wealth of the family was left to the daughters. The term dowry and daughter come from the same concept. The daughter, she was the one who inherited the wealth or the purse of the family. As concerns Isis, from the same text, Queen Mary College, London, Johns Hopkins University Press, Isis in the Ancient World. She was hymned as upholder of the marriage covenant. It was her ordinance that parents should be loved by their children, and that in the wedding service of the Egyptians, the husband should also make a solemn contract to what? Be obedient to his wife. Now think about this, so you can understand the predicament of the black man. The black man comes from a highly classical culture, where his culture entreated him to be obedient to his wife. He has to compete with a man who has subjugated his wife. That's a pickle to be in. You have one man who is free from the dictates of his wife and his woman, another man who is subjugated to the dictates of his woman. That's a mismatch. One of these men is hindered. One of these men has an obstacle. So now the female becomes an obstacle in that culture. In order for me to compete with this man, right, who is fully realized in his manhood in the context of the woman is conquered by him in a negative sense. See, he's conquered his woman in terms of oppression. He has not conquered her in terms of delivering her. In the African context, when you're dealing with that conquering and that worship, you're worshiping her divine aspect. You're conquering her evil aspects, which means you're delivering her from it. In the white context, in the Greek context, that's not what it is. In the white context, or in the non-African context, in the biracial context, because it's really a biracial thing. That's what the Greeks represented, a biracial culture, ultimately speaking. In its biracial worldview, they inherit the worst aspects of both cultures and some of the best aspects of both cultures. This is why they subscribe to biracial supremacy. You don't know anything about that because you don't study history. You don't know anything about the Mediterranean world. It was biracial and multiracial supremacy. That's what the Bible is all about. It's Hellenism. It's a remix. With very insidious structure in it. I feel like I'm going to make it. I feel like I'm going to make it. Increasing our vocabulary. Biblos, because remember, she's the lady of Biblos. It says right here. Lastly, when the coffer containing the corpse is carried over the sea, Isis follows it to Byblos in Phoenicia. Byblos, where Egyptian antiquities have been unearthed, was a point of economic and religious contact between Phoenicia and the Nile country. This is where your word Bible comes from. It comes from this place. It's where the word books comes from. But they don't tell you what was in the books that the Greeks were buying from this place. It was stories about this that they eventually turned into this. Byblos, as a proper noun, is a Phoenician city. That's why it talks about Phoenicia. You always know the word Bible comes from Biblios. They don't tell you that the Y from Byblos as an eponym was turned into a Y during the classical Latin alphabet. The changing of Y to I. The letter Y, when introduced, was probably called high or high, as in Greek. The name Upsilon not being in use yet, but this was changed to I Greca. So this I is called I Greca. The Y to I Greca, which is with the short I, Greek I, as Latin speakers had difficulty distinguishing its foreign sound Y from I, or E from E, if you will. It gave the long vowel sound, E. Igraica, Greek E. As Latin speakers had difficulty, right? So, Bible, origin, English via, what? From ta Biblia, the books. From biblion, book, originally a diminutive of biblos. Right here, biblos. Do you see it? It came from biblos, which meant papyrus scroll of Semitic origin. They called it that because it came from Phoenicia, or Byblos, which they initially called Cuba. And this is where the Greeks got their papyrus scrolls from, but they had stories in them from Kemet. It was a book industry that the outside world was buying these African stories. You're holy, because you like to call it the Holy Bible, right? That's Heilig, as in Heil Hitler. German origin relating to Dutch. German Heilig, also to whole. Okay? Which means that rather than meaning sacred or something, it really should be in meaning the whole book, or all of the books. Not sacred, not hail, holy, and something sacred, but holy and just meaning whole. That's all. As with other gods of Egypt, he, Osiris, could be addressed as a bisexual being, not in the sense of having sex with men and women, meaning his nature, because God had to be both male and female. You are father and mother of men. In the white man's worldview, God is only male. But they refer to him as father and mother of men. They live from your breath and eat the flesh of your body. Sound familiar? As resurrectress of her brother husband, Isis could be held responsible for both aspects of impregnation in a most miraculous way. This is where you get the virgin birth. Tradition has made Osiris her husband, her brother, and son. So too, Paleo-Christian thinking, Mary was Christ's sister, mother, and consort. Think about it. Mary was Christ's mother as Mary. She was his sister in spirit. because they had the same father, God, and his consort as Mary Magdalene. This is why Mary had to be broken up into these three different relationships, because it follows this story of her being these three things to Osiris: mother, sister, and consort. Isis was an insidiously dangerous foe for Christian theologians because she was believed to give her worshippers their daily bread, which means that she was an economic threat. You can't get all the money coming to your church if people have more belief in her. So you had to stamp her out. You had to go to war with Egypt ideologically. It says right here, a bitter struggle had to be waged before the Greco-Roman world at last accepted Jesus instead of Isis. They don't tell you about that war. They don't tell you about that struggle. They want you to think, oh, the story of Jesus came, people saw him raised from the dead, it was miraculous, and everybody started to believe. That's BS. Among the reasons for the keenness of the conflict, none was more important than the claim made by the upholders of the Egyptian faith that their goddess was the wonder worker with the gift of healing the sick. You got to remember, when people got one foot in the grave and they're on their last leg, they're going to make the appeal to the one who they think is going to fix their problem. And in the ancient world, that was Isis, Aset, the African mother goddess. Christianity did not have that. Christianity worshipped its Lord as healing all manner of sickness. And its sharpest ancient critic, Celsus, found fault with Jesus on the ground that he had gained what? Certain powers from a stay in Egypt, meaning that he was stealing his magical nature from the identity of Aset, Isis, and from these he had derived his divinity. Such magic powers were the prerogative of the goddess who in Egypt had brought her brother husband back to life. This is what Celsus was predicating his argument on, and which Josephus is reportedly responding to in his book, Contra Celsus. Or was that one of the early church fathers, who I forget, not Origen, was it? I'm kind of exhausted right now, but it'll come to me. You have Origen, you have, I'm really on my exhaustion. I'll get it, all right. One striking resemblance between the earlier Egyptian religion and what followed it is the Holy Mother on her throne with her babe. Theologically and iconographically, the likeness exists. Herein lies the significance of the story told in the first gospel about the flight into Egypt, especially if this is looked at as a gospel written for the Church of Alexandria. Strict Catholic orthodoxy and Strict Catholic orthodoxy understandably rejects as legendary what? The tale, part of the Coptic Church's heritage. What? So if you are a Coptic Christian, what do you learn about Jesus? That he was indeed a child of Egypt. This takes us from a flight out of Palestine, which was basically created later on, to an actual birth in Egypt. They don't tell you that the Catholic Church suppressed that tradition of the Coptic Church. That Christ is actually born in Africa, in Egypt, of course, because it comes from an Egyptian story. Partly because a better way of explaining is that the way that Christianity, and it followed the same route as other religions, Islam did the same thing, Judaism, these religions, in order for them to take root, because they're all colonial projects, in order for them to take root, in order for them to be intelligible to the people, you have to take your religion or your story, your religious explanation, and you have to interface it with their pre-existing cultures. So when you find Christianity or other religions practiced in different places, it has to be done in the pre-existing practices of the people there. This is how resurrection became a part of Christianity, because it had to be interfaced with the religion of Egypt in order for it to be embraced by them. In order for it to be embraced by them, the part of resurrection, as they understood it eschatologically, had to be included in the religion. So when we tell you that what you practice in Christianity is nothing but a celebration of African cosmology and cosmogony, it's a 100% documented fact. Now, you don't have to like it, but it's a fact because the documentation attests to it. But they don't tell you how the Catholic Church suppressed that part. They said, we'll take your custom, but the story must remain centralized and localized outside of the place of the origin of the custom. That's how they appropriated and colonized the culture. Christianity, like all religions, which are the handmaidens of people who pursue power, of interests who pursue power, it's a religion of colonization. Like Judaism and Islam, they're colonizing mechanisms meant to colonize economies, especially in temple-based economies, which is what the ancient world was comprised of. But you know everything, so I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. Right? I mean, I'm just, I'm just saying.
Bet you didn't know that.
Right? Or my favorite.
If you didn't know before, now you know.
Yeah, now you know. Okay? Now you know. So, I'm getting ready to stop. Over 7 hours, my typical. For most of you who follow me, that's why when you don't see me, I come on, I give you what you've been waiting for. Everybody can't hang. You know how much stamina it takes to do something like this? You have no idea. You really don't. I've been on for 7 hours. Joe Rogan can't even mess with me. He was known for 4 to 5. Okay. Let's see. Present. I'm almost done here. And the reason I do this is because I don't want to have to revisit it later. I have to move on to other things. I have other presentations that need to be given, and I just don't have time. So, got to do what I got to do, right? Here we go. Right. On this view, the Christian nativity occurred at the Fayum at Anas, Heracleopolis Magna, the cult center of the ram-headed god Osiris, whom the ancient authority was ready to regard as a son of Isis, herself powerful in the locality. So they've given you the Egyptian origin of Christianity amongst that Christian community, but they don't tell you that. You think all Christians believe the same, that he was born in Bethlehem in a manger. No, that's not the Egyptian story. And there's a reason why the first gospel of Mark is to the Egyptian patriarch, the Egyptian church in Alexandria. Before there is any other gospel in Christianity, there is no Mark, Matthew, and Luke yet. There is no Matthew, Mark, or John yet. Those come later, and they're based off of the original, which is Mark, which is Egyptian in nature, for a very good reason. This is how she was referred to. Please tell me we're almost there. Yes, we are almost there. This is for my mother and for Francis Cress Wilson, my moot. So I have to follow all the way through with this. Great of sunlight, who illuminates the entire land with her rays. She is his eye. So the very sun was considered female, a female aspect of God, who causes the land to prosper. The sun, the glorious eye of Һrakati, the ruler of what exists, the great and powerful mistress. Life being in her possession, in this her name, or in the circuit. The gods are in the great might. Her eye has illumined the horizon. The Ennead, or the Ennead, their hearts are glad because of her, the mistress of their joy. In this, her name of heaven. This is what Aset or Isis represented. Heaven itself. Heaven itself was female. This is what Dr. Ben was continually telling you, that the black woman was deified to the level of heaven itself. But then you want to celebrate her on a Mother's Day that celebrated her subjugation and her rape. That's weird to me. You have to be historically illiterate to do something like that. She is in the hearts. She is in their hearts. They being glad when she ascends to her abode, when she goes into heaven, her temple, in her temple. They're talking about the temple at Philae. She has appeared and has shown as the woman of gold, of best pure silver. This is why you have statues of Mary in gold and silver. If you don't believe me, go to Vatican City. All lands give her their divine property in her name, which means she had a real estate aspect to her. Yes, this is part of the reasons why churches are deeply embedded in real estate. It's called divine real estate. It comes out of Kemet, out of Africa. All lands give her their divine property in her name. That means the best choices of lands, which are usually places where you could grow large plantations, and their standards of their places. They rejoice for her and her beauty, which belongs to her. Everyone, listen, everyone comes into existence through her. When he is created, say the living in this temple. There exists no one like her on earth. Who she lives by, the might of her word, the great one of the throne. This is her name. These are her titles. She is many of forms, or great of forms, great of property, ownership. The female was emblematic of ownership. So when black women see themselves excelling at business far beyond what most black men do, don't think that this is something new. It was part of your birthright from Africa in your classical culture. And don't look down amongst your men because they are moving at a different place, space, and speed, because you have yet to restore them to their proper place in that scheme. That's your failure. His failure is not in restoring you, and your failure is not in restoring him. Oh, no white man is going to come and tell you that. Let me stop this, please, so you can hear me say it. Black people want to know where you fail at. Your failure is in you not restoring him, and him not restoring you. Oldest trick in the book: divide and conquer. Works every time. Why not use it? Why not use it? Okay. Hey, stranger, why not use it? Hotep. Uncle Justin there. Okay. I can't believe I made it this far. Okay. Asking them questions. You better pay attention to what's being. That's why you can't ever remember what's being taught, because you should be asking questions. Pay attention to what's being taught. Master it. Soak it in. Absorb it. Take it to church with you today. And ask the pastor why he's not telling you the truth about where all of your religious beliefs come from and what they actually represent. Here we go. Back over 100, that's for sure. Just to let y'all know, we back over 100 people watching. Well over. Okay. Like I said, this is not for everybody. It's for those people who, in my perspective, are worth it. My job is to see this presentation through to the end. And once I've done that, I've done my job. Okay. There exists no one like her on earth, who she lives by the might of her word, the great one of the throne. She is, it forms, great of property. Remember what I told you? She inherits the wealth. That's why she has the obligation of taking care of the parents. Black women don't want to embrace their legacy. They're too busy trying to be white men. You don't have to be a white man to be at the top of your game. Just embrace your former African divinity and your culture, and you will understand legitimately why you belong in the marketplace and in the corporate world. Your man is supposed to be doing other things. Not that it's not supposed to be a man by you when you're doing it, of course. And if there's a man that supersedes you at it, well, you better be smart about why that's the case as well. You protect yourself economically when you have a man who supersedes you in economics. He's not a deficit. Every black woman watching me within earshots, make sure all of your sons become accountants, and then let them produce the next generation. You want to take a nice combination? Accounting and AI. Mix them together. Now go. This is from, you know where this source came from? Of this right here that I just read to you, her titles? I'm showing you this because, I forgot to show you something. When I told you my life has been slightly different, oh wow, did I pass it that far back? Maybe I did. Hold on one second. Oh, I sure did. I think I forgot to show you something important that was relevant to all of this. Let me see. Come on, take me back. Let me see if I can get there. Take me back. Wow. I said, oh my gosh. Come on, come on. There was something I was supposed to show you, and I think I made. Oh yeah, I know exactly where it is. I did forget. Hold on. Oh my God, I got this many pages of our set. Come on, I got to get back to Moot so I can show you something. I did kind of go in on our set here, didn't I? All right. Sorry, folks. To make this relevant, I need to take you back. I sure hope it's going back. Okay. Yes, it is. Okay, we're almost there. I forgot to show you this. When we were at Moot, and I was introducing you to Moot, this, if you want to understand me, I want to give you a little bit of inside information about me. If you could see this building right here, these are the projects in Brooklyn where my family used to live in the 60s and the 70s. And we were all the way up here on the 13th floor at the top of this building. It had 14 floors. We were on the second to the last floor. I would, as a child in the late 60s and the early 1970s, I would look out of my bedroom window, particularly in the 70s, once we had moved from the other side of the projects to this side. I would look out of my window and I would say we were a 25-minute walk away from this building, maybe 45 minutes. We were a 45-minute walk away from this building. This is the Brooklyn Museum, where this statue was held and where this coffin is held. I grew up always in very close proximities to places like this. So that even as a child, they have an Egyptian exhibit there that is, it startles the mind. It's an incredible exhibit. You should go see it. Why did I show you that? I'm going to show you right now. If this thing is kind to me, I have to kind of wait for it to catch up. That's all right, I'm patient. To get back to where I was, we're definitely gonna have to be a little bit patient. But I'm showing you that for a reason, because I want you to have a better understanding of why I am the way I am. A lot of things have to do with proximity, what you raise your children around. If you raise your children around nothing, and they're not in libraries, and they're not in museums, don't expect them to be cultured, right? If you want your child to be a lawyer, take them to courts so they can watch people litigate and become interested in it, right? That's one of the things that my mother did with us. She exposed us to a lot. I mean, growing up in New York, how could you not? And she was in the university system. Here she is. That's why I have her. This is my Aset. This is my Mut, my mother of mothers. And look how Aset is here holding a child, and my mother is there holding a child. This was not even done on purpose. I just had the image. This was at my younger sister's wedding. My mother was proposing a toast. And she had probably just come back from Kemet with Dr. Ben. You know, the Nubians wear all white. So, hence. But I'm showing you this because where I currently reside, this is my residence where I currently reside. I'm not going to show you which one is my residence, but this is where I currently reside. I'm 3 blocks from Central Park. This museum, right here, this museum, where this statue is, this is about 45 minutes walk from where I currently live. One of the greatest museums in the world, the Met, the New York Metropolitan Museum of Art, where James P. Allen, who translated the pyramid text, worked for many, many years. It's on Museum Mile, which is around the corner from my home. So I'm able to go into the museum and see these things up close and personal any day of the week. I can literally stop right now and go there later today. I can take a walk. I'll be there in about 45 minutes. This might be a little long. It might be about 55 minutes. It's a nice walk if you just want to walk through Central Park or just walk down Fifth Avenue. This temple, this is her temple, the temple of Aset, Isis, the personification of motherhood. Her temple, this is the temple of all motherhood. Philae Island and its relocated twin, 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁 Island, lie within the traditional northern boundary of ancient Nubia. This is a Nubian temple. You think it's Egypt because Egypt appropriated it for itself when it changed the borders. In modern times, they had to move it from its original island to the new island because it became flooded. Right here, it tells you, Philae Island and its relocated twin, 𝓈𝓔𝓿𝑎 Island, lie within the traditional northern boundary of ancient Nubia, particularly during several periods of pharaonic history and especially during the New Kingdom and later periods. Okay, the temple of Isis at Philae remained an active pilgrimage site for Nubians long after official state-sanctioned Egyptian temples had closed. It was one of the last holdouts of ancient Egyptian religion, functioning into the 6th century CE. So Kadir, you were right. You said 7th century. I think you did say 6th century. With active Nubian participation. Nubian rulers and priests are documented as patrons of the temple even in late antiquity. So the Nubians were the last holdout of indigenous ancient Kemetic cosmology and cosmogony and philosophy, practiced here at the temple at Philae. This is the temple that represents the motherhood of all mothers on a spiritual divine level, and it's still in Africa to this day. This is the island. This is the island that personifies motherhood over all other islands in the world. The temple at Philae in Nubia, in Upper Egypt, in Kemet. The sanctity of Philae during the Greco, this is from ChatGPT, from AI. The sanctity of Philae during the Greco-Roman period outrivaled many of the other cities of Egypt. It had become the center of the cult of Isis, which was revived during the Said period. So it was that cult was revived during the late period, which is very important. This is when you have Semiticos the first taking over, and when the Greeks first come in to learn and be educated by the Africans. They were rewarded for serving as mercenaries The Ptolemies, the Greco-fied pharaohs, had already noted, sought to please the Egyptians by building temples to their most beloved gods and goddesses. So the foreigners built these on behalf of the native population to worship. In other words, they wanted to get in good with the natives. So they said we will, and they didn't build them, they rebuilt them. They always want to make it seem as if it's a Greco-Roman. No, they rebuilt them. Even Trajan's kiosk, all of these things were rebuilt. The principal annual festival dedicated, now you want a day for Mother's Day? Here you go. Don't say I didn't give it to you. The principal annual festival dedicated to the goddess Aset or Isis. Remember, she is the personification of motherhood. In ancient Egypt, was celebrated on the fourth epagomenal day, which corresponds what? To July 17th in the Gregorian calendar. That is when your Mother's Day should be. July 17th. Dedicated. That's an ancient celebration for motherhood. But you'd rather have a cheap version in April or May, because that's when the white man celebrates his woman, or when the white daughter celebrates her mother. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not speaking about white people as them being bad because they do that. They're supposed to celebrate their parents, so they should. I think it's a good thing. But it's your obligation to remember what that particular celebration means to you as a Black woman. It was predicated and used as celebration of your oppression, your destruction, and your enslavement. I've documented that for you. Whereas this observation of motherhood takes you back to the Nile Valley, to the temples, to the pyramid culture, to your own cultural and civilizational advancement. What did Billie Holiday say? God bless the child who has his own. I will amend the add to the her, to the his, to the her. God bless the child that has her own. Remember, you were the one that inherited the wealth. God bless the child that has her own. You were the one that had her own husband. And that word own, think about it. That word own is related to ownership. You had your own husband who was committed to obey you in his vows. Remember what the Greeks said. To them, everything was backwards. The man obeyed the woman. In their culture, the woman obeyed the man. And look what it got you. Nuclear weapons. A destroyed ocean, a destroyed atmosphere, forest to the earth in pain. Wholesale peoples destroyed. As Dr. John Henry Clark says, it got you male worship death cults. Divested of the feminine principle. And you got Black female pastors that want to be in church teaching you to worship Jesus. That's psychologically sick. Yes, because they're historically illiterate. They've been raised and acculturated into Christian apologetics. So all they know how to do is to defend the lie, and they don't even do it well because they're historically illiterate. They don't know anything about these New Testaments, where those writings actually came from. They don't study epigraphy. They don't study papyrology. They don't. They're historically illiterate. And your dumbass goes to church every Sunday and goes, praise the Lord. Sit there with the fan. You know how y'all do. You didn't take your ass back on the slave plantation. That's what you need to do. They were right. That's why they played that song. Remember, the minstrel songs celebrated the idea that the slaves longed to return to the slave plantation. So for those of you going to church today, when church is over, take your ass back to the slave plantation because that's where you belong. Let's keep it 100. I'm just keeping it 100. My documentation will always outdo yours. Period. Period. Facts. Go make them donuts. Hey, this is breakfast time. Let's get it. Okay. Okay. Facts. Make sure you do. Make sure you do that. I'm almost to the end. I'm at the end, in fact. Here we go. Here we go. All right. What am I looking at? This is the last page. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure. Positive. It better be. I'm smiling because all I'm thinking about is what I'm going to eat. All right. I had to earn my meal for today. It tells you the principal annual festival dedicated to the goddess Aset, Isis, in ancient Egypt was celebrated on the 4th epigomenal day, which corresponds to July 17th in the Gregorian. That's the day you need to celebrate your mother, July 17th. Black people throughout the black community, New York, California, Texas, Houston, the Bible Belt, Canada, Jamaica, wherever you are. And since in Africa you want to celebrate use Western dates, July 17th, the day that you celebrated Aset in Kemet, that is the day that you need to hold as the day and the premise for the divine office of motherhood. Make it sacred again. I know you need the white man's permission for everything, but I think it have more meaning when you don't have his permission. This is the fresco of an etiquette gathering, 1st century CE. One priest tends a fire while another holds up a vessel of sacred water. This is when they were worshiping Isis in Rome. Look at the color of the priest, and they're in a diagonal positions. 1, 2, 3. It's not like that by accident. Or maybe it might be because, bam, there goes another one. Okay? But they're showing you how pervasive this religion was. All white people. And the priests, the faculty of the religious institution, the guiding priest, the main priest, they were the Africans. That's where they were learning it from. This is from the 1st century. Primary evidence. It's not the other way around, like when you go to Africa today, you find 3 white priests and all the rest of black people going, yes, boss. It was the other way around. You want to know where they learned all of their functions in Christianity from. And this, you have all of this divine nature and motherhood here, but you rather predicate your motherhood on this, your Mother's Day. You got to be out of your cotton picking mind, literally. Pardon the pun, because there's nothing funny about it. But I want you to think about that. To celebrate this Mother's Day on that, with her as the foundation, because it was her daughter that held her mother up as the inspiration for Mother's Day. And she is the founder for the current version of Mother's Day that you celebrate. It's based on her mother and her mother's activities, which was steeped in the celebration of this culture. And that's what you give to her daughters, her descendants, for Mother's Day. I think you could do better than that as a race. In fact, I know you can. Now, did I leave her up here? All right, so I'm going to talk to you very quickly about this one woman, her husband. I'm going to talk to you about Julia Ward, Samuel Gridley, and the Secret Six. The woman who preceded. Hold on. Let me stop sharing. The woman who preceded, what's her name? Just so I remember. Julia Ward Howe. Okay, I'm going to open this up for you, and then we are finished. Here we go. Okay. This is the woman. You find that Ann Jarvis was already engaged in Mother Day activities because she was not the one who first inaugurated Mother Day activities in the culture. That's why her and her people were involved in the efforts. The person who actually started it in this country, in the West, in America, is actually this person. I'm kind of fatigued, so just give me a second. It was this woman here. I'm going to share my screen. You can see how tired I am. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. I'm exhausted. This is the woman who actually started the Mother's Day efforts, and she's way deeper than Ann Jarvis, much deeper. Okay, this woman, Julia Ward Howe, she is the woman who actually started it. Julia Ward Howe, May 27th, 1819, and she lived all the way to the 20th century, 1910. She was an American, and she was born when slavery was still in the heights, 1819, and she lived until the 20th century. So what people have to remember, those of us who were born in the 20th century, like myself, we were born in the same century as people who were born during the height of slavery. You got to remember that when you wonder why racism is still on both sides, black and white. We were all born in the same century as people who were still living, that had lived through slavery. It's not that long ago. You talk about it like it was thousands of years ago. It was not. This is what I mean when I tell people they don't really understand or get why a lot of this animosity is still so fresh, because there are still many things that are unresolved, that are directly related to slavery. People just want to, oh, what did Elon Musk say? Why do you keep bringing these things up? The most racist piece of scumbag on earth, which is what Elon is. Okay. Let me just look for anybody that should be expelled. Okay. Absolutely. Look at this. Let me break this down for you. Somebody said, Exodus 2:3, thou shalt have no other gods before me. What does that mean? That means that the very people who wrote that, the very God who said that, believed in other gods. How can you have other gods before him if there are no other gods? The only way you could put other gods before this particular God is if this particular God is competing at the time with other gods. You don't even understand your own text. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. How could I have other gods before you if there are no other gods? If you are worried about me, if you need a condemnation of other gods being placed before you, he didn't even say don't have any other gods. He just said don't have any other gods before me. Don't put them in front of me, which means that I am not the only God. I must be the main God. Because they were henotheistic. You theologically illiterate person. You know nothing about theology. You know nothing about history, but you would put something like this on in my chat because you don't understand your own religion, because it's not yours. You didn't create it and you had nothing to do with it. And you wonder why I do what I do and why I tied this into the presentation? You need a new Mother's Day so you can get your retarded sons back on track and get their heads out of that Bible. And you got enough retarded daughters to, I forgot, we're not supposed to use that word retarded anymore. Those of you who are psychologically inept and rendered psychologically inept through a Bible that you know nothing about and don't understand its theological precepts, this is a henotheistic statement. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Okay, that's like telling my wife, or that's like my wife telling me, I don't want you having any other woman before me. Okay, I won't put none of my side pieces before you. You come first. As we used to say back when I was coming up, baby, you might not be the only one, but you definitely number one. Baby girl, you might not be the only one, but you definitely number one. That's how we used to do it. Well, some of us still do it. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I don't know anything about that stuff anymore. But I just wanted to put that out there. You understand? I just wanted to put that out there. Marcus, I appreciate you. Very much so. Facts. They post that up on the screen and don't even understand what the hell it is they're talking about. Thou shalt place no other God before me. Okay. I'll make you number one. I'll make him number two, him number three, her number four, her number five. I'm not in violation. Right? All night. 7 hours and 46 minutes. That's how long I've been going. Okay? Now look, this is the same statement. They don't even understand their writing. I am the Lord, which means that I am over all others, and there is none else who is over all others. And then says, there is no God beside me. Right? They turned the small g God into a capital G by making it his personal pronoun. Right? When in fact, that in the original language, that personal pronoun is not there. It's not there. Go look at the original text. There's no one named God there. They gave you an English story which changed the meaning of all of this. Context. I am the Lord, which means I am over all others, and there is none else, meaning that there is no other Lord above all others. It doesn't mean the other ones don't exist. He makes the same, he repeats the statement saying, there is no God beside me. You think it's saying there is no other God but me because you're fucking stupid and you can't read. You have no theological insight, no theological precepts. There is no God beside me, meaning there is no one to my right and no one to my left. But it does not mean that there are others below me. Why? Because this was a competition amongst gods. This is why Amen or Eman was called the king of the gods. You don't know your own biblical text because the white man has made you stupid and you are in love with your stupidity. Dumbass. You should go ask for forgiveness for being a dumbass. This is exactly why I don't deal with Hebrew Israelites or Bible brains, because they're too stupid and they don't even know their own text and don't even understand what it's saying. They're not stupid, they're damn stupid. The white man took their little brain and made it even smaller. Low IQ dumbass. Those of you quoting Bible verses are being excised from my presence because you offend me. Goodbye. I don't allow people who don't understand their own text to quote in my presence. You're too stupid. As my nephews in Trinidad would say, you're too stupid. I have no respect for you at all, or for your stupid text that you don't understand. stupid people who are too stupid to understand their own stupid text want to come in my presence and quote. You got to be out of your cotton picking mind. Go back to picking cotton. You're not welcome here. This is a celebration of the black woman and her motherhood. Period. That includes the mother of my wonderful son, the wonderful mother of my wonderful son. It includes her as well. I'll be the first to admit I was never worthy of such a woman. I'll be the first to admit it. In fact, when I look back on most of my exes, I wasn't worthy of any of them. When I look back on them, they were so awesome, so great, and so dope. That's probably why I don't date now. I'm like, nah, I can't, no, I'm good. No, I'm good, right? Of course. It's facts. The interpretation of the Bible is not in its original context. Because the people who were interpreting it they were stupid. Like the people who are posting it now. Stupid. I have no patience for stupid people. Or any tolerance for them. I just don't. Not when I'm teaching. If you book a private session with me, I can have much more patience because I know I'm there for you. Isis' mother is celebrated. That's why she's in the text inside of the pyramid that I showed you. Her name is Nut. If you were paying attention to the cosmology and the cosmogony, Nut is her mother. Geb is her father. Her grandmother is Tefnut, the first daughter of God. No. If you try to understand things through a Hebrew context, all you're doing is just trying to confuse yourself further. You're trying to take something that was a result of confusion, appropriation, and plagiarism, and then you're trying to look at it in its original meaning and context. I applaud you for trying to do that, but you can't do it and remain in a Hebrew context or Judaic context and do it successfully. You have to put it back in its original matrix for any of it to make sense. That includes all of Genesis. I'm working on a project doing that now, literally showing you where everything in Genesis came from. All of that stuff was taken out of Kemet, all of it. One thing I don't try to do is I don't try to teach the unteachable. That's not my job. That's not my job. My job is not to teach those who cannot learn. My job is to teach the teachable. And that's what I do. To try to teach those who cannot learn, it's like trying to make a white man black. Can't do it. Now, what if I said the reverse? It's like trying to make a black man white. We've been seeing that since the beginning of time. It's called albinism. Blonde hair, blue eyes, that started with us. We had blonde hair and blue eyes before the first white people ever appeared anywhere as a people. We still produce them. In fact, some of them are big-time fashion models right now. And it looks better on them than it does on white people, if you ask me. It's more exotic, more exotic and erotic. I love when we big up black albinos, African albinos, and they be fine. Oh my God. You see them girls? They be pretty as whoop. Blonde hair, blue eyes, white skin, but they black people. But you can't do the opposite. You can't make a white man black. Not happening. Okay. And that's nothing against white men, you know, or white people. I was just making an observation, that's all. See, I can speak about race without being racist. At least I try to, because I don't think it's necessary to be racist to make a point. You know, it could come off as racist. It could come off as biased or prejudiced. Of course, there's going to be some bias because I'm a human being. But I try to stay as close to the facts as I possibly can and then emanate from there, right? So that what I'm saying is justified. All right. Come on, Shakka, you're almost there. You made it through. I didn't think I was going to be able to do this. I didn't think I had the stamina. Maybe just because I've been out of practice for some time. So she is the one. Julia Ward Howe. She was an American author and poet known for writing the Battle Hymn of the Republic. For those of you who don't know it, it's a song you've heard 1,000 times as new lyrics to an existing song and the original 1870 pacifist Mother's Day Proclamation. Let's read that again. Julia Ward Howe was an American author and poet known for writing the Battle Hymn of the Republic as new lyrics to an existing song, and she also wrote the original 1870 pacifist Mother's Day Proclamation. Okay, so she wrote the proclamation. She was also an advocate for abolitionism as a social activist for women's suffrage. She's a deep, deep woman. But what I liked about her, so, you know, in reading that, I'm going to still attribute Anna Jarvis as being the originator of it. She just wrote the proclamation for the Pacifist Day. However, what's important about her, to me, is her husband. Hold on one second. What's it? Hold on one second. Personal life. Yeah, her husband, who's who you want to know about. Was it him? Hold on, I'll tell you right now. Watch. Okay, it's not him. No big deal. I'll just type this in. Her husband was a member of, and this is what I want you to know about, the Secret Six. And this is why I'm not into shitting on white people just because they're white. You know about John Brown, but you don't know about the people who funded him, the people who underwrote his efforts, who paid for the weapons to end slavery and to wage war on white slave owners. It was these men, they're called the Secret Six, who helped John Brown, and you should learn about them, because white folks won't make a movie about Gerrit Smith or George L. Stearns or Frank B. Sanborn or T.W. Higginson or Samuel G. Howe. That was her husband. Or Theodore Parker. Samuel G. Howe. She's Julia Ward Howe. Her spouse, Samuel G. Howe. Him. That was her husband. He he paid for and helped to manage the whole John Brown thing, the whole raid. The so-called Secret Six, or the Secret Committee of Six, were a group of men who secretly funded the 1859 raid on Harper's Ferry by abolitionist John Brown. They don't tell you about them. This is why I know that white people are not sincere about ending racism, because they don't lionize. They had one great film about John Brown yet. Why didn't Tom Hanks will pay to make Forrest Gump and the Captain of the Sea against the Somalia, but that punk ass mother, he never made a film or paid for a film about John Brown. Why not? Why not? Anthony Hopkins, why won't he play John Brown? Or pay for it? Why won't Brad Pitt fund a film about John Brown? Because they don't lionize those kind of white men. They don't. Those are not their heroes. White men who did good things to make humanity better for everybody, those are not the white men that an Elon Musk extols or a Peter Thiel extols. Kanye West don't give a damn about a John Brown. Kanye West too busy worshiping Hitler, because he can't find a black man who was as capable when it came to conquering. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Moots Day on July 17th. That's when I'll see you guys again celebrating that day. that's when I will see you guys again. If I'm still around, if I'm still here, that you're willing. Okay? I did what I came to do. And it took a lot out of me. More than you know, more than you realize. I'm going to read a few more comments, and then I'm done. That's it. That's it. For those of you who hung out with me, I went 8 hours straight. And some people might say, damn, Shaka, 8 hours. Yeah, 8 hours. That's how long it took to get all of this out. And that's why you don't see me all the time. Eventually, I'm going to download this and chop it up into pieces. That's why I do it so long, because I don't have time to revisit it. Somebody asked me, who is Isis' mother? The same person that was posting all that stupid Bible stuff is the same person that asked me a stupid question that I already answered earlier and showed the documentation for who her mother was. It showed you knew, and it named all of her progeny, who her children were. And I read it, black and white, and showed it. This is why I don't mess with Bible brains, because they're stupid as fuck. Period. They're stupid. I don't care if I offend them. I'm saying, if you're stupid, that's not my problem. Well, actually, it does eventually become my problem. My job is to show you what is correct and keep it moving. Period. So before I leave, for those of you who want to show your gratitude, I'm certainly obligated to pause this and let's hope I get it right. If you value anything that I've said, or if you feel that anything that I've said has value, the Facts Over Feelings with Shakka-Ahmose platform appreciates your support and your patronage. There are 3 ways you can bless the platform. You can do so directly at Cash App, $Shakka-Ahmose, or at Zelle, forevershakka@gmail.com, or at PayPal, forevershakka@gmail.com. And again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. There you go. Okay?
Remember to share this with your family and friends. Remember to share this with your family and friends. Don't forget to tell your family to watch. Don't forget to tell your family to watch.
Okay? You heard the lady.
Thanks so much for watching Shakka-Ahmose.
Okay? And last but not least, as I said, I'll see you guys in the next one. I'm just gonna, it's about Kanye West's song, Hail Hitler. A few thoughts that I had about it. I'll show you maybe 1 or 2 highlights from the presentation, but then I will direct you to the actual presentation, which is on Hotep Jesus's channel, because I don't have the energy to do that presentation. And I really don't want to give Kanye any more attention than he deserves. So it was really more of a PSA for our community to steer clear of a psychosocial danger, a racially psychotic danger that seeks to perpetuate itself, right, in our midst. But thank you for writing this out with me. It really means a lot. Again, this was dedicated to my moot, who resides in Africa to this day, and to Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who gave us the answers before all of this stuff even showed up in the ISIS papers. But what did Martin Lamar Hill call her? A racist, right? You know what I have to say to that, because I've said it on numerous occasions. Okay, so, and I said that at the end of this, in the credits, you would see the people who brought you this presentation because their name is in the credits. I'll see you guys in the next presentation. Remember to like, subscribe, share, promote it, invite it, share it with people, show them what you learned. And I gave you what you needed to do what you need to do. If you got a Black Studies program in a university somewhere and you're not plotting and strategizing and think tanking the celebration of a Mother's Day based on July 17th predicated on ISIS or Aset with the backdrop or the foundation and premise of divine motherhood as a reason for Mother's Day, don't complain about your psychological colonization of these people that you worship. Because people like me, we don't want to hear it. Not when we spend 8 hours talking, losing our voice, or no sleep, no food, no lunch, no breakfast for the day before, nothing, trying to wake you up and educate you, and then you just let it go on one ear and out the other, or think everything else is important. Some new song, some new dance, some new record, some new TikTok crazy challenge. Instead of getting down to business and handling your business. I'm probably forgetting something that I want to tell you, but I'll just have to tell you in the next presentation. Hotep, Uncle Johnson. My name is Shakka-Ahmose. Told you. Okay, let me just. I know there's going to be some reaction to those credits, so I just want to see. Yeah, that's what it was. So, give me a thumbs up if you saw the credits that were just played. In fact, I like it so much. I'm gonna play it one more time because it's my first time ever playing those credits. So, yeah, it took me a few days to put that together. Oh, yeah, I love that music. Anyway, let me just oh man, what a day. But I did it. Feeling really good about myself. I did it. I didn't think I was gonna make it through. Okay. That's what's up. Hey, there you go. Okay, and boom, there you go. You saw that, right? Boom, there you go. All right. Okay. Boom, there you go. That's what's up. Uncle Johnson Hotep. Boom. Oh, boss, I appreciate you. Very much so. Very much so. Absolutely. Wonderful. Mama Isis, I appreciate you. Absolutely. So that's what's going on here, people. Okay. In fact, those credits, putting those together for the past few days, that's another thing that held up this presentation. It's like every time I finished one thing, first I realized the presentation was incomplete. I had to add the Kemetic part to it so that now I didn't just leave you with taking away Mother's Day from you, but telling you, yes, celebrate it, but celebrate it on your own terms. And you can't celebrate it on your own terms if you don't know what your terms were. Those were your terms. That's why I put this together for you, to expose you to your terms. Who do you think is going to expose it to you? We're the black woman in Egyptology and all this other stuff that is supposed to expose it to you because they're not doing it. That's no aspersion against them. What I'm telling you is that the things that I put together are done to the people. You can't. Okay, hold on one second. Yeah, I told you. Made by fire. You're not intellectually sophisticated enough to be really in my ecosystem. So I don't have I'm gonna try to be patient. I'm not even gonna ban you. I'm just gonna leave you in there until maybe you grow as you learn or something. but I'm definitely deleting that stupid comment because I just don't want to see it. It's okay. So yeah, I have a thing about ignorance. It just like it does something to me inside, right? Like it's like when some people like scratch a board or something and it hurts your ear. When people make a really stupid comment, I just can't like right? Said something dumb about it. If you can't answer the question of how a God has a parent, no, you just too intellectually lazy to see where I put it on the damn screen in black and white and read it all out for everybody to read. So I'm not here to compensate for your stupidity. I'm here to try to not alleviate you of it, but let you know you don't have to be stupid, right? Prior to me giving you the information, being stupid or not being stupid may have been less of a choice. But because I came and spoon-fed you the knowledge and showed you the facts and documented it for you, being stupid afterwards, that's a choice. That's on you. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I did my job. I did what I was commissioned to do. I put it together. It's there. Historically, it has been established. That's it. Period. Right? So what was the Kanye situation? Tap into that. Oh, you're going to have to watch that. About the whole Kanye thing. Yeah, when you watch it, you're going to trip. People already tripping on it. So I did it about a week ago on Hotep Jesus channel, and they tripped on it. They tripped. Right? So, yeah. All right, I'm going to do it one more time. Somebody asked me to play it one more time. No problem. Not a problem. Not at all. Right? I know you ain't got no problem with that. In fact, I'm going to play something just so you could take this with you for Mother's Day. Where's it at? Hopefully I can find it. It should be pretty close by. It's one of my favorites, actually. Hopefully it's still up here. It should still be up here. Where's it at? Where? What? Don't tell me I can't find them. When's last night? No. Yo, my stuff be missing. Oh, here it is right here. It's my favorite. I love this joint. Hold on. Let me move her off. Right? Because I'm over 8 hours. I'm done. I did my job. I do not have to stay any longer. I'm free. See, I don't understand. When I'm commissioned to do these presentations like this, once it's done, I'm free. I don't have to revisit it. That's why it's so long. I don't want to come back and revisit this. Not unless I feel like it. But I can always say, go watch my presentation on Mother's Day. If you can't make it through, it wasn't meant for you to learn. That's all. Let me see. Okay, I took that off. Let me go back to right? And then at least now I know what to look for. Right, here we go. This is one of my favorites. Then I'll pay the credits one more time and then I'm out.
I am a black Egyptian. My father is much darker than I am. My mother is lighter than I am. The ancient Egyptian civilization was a black civilization, and ancient Egyptians were black according to the Greek scholars and the Roman scholars. Ancient Egypt became white only in the 19th century and in the 20th century. And the scholar who is responsible for this is 𝓈𝓔𝓄𓅅𓏏, the noted anthropologist from England, 𝓈𝓔𝓏. White supremacy argues that blacks are inferior than white intellectually. They are subhuman and they are incapable of building a civilization. White supremacy had one dilemma until 𝓈𝓔𝓏 came. The dilemma was ancient Egypt was black according to the Greek and the Roman scholars. 10 of them said that, including Aristotle and Plato. 10 of them said that in writing. They had this dilemma. Ancient Egyptian was black. So if blacks are inferior intellectually and are incapable of building a civilization, how come the ancient Egyptians built a civilization? 𝓈𝓔𝓏 found the solution for this dilemma. He came up with a theory called the Hemite theory. He separated the blacks who built a civilization in Egypt and Ethiopia from the rest of the black race, and he called them brown-skinned whites, or the Hemites. So 𝓈𝓔𝓏 saved white supremacy from this dilemma, and all the white scholars followed him from that time on. This was at the end of the 19th century. And since that time, white scholarship says that ancient Egypt is white.
It's one of my favorite pieces that I curated because I love Professor Heffney for what he did. I will always have the greatest respect for him. And it's a very pivotal aspect of history that people need to focus more on. That includes white people and black people, so we can begin to have more honest conversations, if that's what you're interested in. Me personally, I'm just interested in restoring us to what we're supposed to be, period. And if you ain't down with that, you ain't down with me, I'm not down with you. And I don't think you got to be black to do that, to help black people restore themselves. I really don't. In fact, most black people will probably be against that, as many of them are. You know, Hoteps and all this other dumb stuff they do. They learn how to laugh at their own culture and their own divinity, right? And their own traditions. They learn how to diminish and to minstrel their own traditions on behalf of white superiority. I'm not with that, right? So those kind of black people are not going to be able to relate to me. And I'm not trying to relate to them. If anything, I'm trying to see them, right? So I don't care if you're white, black, blue, green, whatever you are. If you down with seeing black people restored to themselves and you down to help that process take place without trying to undermine it, manipulate it, or co-opt it, or colonize it, yo, let's make it happen, period. You know what I mean? Period. That's what it is. That's why when somebody asked me, would I appear on Vlad TV? Yeah, if Vlad was about some integrity or whatever, with, you know, rocking with me in a conversation or whatever, yeah, that's cool. You know, but everybody ain't qualified for that. So I'm gonna go have some breakfast. Last shot.